I think he got removed from the jury because he kept saying, let it play out.
It could be. Yeah. No. Well, I mean, that's what a jury wants. I mean, that's what lawyers want.
Yeah, they want you to be
listen and let it play out.
Yeah. Somebody's upset they didn't sit on the case. Tom, they think you sound upset. And this one says, Whitey, touchdown Detroit black guy.
I am not upset because I'm glad to be back to normal, but it's just not knowing. You guys nailed it. You don't, because I don't have an explanation, you let your mind wander 1,000 different ways.
Oh, sure.
Especially when you don't say anything.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of people that don't want to be on a jury.
Yep.
Or don't even want to go through the process, but there are a lot of people that are intrigued by the process and would like to see what it all is like all the way from start to finish.
I mean, but it's a whole numbers game, okay? And the odds are you're not going to be on the jury.
Correct.
But it got to a point where it was just real enough that, oh my gosh, this is happening potentially, and I might determine this person's future. You know, that was starting to weigh a little bit on me, and I was kind of, and then all of a sudden it was just like rug, like that.
You can go home.
Last thing. So the whole pool together, and they show this video, and then one of the judges came down. I thought this was pretty cool and genuine that he did this. Judge Mark Slavens, who has been in the judicial system for a long time in Detroit, he comes down. He kind of just said the importance of doing this. It's your obligation, and trying to get a room full of people who look miserable motivated to at least go through the process. And then at the end, he says, "Oh yeah, by the way, go blue." Now remember, this is Monday morning, 9 o'clock after the game.
Yeah.
Awesome. And he did go to Michigan.
Hell yeah.
There you go. All ties together. All right, we wanted to play a little audio. We wanted to play a little audio from last night before we keep the show rolling here.
This is gold.
So Jameis Winston, we have 2 clips of him yesterday. They lost, but it wasn't without him having one of the most Jameis Winston games ever, John. I think if you count yards that he threw to his team and the other team, well over 600. Touchdowns thrown between the two teams, 6 total, 4 to his team, 2 to the other team. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with his pregame speech?
Let's start with the beginning.
Chronological.
And we'll finish with the end. It's so much in that.
I don't care about no mile high. I just care about how the Browns get down and multiply. Have you ever had a teammate give a speech anywhere close to what Jameis does?
No. I mean, this is I think the guys probably are just trying to egg him on too. Like, hey, Jameis, what do you got today? And try and get him fired up, and let's just let him go. It's one of those things where you just let him go. I mean, at the beginning of it too, like I heard this one. Did he use the term slacking and backing?
Yeah, I think so.
Like I'm not even sure what that is, but it just sounds awesome, especially when Jameis Winston says it.
So anyway, he goes out and has just an erratic, all over the place, throw the ball, schoolyard, gunslinger, Jameis Winston erratic football game. And afterwards, he said this at the podium.
Please,
one more time.
So how's that go? Oh, dear Lord, thank you so much for everything you have blessed me with. Please deliver me from the pick 6. That's amazing. One more time.
That will be all time. You had to hear that this morning. I'm sorry we got off course. You had to hear that this morning.
Slacking and backing and deliver me from the pick 6.
Multiply. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Jennifer Crumbly wants her Oxford High School shooting conviction overturned. As you know, she was convicted on 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison for her role in the shooting. And now her attorney has released, a press release saying that his client's conviction stems from a trial riddled with legal errors. There was key evidence that was withheld. There were key witnesses that were given cooperation agreements.
Did he mention anything about profiling the jury?
Oh, no, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about the profiling.
Maybe
but
this is the one that they were prepping for. I mean, Tom could have been sitting on this one.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
It might not be too long, though, because the big trial
the big trial's over. Yeah.
But
yeah.
could have been you,
Couple of
Tom.
days, yeah.
Could have been you. Out. Get him out of here. Next. If you're spending hours just scrolling aimlessly on TikTok, on Instagram, you might be suffering from something called brain rot, which is Oxford Dictionary's new phrase or word of the year for 2024.
So when
Brain
they
rot.
released this, they said it's their word of the year.
Yes. I did see an article that also said it's the phrase or word. So that's why there is more than...
I was going to say, because if it's the word of the year, it can't be. It's 2 words.
I've seen it combined.
Oh, you have?
Brain rot?
Yeah.
It's just that's called spelling error.
Might be a symptom of brain rot.
It might be.
Yeah.
So they say brain rot is defined as the supposed deterioration of a person's mental or intellectual state, especially viewed as the result of overconsumption of material considered to be trivial or unchallenging. So it's when you are like
Mindlessly
just
scrolling,
doom scrolling, nothing, just stupid videos for hours. Now, brain rot did beat out 5 other words or phrases from the list. There was like dynamic pricing, demure, slop, lore. Those were words that brain rot beat. So there you have it.
There you go.
Word of the year, brain rot. Travelers heading home from Thanksgiving set a record on Sunday as airport officials screened more than 3 million people.
Wow.
So lots of people are back to traveling. The TSA handled 3.09 million travelers on Sunday, breaking the previous record by about 74,000.
Is that just on? You said that was on Sunday, or
On
was that
Sunday.
all weekend?
No,
Oh,
this
just
was
on just in one day.
Sunday. Yeah.
Wow.
So pretty incredible. They also say Monday was expected to be a really busy travel day as well. I don't have those numbers to compare, but there's a lot of delays as well. There was a lot of it sounds like kind of chaos at the airports.
Do people take the Monday off? Because that's the only explanation for traveling back on Monday, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tom did.
You'd have to take Monday
have
off.
to.
I mean, depending on what that's what was going on. It was pretty wild. Let's see. Oh, the Detroit area had the 7th warmest November on record this year.
That's why you guys said that you were so disappointed in fall.
I wanted that crisp, cool air, John. I wanted it to feel like fall. There's like a smell in the air that fall has, and I
Walk
just feel
outside.
like
It's crisp and cool.
It's cold now. The normal overall average for the month of November is 41.2 degrees. But Detroit this year, it was right about 46.5 degrees. We had, obviously, the daily highs were...
Is that not crisp and
warmer.
cool?
Okay. Jim, you know what I'm talking
I know
about
what you're
because you
talking
agree
about.
with me,
I know.
right? Like there was, there's some coolness.
That's
but
the worst argument ever. It's too warm. Too warm. I mean, we're talking about 5 degrees.
But there's like a specific
matters.
feeling of fall that I felt like I didn't get. Like it was really, really warm.
Yeah.
So I didn't
Damn
go
it,
to like
too
the
much
cider
summer.
mills because I was like, I'm waiting for this crisp, cool fall temperature, and it never came. And I don't even know if I went to a cider mill this year. I can't even remember because
It's over in a flash.
yeah,
Heather with the news. Coming up next,
Brain rot.
exactly.
maybe a
Can't even
symptom.
remember.
College football playoffs. There are going to be some flaws to this initial first year college football playoff unveiling. We are getting closer to it. Sunday is your final reveal. We've got Greg's top 12 next. It's 97.1. And away we go. Pivotal. Late season college football rankings. A lot at stake for the upcoming week. Let's see where everybody stands inside the brain of Greg Hargrave.
Yeah, championship weekend has really become one of my most favorite weekends on the college football calendar. Really love what the networks and the conferences have done with this weekend. You get perfect windows, A game, B game, C game even. And there's a little appetizer on Friday night as well. So really kudos to college football. And I love that every conference is on board doing these conference title games.
And some of these games will be playoff games themselves. The Mountain West title game is a playoff game. The winner will be in, the loser will be out.
Stop stealing my material. Number 1, Oregon Ducks. Number 1 for 7 weeks in a row now. Look, nothing more to say to them. They're pretty boring, actually, for a number 1 team. They don't blow teams out by 60 points,
right,
but they're not living on the edge like teams we've seen like BYU and Miami.
It's the one thing I've said about them all year long. They have the potential for explosive plays. They just nickel and dime you. Dylan Gabriel may be the most patient quarterback in college football.
And I think one member of the show may have even picked him to win the national title.
Okay, fella. Well,
Yes, Pat.
didn't know you could stretch that far.
Yeah, don't break your arm.
Number 2 is Notre Dame. They are in a good position to be the 5 seed in the college football playoffs. Now, remember this. In this format, that is the highest seed they can attain because they're not in a conference. Meaning the NIU loss would have no actual bearing on their season. It's merely a footnote in history if they get the 5 seed. Number 3 is the Texas Longhorns. Beat Texas A&M on the road. That great rivalry being renewed. One of a handful of teams that I would not be surprised to see win the national championship.
Agreed.
They're going to be in Austin for the first round of the playoffs, either on a bye for winning the SEC or hosting a first-round playoff game. They're playing Georgia in Atlanta. Number 4 is Ohio State. Up next for them is the college football playoff. Look, it's going to take a little bit more than a loss to 7-5 Michigan to have this team really take a tumble. They might have ended up in the bracket in the same spot that they're going to end up if they had beaten Michigan and just lost to Oregon in the Big Ten title game. However, Michigan merely removed them the opportunity to climb up to number 1 overall.
Yes, robbed them of that opportunity. Well, they robbed themselves, really. I
Yes.
mean, come on now.
All right, the middle 4, and this is when we get meaty. Number 5 is SMU. They stay put at 5. They got the ACC title game in Charlotte against Clemson in the Greg Palm game of the week. These games that I select, they involve stakes for the 2 teams playing in it. Are you getting a bye, hosting a playoff game? Are you merely getting in the field? That is true for both teams. However, what does this say for the universe? It's clean versus chaotic.
Yep.
SMU winning is clean.
Easy.
Yep.
They're
Chalk.
the number 3 seed. Clemson, you're out of here. But what if Clemson wins?
They're in.
They're in. But where? Are they a top 4 conference team? Are they getting a first
Are
round
they
bye?
the final conference team as a 3-loss school? Yeah.
Very good. And remember, they're going to be stealing a bid.
From.
So you're going to have, for one playoff spot, 11-2 SMU versus 10-2 Miami versus 9-3 Alabama. We're having tryouts, one playoff spot for those teams.
Clean versus
6.
chaos. Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Number 6, Penn State. They got the Big Ten title game against Oregon and Indy. They are in the field, but a couple things about them. 1, they're an interesting test case if a Big Ten title loss cost them a home playoff game.
Yes.
2, a Georgia win over Texas. And remember, that game gets played first. And Penn State beating Oregon, and I think it's possible, would put the Nittany Lions as the number 1 team in the country.
Yeah. James Franklin, enough said. Not going to happen.
Number 7, Alabama. Talked about the great wins they've had. They are in the clubhouse with a win in the Iron Bowl, contending with Miami and maybe a 2-loss SMU for an at-large playoff spot. Number 8 is Boise State. We have penciled them in for so long as the Group of 5 rep. We have forgotten about 10-2 UNLV. That presents a challenge for them. Remember, Boise needed a 4th down Ashton Genty goal line touchdown run to beat the Rebs the first time. So UNLV is capable. It's a de facto CFP opening round game, as you mentioned, Jim. The winner's in, the loser's out. I don't believe the committee is going to consider a 2-loss Group of 5 team for an at-large spot.
No.
Number 9, Georgia. This is a team that I've become annoyed with. It's to their credit. They can overcome a poor half of football and still win. You think you got him, the upset's going to happen. Georgia Tech's up 17-0 at half, and Georgia rallies and wins. This team is not super Georgia, but it takes a full 60 minutes and then some to beat them. And even then, you might still need a notarized letter certifying the final score, probably in the college football playoff, regardless of the result in Atlanta.
Yep.
Number 10, Iowa State. I believe this is, making their debut into Greg Palm. The 4 teams in the Big 12 all finished 7-2. All played Kansas State, and this is reflective in the rankings too. So we get a full picture of how the Big 12 stacks up in Greg Palm. Cyclones were the most recent to beat K-State, so they get the bump up. BYU and Arizona State also beat Kansas State. They're a little bit behind. Colorado lost to Kansas State. They are well behind. Number 11 is Indiana. From 2 to 5 to 8 to 11. They have topped out. In reality, probably enough to get them at. I don't see 7 at-large teams that the committee will take over the Hoosiers. In terms of Greg Palm, Clemson and UNLV are too far back to overtake them. So in Greg Palm and in reality, I believe they'll be in. Number 12, BYU. Yes, still hanging on to number 12. They actually widened their lead over number 13. The SMU win, it's doing all the heavy lifting for them. They probably won't make it, but the numbers do support BYU. Greg Palm does not appreciate Tennessee's soft schedule in the non-conference, but Tennessee's probably going to get the nod.
I was going to say, that's the only the biggest disconnect between the data and what's likely to happen. Tennessee is going to make the college football playoff. 2 losses, no more games to play. They will be in. And I think they are going to be on that fringe of 8, 9, 10, depending on how much they punish conference champion losers. Could Tennessee get a home game? Probably not, but it's at least on the table.
It'll be interesting to see if Boise State gets one of the top 4, they get a bye in the first round. It's going to be because the Big 12 is so bad. It has nothing to do with the ACC. Clemson wins, they're going to get one of those 4 byes. There's no question about it.
They still have some cachet with the name.
They do.
Well, they do, but I mean, you put Clemson and Boise on the same field, which we might get a chance to see. I mean, come on, Boise State, really?
I would ask you who Clemson has beat this year. I understand what is likely to happen, but their notable wins this year are, none. None. They don't have any notable wins at all, Clemson.
Okay. Boise State struggling with Wyoming, Nevada. I just don't see Boise State as being a true power this year. I know they have a good player if he stays healthy, but I just don't see Boise State as being a top contender.
Clemson is 24th in Greg Palm.
Interesting.
And Clemson, if you were to tell me what their best win is, I would say 6-6 Virginia Tech.
I'm not disputing that they will get a top 4 spot.
Right.
I'm just, I think you could argue they should not. And honestly, the team, to your point, we agree, it'd be the Big 12 that may get.
Oh, Big 12 is a one bid league.
And it's Iowa State against Arizona State this weekend. Winner in, loser out, and then seeding will follow from there. I mean, a lot of this is going to play itself out, John. A lot of this is going to be settled on the field.
Yeah, and if Iowa State wins, insert a Matt Campbell as a possible head coach at any place, from the Bears or NFL teams to every college that's looking for a new head coach.
We are so back.
We're back in the Matt Campbell era.
I heard Ohio State might need a coach. And that is Greg Palm, only if they're real desperate. All right, it's 97.1.
Well, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily's Reader Choice Award for 2024's Best of the Best Plastic Surgeon. So congrats to him. And guys, how incredible is it that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. So if you've been thinking about going to see him, go do it now. He'll have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And the sooner you go to see him, the more options you have. Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And these therapies just keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B will create a custom plan that's just for you. And he guarantees all of his treatments. So call today, make sure you mention 97.1, and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. That's $1,000 value. For more information and to schedule your consult, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Coming up today, this morning, 7:25, the 2 Grand Slam, one of your final 2 chances of the calendar year to win $2,000. Today and Thursday. We also have a Lions conversation coming up at 7:35. A question I never thought we would be able to ask. It's ridiculous, but also fitting. Let's get to some college football chatter, John. We just went through some scenarios. The playoff rankings will come out tonight before the final rankings on Sunday. Do you have any questions, concerns, thoughts as we get down to the first college football playoff ranking in the 12-team era?
The concern I have is the same that you have. It's the buys for conference titles. And, we just talked about Clemson or Boise State or Arizona State if they end up winning the Big 12. I understand that they want to value conference titles. This is it's probably the only way they can actually do it, other than, they could have, you still get an auto bid, which I don't like, but you can have an auto bid but just not get the auto buy.
That's how I would like to see them tweak this, because again, I don't believe this is going to be the final version of it. I don't want to see any overwhelming expansion. I think 12 may be a tick too high. Now we can whittle down to 8 and then 4 and then solve it on the field. The tweaks I'd like to see are within the format itself. Put SMU in, put Boise State in, put Iowa State or Arizona State in, whoever wins the Big 12, but do not guarantee them preferential seating. And I know the concern is it takes away some of the weight of the conference title game, but you're still playing to get in the field. And if you're already in, you are still playing for seeding at that point, right? So like the Big Ten title, both teams are in. Both teams could be playing for seeding. That matters. I'd also reseed, because too much is being made of this 5 seed. Greg even alluded to it in Greg Palm, that Notre Dame, I really think what happened here is they put in a Trojan horse. Jack Swarbrick, Notre Dame AD for years, was part of this structure. And at the time, it was looked at as, well, Notre Dame can never get a bye. Silly Notre Dame. This system hurts the Irish. But if you really think about it, the 5 seed is a great spot. So I'm sure they're like, oh, yeah, we'll settle for the 5 spot. 5 in the current format means you're going to play the worst playoff team at 12, and then you're going to play the worst team to get a bye week. You're right. You're guaranteed to host, so that's revenue. It's a home game. It's in South Bend. And then assuming you win in the most favorable game, you get the worst team off a bye, the worst conference champ. It'd be the team you didn't play, the Big 12 or Boise. You could play the Big 12 and Boise in your first 2 games. You're in the quarterfinals, and you had a home playoff game all the way. The 5 seed is a sweet spot that Notre Dame, I feel like, has carved out for themselves. 5 and 6 are kind of similar in that way, and Notre Dame feels like a lock to either be 5 or 6 at the end of this week.
Now, in your proposal that you guys are proposing here, are you ready for number 2 Notre Dame? Because that's what you're saying.
You're saying if they're undefeated.
Well, if they use the Greg Palm numbers.
Sure, and I think that the AP poll and the college football playoff rankings would reflect that as well.
So Notre Dame tonight is going to be what? 3 or 4? Yeah, so they'd have a bye in the auto bye list system.
The question would more be, okay, Oregon and Penn State play this weekend. If either of them lose, I wouldn't put Notre Dame ahead of them. And obviously, I don't think you would for Oregon, because that would be their first loss. And that loss would be against a top 5 team in Penn State. While they wouldn't be a conference champion, they would be, still have a better resume than Notre Dame. And if Penn State were to lose, having 2 losses, I still wouldn't drop them behind Notre Dame, because Notre Dame's not playing. And so I'm not going to bump up a team just because they sat at home. Yeah. And this is where you get into, okay, if you want a chance at a top 4 seed, then get in a conference. And don't just dip your toe into the ACC, which is one of the worst. Dip your toe into the SEC or in the Big Ten.
John, I think one of the questions tonight, you mentioned home game. Will Ohio State get a home playoff game?
I don't think so. I do think Ohio State gets a home playoff game. But again, I don't want, even though Ohio State beat Penn State, this will be interesting, because if Penn State loses, which I think we're all assuming that they will lose, because it's not a rivalry game. And it's for Penn State, there's a single digit, so James Franklin can't possibly win. Do they drop below Ohio State because Ohio State beat them.
Head to head, they both have 2 losses.
But they're playing in the championship
and
game.
do you want to punish a team playing in the championship game?
Right.
I don't know if they flip-flop them, but I still think Ohio State will end up in the top 8 of
probably
so really the top
7 or
6,
8,
but
yeah.
as long as they're in the top 8 of the bracket,
Right.
they'll host a game.
Yeah, they'll be 5 through 8 at somewhere in there.
Yeah,
I do think they'll host one.
And in terms of do they deserve it? Listen, they embarrassed themselves. They were humiliated by Michigan. Their resume still includes 2 top 10 wins, including a top 5 win on the road against Penn State. I'm not sure that I'm going to advocate for Tennessee to host that playoff game or Indiana, who they beat, to host that playoff. You get what I'm saying? Like, someone has to host these games, and warts and all, Ohio State humiliated themselves. They still will likely have that home playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting part will be, is there a chance if Clemson wins in the ACC championship game that they get 2 teams in the college football playoffs? Is SMU still in? I think they probably are.
Yeah, it becomes
if SMU wins, I don't think Clemson is.
Correct. Yeah, definitely not. Clemson pick up their 4th loss at that point. Yeah, they're far gone at that point. But they're still alive because if they win, they're in. And then I think you're right. But it's a fascinating study because we talked about how much do teams get punished. I could see punishing a team slightly with seeding if they lose the conference title game. I would have a hard time leaving a team out entirely because they played that conference title game. But John, you know who'd be the beneficiary if they leave SMU out? The Southeastern Conference. Whether that's Alabama, whether that's South Carolina, whether that's Ole Miss, those 3 lost teams that are all kind of just hanging in there at the end, the edge, the periphery. What did we say last week? The undercurrent of the college football playoff rankings. And I do think if the committee gets a chance to put one of those teams in, they will.
Sure. They're just looking for a reason.
Yep.
Looking for an opportunity, the door to be left ajar, because I think we all believe, okay, the Big Ten, that's going to be a 4-team conference. And the SEC, it just depends on really how does the ACC fall and how does it sort itself out as to whether they get 3 or 4 into the college football playoffs.
Ticket Texture says if you lose to Michigan, you don't deserve to be in the playoff. Flat out.
They're going to be in the college football playoffs. Whether they deserve to be or not, I think they still deserve to be. They lost 1 game. I mean, okay, they lost 2. But the loss to Oregon was the number 1 team in the country, and there does need to be, I don't know if you want to say an asterisk or something. When you lose a rivalry game, that's a different setup than any other game that they're playing or Texas A&M. Rivalry games are a different animal.
John, I think it's a bad loss for Ohio State.
There's no question it's a bad
Michigan didn't
loss.
go for 100 yards, and Michigan's not good. They're mediocre. It's not a good loss. However, Tennessee lost to Arkansas, who's 6-6, and no one's arguing to leave the Vols out. In fact, you have people arguing to put in teams who didn't have 1 bad loss, but 2 bad losses. Alabama lost to Vandy this season.
Yeah.
How quickly we forget about that. They have 3 losses this season to the Crimson Tide. You know, I'm looking at South Carolina, who's the hot, trendy team this year. They lost to Ole Miss, who's on the bubble, 27-3.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to put in some bad teams, and I think I can already feel like Gov bubbling up. Then why did we go to 12 teams in the first place? And I understand it. We can open up the phone lines if you have some gripes, if you have concerns, things you're watching for. 248-539-9797.
Alabama scored a field goal. 1 field goal against Oklahoma, and that was simply 2 weeks ago.
Right. So questions, you got to put somebody in. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. After having no turnovers created the past couple of weeks, defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn is looking to get back to their old ways of creating chaos when they take on the Packers. Well, as for the new players being brought in due to injuries, Glenn says they purposefully signed players that already understand their concepts and understand what their job is to maintain chemistry on that side of the ball. Elsewhere in the league, the Broncos won last night to finish off Week 13, despite their former player Jerry Jeudy burning them for 235 yards receiving. Denver still won at home 41-32. And the injury report of the Pistons looks pretty clean right now as they get set for a huge game tonight. Cade Cunningham not listed after being a late scratch on Saturday night. It'll be Detroit versus Milwaukee to win their NBA Cup group and automatically advance to the knockout round. The Pistons still have a chance to earn a wild card if they lose, depending on point differential. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Seven o'clock hour on a Tuesday. We are looking ahead. We got the $2 Grand Slam at 7:25. A chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 questions right? 7:35. A question we get to ask about the Lions. As ridiculous as it may be, we get to ask this question. We are talking college football playoffs. You got some calls. We got some ticket texts. We'll knock this out tonight. You'll see the 12-team field lined up for the final weekend.
Yep.
And there will be questions. How much do you punish a conference champion? How many teams can still win their way in? What do you do with the 3-loss SEC teams? The format itself has some flaws. If you'd like to talk through it, we'll take those phone calls. Let's get to Chris in Rochester. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, just calling. I'm a Tennessee grad, and so finally Tennessee gets over the hump and makes it into the 12-team playoff. But their worst losses against Arkansas and Ohio State's worst losses against unranked Michigan. And I still think that you should put Tennessee above Ohio State in this regard. I just want to know where you stand on that.
Who do you think is better, Michigan or Arkansas?
Well, you know, the SEC just means more, so Arkansas. But, no, Michigan, obviously.
So then Ohio State's loss is...
As far as, like, historical-wise with football. But I would say that Tennessee, though, yeah, we lost to Georgia, but that was, you know, that was 2 ranked teams. Like, but we beat Bama, we beat everyone else. So
sure. Beating Bama's not a top 10 team right now. Like in the playoff committee's eyes, the objective body governing the sport doesn't think Bama's a top 10 team. So Tennessee has beaten 0 top 10 football teams.
And Georgia, the loss to Georgia was by 14, and Ohio State's loss to Oregon was by 1 point, and they were the number 1 team in the country, whereas Georgia was the 12th team in the country at that time.
So Tennessee should be in. Yeah. I think Ohio State should stay ahead of them.
I was looking at CBS Sports. They had a guy do the prediction yesterday. It's not Jerry Palm. I find it very compelling. First thing is the first round games. You got Notre Dame, Arizona State. That's pretty much a given as long as Arizona State wins, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, but the next 3 games, the 6-11, 7-10, 8-9s, are all Big Ten SEC matchups. Now, he's speculating SMU is going to win the ACC, and so that opens up the last at large for Bama.
Yes, I could see it.
And I think a fascinating debate potentially. Greg kind of hit on it with SMU losing, but if SMU wins, who's the last at large? And the debate is 2-loss Miami and 3-loss Bama, right? And maybe 3-loss South Carolina.
Yeah, and it might surprise you my answer. I'd put Bama in.
Yeah, and you've pivoted from that. Now,
it's because Miami doesn't have any notable wins, and they just lost their second game of the year. And if we're talking about teams with 2 and 3 losses, I got to see that you have beaten someone to put you in. And at least with Bama, I would say, you know, they beat South Carolina on the bubble, right? They beat Georgia, who's in the field. Like, at least I could justify Bama having beaten someone in the field as opposed to Miami, who just exists on the edge and didn't beat anybody.
Now, the thing is how different this is from just last year. Number one, you've got SMU, who used to be a non-Power 5 team, and then Boise State. Two of those teams are suddenly getting or automatic bids, and we went from a
free passes,
to a place where those teams couldn't even sniff the playoffs. Look at Central Florida of just a few years back.
Yep.
The interesting thing, I found something pretty interesting here. I think it's going to tell us where this thing goes, because I think the flaws allegedly will get fixed if, Big Ten and SEC invitational, ends up happening, meaning most of the world thinks the Big Ten and SEC have the elite teams.
Mm-hmm.
The top 4 teams, listen to this. Actually, the top 5 teams, Oregon, came from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten and won it. Texas came from the Big 12 to the SEC and won it. SMU came from whatever
The American,
whatever stuff.
Group of 5.
To the ACC and won it. Arizona State from the Pac-12 to the Big 12 and won it.
Yeah, but that's saying a lot in the Big 12.
I know, but well,
Texas Tech's coach made this same point this weekend. He said, when we get really hopped up on super conferences, point out who's actually winning these super conferences.
all the newcomers have won.
Yeah. From the lowly conferences that were no good and could never win anything.
If they win their conference championship games this week.
And they still have to do it. But that's the point of playing this out. So I know there's a ticket text or two that says 12 is too many, and I think I would have preferred 8.
I would have preferred 6.
But to liken this to the way we started the show, I'll liken this to the judicial system, where we say we don't want to let an innocent man go to jail. We'd rather have a guilty man go free. I'd rather let in one extra bad team than leave out one more good team and just play the games. And John, for anybody who wants an 8-team playoff, wait 1 week and then we'll have an 8-team playoff. And if you are longing for a 4-team playoff, wait 1 more week and we'll have the 4 best teams as decided on the field. And if you missed the BCS where it was just 2 teams settling it all on the field, wait just 1 more week and we'll see the 2 best teams play their way into a title game, and the national champion will be crowned the most legitimate way in the history of college football.
One quick point. Both involve a group of 12.
Sure.
Wait, what? When
12-team
About
playoff
12
jury? 12
Yes.
jury?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Needed all 5 years
I
in
would
Michigan to get that one
Yeah,
right.
I would get there at some point. But here's the thing. Yeah, okay. The more teams you allow in, the more is it the more validated this champion is going to be. Except they're going to have to play more games and
Have to earn it.
Yeah, they'll have to earn it. Here's the thing: if you have a team that plays in a conference championship and they lose, but they still get one of the top, 5 through 8, and they host a game. If they win it all the way, they're going to play 17 games.
It's a gauntlet.
It is. And what? When do we look at? I mean, we're talking about 17 games in the NFL in the regular season as being too much. How about for college athletes?
18, 19, 20-year-olds.
Yeah. I mean, are we missing part of the conversation here that is just too much?
But that's just where the sport's going.
Right. It's all money driven. Nobody cares about the health of the players or graduation rates. It's all about broadcast dollars. And especially in an era where, hey, we're going to have to do this revenue share. We're coming up with an extra $20 million, even though we have gobs of other money coming in through these new TV deals. And it doesn't matter how many times we put these athletes out there.
But this is like when the internet was invented. It's unregulated. It's the Wild West. Anything can be done, and it's all for the mighty dollar. And all those things that used to be part of college football no longer exist. I think maybe for Michigan fans on the weekend, that's why it was so refreshing to see what happened.
Yeah,
because it was all based on
what happened on the field.
Right, what happened on the field, but the fabric of anything can happen in a rivalry. And I think the big thing that's happening here right now is that the SEC, number one, there's no way they're going to 9 games. They already killed themselves enough with 8.
Cowards.
I think we all still think. Do you guys think the SEC is the best conference? I do.
I think it's the deepest conference.
And what we're going to have to, chisel out in the next couple years here after we see some playoff evidence is, okay, well, the SEC 3-loss teams actually do deserve to get in because they have such a tough week to week versus some of these other teams can go on autopilot in these other conferences.
Well, I think what we're going to see over the next coming years, something that we've seen this year, is the parity continue to happen in college football.
Yes.
And it's, right now, because the SEC still has more speed, they probably have more talent across the SEC. I think you're going to see that disbursement of talent happen to some teams in the Big 12, more teams in the ACC, more teams in the Big 10, because that's where players can get on the field. It's where they can get paid more than where they're at. And the transfer portal allows everybody to move around however many times they want.
And the other thing is schedule inequity. It's huge right now in this sport. Like, I'm convinced Indiana's not sitting here if they play somebody else's schedule in the Big Ten. I believe that.
You can make the same case for Texas. They had a pretty soft SEC schedule, all things considered. Didn't play Bama, didn't play Ole Miss, didn't play South Carolina, I don't believe. These other teams that are right on the bubble. You can't get perfect scheduling because you've built these conferences too big to where you can't play everybody. So you will have some unbalanced schedules that you have to, and it's impossible to truly sift through.
But that's also why there needs to be an agreement of the Power Four that we're going to play each other.
Yes.
And in the non-conference. And whether that means, hey, the Big Ten goes from 9 to 8, which they're never going to do, but it allows more opportunity to play a Big 12 team, an SEC team, or an ACC team. Not that you have to play every single conference,
but to get those data points. And a great example, and why I think the SEC is down, is USC beat LSU in week 1. It's one of the very few crossovers we have between the two conferences. I don't think USC is anything special. They beat LSU, but the SEC will use LSU as a notable win whenever it's convenient. And another thing I'd point out, we've seen Miami beat Florida. We've seen and Georgia Tech nearly beat Georgia this week. I don't think the SEC is as dominant as it once was, and I don't think there's really any reason to fight that. Now, could they still be the deepest? Sure, I can pay them the respect of the athletes they have and the resources that those schools still have, but I don't think they're what they were.
Well, and here's the other thing. Let's go back to week 0, week 1, week 2. What was the conversation coming out of that first week for the number 1 team in the country now, Oregon? They struggled with Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe. Hey, Dylan Gabriel, he's not going to be the guy. Now they're the number 1 team in the country. What was the other conversation? Oh, USC beat LSU. Oh, USC. Maybe they're going to ride into the Big Ten and rock everybody's world. Well, now they're not much to talk about. In fact, their quarterback who started the season is in the transfer portal.
Life comes at you fast. All right, one last word on this. Jared in Columbus, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, this question for John. I was just wondering how he got his reasons for Penn State being ahead of Notre Dame if they lost in the conference championship, being that their common opponent, Purdue and USC, Notre Dame handled much better than Penn State did.
Oh, I don't care how you handle Purdue. Purdue sucks.
Well, it's still a common opponent.
Okay, I don't really care because maybe Penn State pulled their starters before Notre Dame did. That makes no difference to me. But it's Notre Dame is not exposing themselves to another good team where Penn State is.
Well, USC then, that was a comment. USC and Penn State were overtime, and Notre Dame beat them by 14. So what's the excuse then?
Okay, you lost to Northern Illinois. What's your excuse about that?
Well, that's fine, but I'm saying with common opponent, who do you think's better? You think Penn State is actually better than Notre Dame? I do not.
Penn State lost to Ohio State, which at the time was a top 5 ranked team. Penn State is exposing itself to Oregon, which is the number 1 team in the country. Not that they are exposing themselves. We're a lot of exposure here. And we all see them. You know that they just can't keep control of their own cars. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who will be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, Heather, what's going on with the news?
Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg is everywhere. Every time I turn on my TV, I see him. Well,
Cool.
What'd you say?
He's cool.
He is cool. I thought that was a drop.
Oh, no.
He's
no.
cool.
Yeah.
He's cool. Everyone likes Snoop Dogg, especially his daughter, obviously. That's her dad. But listen to this. He spared no expense when it comes to planning his only daughter's wedding. So he was recently on the Jennifer Hudson show, and he was asked to kind of share, the most over-the-top gift that he has ever given his daughter. And he revealed that he gave her $1 million for her wedding. Here you go, sweetie. And now he said, hey, if this was me, I'd scale down the wedding. The wedding would be 100.
The money, yeah.
I'd keep the money. But, basically said, you know what? It is her day. It is up to her. And
use however
she
you
can
want.
do whatever she wants with this money.
Is there anything you didn't have at your wedding that if money wasn't an object you would have had, Heather?
Oh, well, I'm sure.
Like, give me something. What's something that you...
The
on,
venue.
Bridezilla.
Well, I really wanted a live band.
Wow.
The venue itself where I picked, which is where I wanted to get married, I could not have a live band. It was not feasible. I would have had a band. I didn't have a cake. I guess I could have had a cake.
You didn't have a cake at your wedding?
No.
What, you didn't want what was it, an expense thing, or was it just you didn't want Colin to
smash the cake in your
smash
face?
the case?
No, it was more of a just preference thing. Like I when I go to weddings, you see the cake. Like I rarely get to watch the cake cutting, and then it's just cut up, and it's felt like it was like a kind of a waste of money to me. But I would have one if money was no expense.
Really? You didn't have a cake at your wedding?
No.
I don't know that I've ever heard that.
Yeah. Bridezilla,
There
very,
was,
very big deal.
dessert
weddings.
served.
Careful, don't say that. When I said that
Death
originally,
glare.
I got the death glare. My
Bridezilla.
goodness.
So sure, of course. If I had $1 million to spend,
Sure.
I'd probably get a different dress. I don't know. I mean, I'd
Yeah.
do a lot of things
Sure.
differently, I guess. But I was very happy with my wedding.
Good.
I would do my wedding all over just the way it was. It was perfect.
See, that was the answer you were supposed to give.
Well, God,
No,
you tell me
no,
you give
yeah,
me $1 million. Of course, I would
sure
do things
you would have done
differently.
things differently. You
Come
would have had a
on.
completely different perspective on it.
Jennifer Crumbly wants her Oxford High School conviction tossed. So her attorney says that her trial was riddled with legal errors, and he is now asking a judge to acquit Jennifer or grant her a whole new trial. Now, her attorney says that key evidence was withheld, key witnesses were given cooperation agreements. So we'll see what happens. The Oakland County Prosecutor's Office has responded by saying, no witnesses were given anything for their testimony. There was no immunity, and they say witnesses testified without any promises or protection whatsoever. So now an Oakland County judge will make a decision on the request. As of now, of course, no hearings are scheduled regarding the case. Oxford Dictionary's word of the year is here, and it's something we've probably all experienced at least once, but I'm guessing more than once. It's brain rot. Just rotting of the brain. They define it as the supposed deterioration of a person's mental or intellectual state, especially viewed as the result of overconsumption of online content considered to be trivial or unchallenging. So it's those meaningless hours spent scrolling on TikTok.
Well, for some
on
hours, some
Instagram.
less. But
Well, yeah, it doesn't need to be hours.
Any amount of
But
time, yeah.
I don't necessarily. Okay, in context, if you're a stressed individual and your day is go 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 go, what's wrong with
A little brain
5 or
rot.
10 minutes of brain rot where you just allow your mind to do mindless things?
Nothing. I don't
Right.
think.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I guess
Yeah, it's
all
all
as
in,
it comes out.
in perspective.
Yes.
Yeah.
But brain rot was one of 6 words voted on by more than 37,000 people.
Oh, wow.
The other 5 words were slop, dynamic pricing, romanticy, lore, and demure.
What did they give you the definition of slop?
I'm sure they did in one of these articles. I don't have it on hand for you, but
I wonder what the because I mean, there's so many words right now that like slop. All right, you think okay, a
Messy.
plate of food
Or a
or
slop of-
sloppy or something like that. But
I don't think
wonder what
that's-
the modern.
I'll look into it and I'll let you know.
terminology
I'll let you know next news cycle.
All right, it's time for the 2 Grand Slam.
Awesome. I mean, this is it. One of the last few days that you have the chance to win $2,000, and we're all ready to give away some money. The game is simple, right? 60 seconds, 10 questions. Get them all right, you get the big bucks, $2,000. If not, you're going to get $25 for each question you answer correctly. If you don't know one, pass and use your time wisely.
Steve in Ferndale, today is your lucky day.
Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
How are you?
We're doing good. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. It's early, but I'm feeling good.
All right.
All right.
I think you got
Yeah,
this. We're
this
rooting
could,
for you.
Set you up for an amazing day.
Yes. All right. So you know the rules. We're going to play. As soon as I start reading the first question, your time starts. Are you ready, Steve?
Okay, Heather. I'm
All
ready.
right. Here we go. Name one of the teams that played on Monday Night Football last night.
Chargers.
Who played Batman in The Dark Knight?
Pass.
This band had the 1991 song Even Flow.
Pass.
Who is the play-by-play voice of Amazon's Thursday Night Football?
Joe Buck.
What is the capital of Wisconsin?
Madison.
This Colorado two-way star is the betting favorite to win the Heisman Trophy.
Sanders.
The University of Colorado's main campus is located in which city?
Denver.
Ford Field will host this conference's championship game on Saturday.
High school football.
Who is the mayor of Detroit?
We got you with one.
One.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Steve.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, one
I had
is better
six
than
last
none.
time.
Oh, no!
Oh, yes. Boy, I crapped the bed.
At least you stayed online with us,
One is
Steve.
better than none, and you didn't hang up.
Yeah.
So you jumped over a very low bar.
Okay, sorry, guys.
Hey,
Hey,
we
it's all
had
good.
fun. I hope you have a great day and enjoy your 25
Sorry
bucks.
to you.
Okay, appreciate you guys every
Yep.
morning.
Thank
you for listening,
Yeah.
Steve. We'll put you on hold. We'll make sure you get paid $25. Treat yourself to something nice.
You
want to go through? We got to 9 of
Yeah.
the 10.
Yeah, Steve was a nice guy.
Oh, bummer.
Was a nice guy. Let's go through this, John. The first one, name either team that played last night on Monday Night Football.
Broncos or the Browns.
Yeah, Jameis Winston featured in that game.
Yeah, featured earlier in the show, which will be featured again because there's nothing quite like the Jameis Winston experience.
John, who played Batman in The Dark Knight?
I actually knew this one because you guys forced me to watch this stupid movie. That would be Christian Bale.
The band that had the 91 song Even Flow.
Pearl Jam. Mm-hmm. Oh, that one. Start singing that one in my head.
On Thursday night, it will be Amazon's presentation of Thursday Night Football. The Lions will be playing the Packers. The voice of that game,
Al Michaels.
Al Michaels, capital of Wisconsin. This is the one he got right.
Yep, Madison.
The two-way star, the betting favorite to win the Heisman Trophy.
I don't know. Sanders is probably actually a good guess. I mean, it's a football name. It's Deion Sanders is the coach, but
Who was a two-way star.
Travis Hunter.
Yes. Colorado's main campus is not in Denver.
Nope, it's Boulder.
Ford Field will host this conference championship game on Saturday. It is not high school football
No,
state
that
championships.
already
Those
happened.
were last week.
Yeah, MAC.
Mid-American Conference. Who is the mayor of Detroit?
That would be one Mike Duggan.
He ran out of time. I bet he could have gotten that.
I bet he would have gotten
I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like people should know that.
He was thinking too much
Yeah.
because he took too much time on some of his passes. Certainly some of his wrong answers too, but that's too bad. Steve seemed like a nice guy. Had high hopes for him.
Two Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininio Law. You'll have one more chance in 2024 to win $2,000. It will be Thursday, 7:25.
Can't believe
Oh,
it's
no.
come. The 24 is coming to an end.
They're already doing this. The ticket texters, they are merciless with these two Grand Slams.
I know.
Atrocious. Screen these callers. Who lets these idiots on? Oh, no.
Come on, don't call him that. He was a nice guy.
He was a nice idiot. All right, we'll get...
Jeez.
We'll keep this going. We have a lot to get to. 8:02, JB Bickerstaff, Piston head coach. Our first conversation with him about a quarter of the way through the season. They've got a game tonight that matters a lot for the NBA Cup. What does that mean? If you don't know, we'll get into it with JB Bickerstaff and a check-in on this Hoops team. Next, it's the Lions, who before the season, 14 wins was a bold proclamation. Would it be a disappointment now? It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you as many questions as you're willing to answer, and then build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
I thought this question was rich coming from you, John, but it's a good question to ask today. You were Mr. 14-3, and now you want to know, would that be a disappointment for Lions fans? Clearly, the injuries are part of this discussion. Have they become an excuse? We're going to talk Lions, but John, you also want to know what these texters are saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, you shared a couple before we went to break, and I thought, you know what? Let's not be so tough on Steve because he seemed like a nice guy.
He did seem nice, but albeit not very bright. Ticket texters picked up on that. If you asked him right or left, he would have passed and got it wrong. Unbelievable. Ticket texter says, easiest bunch of questions I've heard on here, right? We had Pearl Jam, The Dark Knight. Who played the NFL game last night? Who's the mayor of Detroit? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Says, you guys are too nice to these contestants. People should know these questions. Who just played yesterday? Frank in a truck. This one says, I got 8 right on the ticket text.
Yeah.
And then this one is actually at us. I love the pretentious dissection of the caller's wrong answers by the whites of the round table. That is us judging. But I think these were easy.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I get the reference. I did think they were easy. Can I not just like one guy? I'm usually the first one to jump and laugh at someone.
Yeah.
But this one, I just felt like he
got off to a bad start. And when you do that, it's a mental game too.
Yeah.
When you don't know the first one, you pass on the next two, you're just kind of like not in a great cycle to keep going.
Yeah.
These people have been bad lately.
They have.
That one, I mean, come on.
I agree.
That's like a 6 or 7 for everybody.
Yeah.
You would think. Like our people have not performed. I do get it, calling in, you get nervous and all that, but it's been pretty ugly lately.
It's been a little bit brutal, yeah. At least he didn't hang up, all right?
Yeah, he stayed.
He didn't. But here's one last one as a walk-off, and then we'll move on. Who let Ryan Day on the 2 Grand Slam?
I think Heather got in his head. He was trying to build a relationship and said, Heather, let's go.
Yep, I know.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Womp, womp, womp. All right, John.
Intimidated him.
Can we get Jameis to pray for us to kick away some of these bad contestants?
Yes. He's a gem. He's a gem.
Please, Lord, no more bad callers calling into the 2 Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Please. Could you play Jameis? He threw 2 of them yesterday, people.
He threw 6 touchdowns. 2 were to the Broncos.
He threw for almost 500 yards and then almost another, 200 yards going the other way on pick sixes. All right, John, 14-3 for the Lions. One time seen as lofty, now maybe a letdown. Would it be a disappointment if this team only wins 14 games?
I think it would be a disappointment at this point because of where they are right now at 11-1, and there were points of this season where, my goodness, they were, 52 points. I don't care who you're playing. You score 52 in a game, and you outscore teams the way that they were outscoring them. And here's the irony of it, is at the beginning of the season, when I came out with 14-3, and what were you, 12 wins? Jim?
Yeah, I had 12 before the season.
Yeah.
Now I'm at 15. It's hard to keep track of.
Right, yes. No, but so at 14 wins, Tom and we were harassed because of, it's a first place schedule. Did you not look and see where these teams, they're at Dallas. My goodness, how can they go to Dallas and get a win, especially after what happened last year? And Buffalo, we don't have yet to play that Buffalo game, but the division. All right. There were some people that thought Chicago was going to be in the Super Bowl, which was a little bit bizarre. And I do still think that they're in the best conference or the best division in football, but they have run through it to this point, overcoming so many obstacles. Yeah, there are going to be more obstacles, but every team has injuries at this point. Teams had injuries when they played the Lions. And we kept talking about Aiden Hutchinson and the number of sacks. And I know people were talking about, he's played against the backup to the backup. I don't care. These are NFL players. Some are better than others. But you're going to be faced with challenges. And I think now, if you look at 11-1, if they end up 14-3,
3-2 down the stretch.
3-2 down the stretch does not sound enticing going into the playoffs.
Okay, so we talked about it a little bit yesterday. The Eagles won't lose. The Vikings won't lose. These teams refuse to lose.
Well, okay, hold on.
I'm not saying they never will. I'm saying currently they won't lose. They refuse to lose.
Yes,
Let me just.
Okay, yes. I took it. I took your meaning.
They'll never
wrong.
lose again. No. My point is they've applied pressure to the Lions where a loss does potentially forfeit the 1 seed, and 2 losses really starts to throw that into question. Detroit's playing to have home games at Ford Field. That's a huge reward for this fan base. It's also a huge reward for this football team that would get a bye week. It would give them the best chance to win the Super Bowl. I wouldn't write them off if they had to go on the road. They've clearly had to do that a couple times. Houston, Green Bay, Minnesota, good teams, and won those games. But it would feel like at this point, like a disappointment if they don't get to 15 or more wins, if they don't win 4 of the next 5 games. And it feels like they should win 4 of the next 5 games, even with the injuries. And I think that's going to be the thing that everybody focuses on, John. But do we not trust them to pick up the slack? Like Aaron Glenn has done such a good job. You lose Alex Anzalone, Jack Campbell gets plugged in there, right? You lose Aiden Hutchinson, Zadarius Smith gets plugged in there. They've done a good job adjusting the scheme. I think some of the names that they've brought in recently aren't going to wow people, like Quan Alexander, but they feel like he can pick up the verbiage and he can be a plug-and-play guy.
Yeah.
I also feel like this Jamal Adams thing. Hasn't been a productive player in the last couple seasons, but could they not use him like Ife Melifonwu? Don't you trust Aaron Glenn to say, hey, in the box, blitzing safety, we're gonna blitz a little more to get a little more pressure, and we're gonna get the pieces that we trust in those spots. I feel like you have to trust them to absorb yet another rash of injuries because they've shown you over and over again that they're built for this.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Okay, they play the Packers on Thursday night, and I don't know how many of those guys that are, did not practice or are on the injured list will be available. Then they have 10 days to get healthy to play the Buffalo Bills. And I do think that's, while I would rather probably have it leading into the Packers game to get as many guys back as possible because it's a division opponent, it's an NFC opponent. Yeah. And the Bills, in the grand scheme of things, we're talking about tiebreakers with the Eagles. If you lose that Bills game, if that's the one loss and they end up 15-2, they still win the tiebreakers. And they still are the team that gets the number 1 seed. So, but I think the common thought right now is, oh my goodness, how many injuries? 12 defensive players, 9 starters that have started games at one point are not going to be in the lineup. How is it possible that they could possibly still go 16-1, 15-2, 14-3? I think is the basement right now. I think 14-3 is the floor of what this team will ultimately be when the season is all done.
I agree with you. I think that's why. I don't care how they win Thursday, just to win.
Yep.
Because then you get the 10-day break. Maybe you get somebody back going to against Buffalo, and like you said, John, it's critical. If they lose one more game, it needs to be against Buffalo. And that's the most likely game, I would say we would all agree that they would lose on their schedule, right?
I don't know. The most likely game might be this week just because of the injuries, right?
Are you using that as an excuse?
I think it's an explanation if they were to lose. Green Bay's not the better football team, right?
We already beat them.
Yeah.
I agree.
There.
Sure.
It was cold.
John, they shouldn't lose any of these games. They're going to be favored in every single one of them, right?
I would think.
Yeah. So again, that's why I feel like 14-3, crazy to say, would be a disappointment for this team. If they were to trip up in one of these spots, I don't think they're going to trip up in 2 of these spots. You get what I'm saying?
Right. And
like 15 wins still implies they lose one more game, which it could be this week. It could be against Buffalo. I have a hard time believing it'll be both. Because if they lose against Green Bay, they can lick their wounds. They've got 10 days. They're at home. If they're a Super Bowl team, they beat Buffalo in Detroit head-to-head, right? And if they beat Green Bay, but they're on fumes and they lose a tight game to Buffalo, like, all right, now you just got to run the table the rest of the way and you win the NFC. And it's the Bears, it's the Niners, it's the Vikings, teams they should beat.
Yeah, and whether it's a reason or an excuse, the one that you're not going to hear ever make it a reason or an excuse is Dan Campbell. We asked him about it yesterday, and he said, I'm not worried about it. We have football players to put in there. We expect them to go in and perform. They're here for a reason. And now it's their time. It's their opportunity to step up and play. And maybe it's Broderick Martin, who they did draft. They traded up for. This is his second year. He was hurt. And now all of a sudden he is one of the guys that's available. Now he's playing behind Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader. But if Mekhi Wingo is out for the season, Levi Onwuzurike, Josh Paschal, if they can't play, are we going to see, possibly Aleem McNeil play on the edge. And then you bring Broderick Martin to play, inside. These are the things that right now Aaron Glenn is trying to use. What chess pieces he has, move them around to give them the best chance possible. Doesn't mean that Aleem McNeil is going to be a dominant edge rusher, but it's what you may have to do at moments throughout the game.
That's why I think this question is so fascinating. 14 wins before the year would have been seen as a great season. Right now, it may feel like a disappointing season. Factor in the injuries. You tell us. How do you answer it? It's 97-1.
Hey, tackle the NFL action on FanDuel. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you simply win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, and it's all in one place. So maybe you get a hunch in the middle of the game. You can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more, all on the same page where you're actually going to place your bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today, and you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. Again, that's FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
John asked the question, would 14-3 be a disappointment? Remember, way back before the season, 14 wins was lofty. Now it would be a letdown.
Oh, yeah. 14-3. I mean, I do think that is the floor, but we were talking about how great it was last year, that this was a 12-win team. Mm-hmm. And you came back and said, yeah, it's a better team, but it may be a tougher schedule, and you matched it with 12 games. And I thought, you're crazy.
Come on.
And I thought 14-3 was the ceiling when the season began. Now I think 14-3 is the worst that this team will do going into the playoffs.
And they have handled losing key players this season already. When they lost Aiden Hutchinson and beat Minnesota the next week, when they went outdoors and beat Green Bay, at that point I said, John, they're not a 12, 13, or even 14. I think they're a 15-win football team, and I still feel that way. So to me, 14 would be a disappointment, especially because it feels like they need 15 to secure the 1 seed, to give this team a much-needed breather, to reward the fans with home games throughout the NFC playoffs, to just have one less game that you have to avoid a disaster. I mean, it's the NFL playoffs. It's the best of the best. The 1 seed is so valuable, and I don't think this team's getting the 1 seed at 14-3. I don't know that Philly's losing more than one more game the rest of the way.
The biggest now they got some division games, and we all know what can happen in the division. We saw it with the Bears. Those are tough games, especially when you play a team twice. But their toughest opponent remaining is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, and then they still have to play at the Commanders, which is the other one. Yeah,
and I guess, I know Russell Wilson is playing well right now. I'm more interested to see how they match up defensively. The Steelers with the running game and the explosiveness that they have shown Philadelphia on offense.
Ticket texters, the offense has to pick up the slack with the defensive injuries. We have the offense that's underperforming, but they're capable. They need to go out and outscore the opponent this week against Green Bay. Fully agree with that text. Realistically and unfortunately, I feel like we could lose the next 2 games. We're too banged up. Jeff in Petoskey. So this question about injuries, are they an excuse or not? 14-3 is in no way a disappointing season. I don't really care what the record is, as long as the record gives them home field advantage.
Yeah, I don't think 14-3 gets you home field advantage. 15-2 most likely does, because if they tie with Philly, and that one loss is against the Bills,
then you're good.
They win the tiebreaker.
Yes.
If it's
anybody else,
now you got to go to, what is it, strength of victory?
Yes, I think and the Lions division will help them.
Yeah.
That's a fluid thing, though.
Right. Well, actually, it's common opponent, then strength of victory.
Right. So you're putting it in at chance. I think right now the thing is, like Jim, the first thing you said, I trust this team to continue to win. To think they're going 16-1 is just a little bit unreasonable.
So 15-2.
So 15-2. Not saying that they couldn't do it, but it just stinks that this year there's one other team for sure that's got a chance to go 15-2. The Vikings wouldn't, because the Lions would beat them.
Yep.
And I think the Vikings probably have another loss on their schedule. But this is pretty rare what's happening this season. Like, typically most seasons the Lions would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they would take care of business, go 3-2 down the stretch, and you'd have home field.
Correct.
Like we talked before the season, like some people were saying, a 14-3 is unreasonable in this NFL. No, it's not. It happened. The Eagles and Chiefs did it the year they went to the Super Bowl. 3-loss seasons before the 17-game schedule were very common. 13-3 was a very common number 1 seed. And a lot of times there were teams that went 14-2. But to be 15-2 and not secure home field is just, that doesn't happen in this league. And that would stink. Like why would that happen to us? That's kind of the feeling I'm starting to get. Like, they have no margin for error.
That's old Lions. Old
Is
Lions.
that?
It is.
I didn't say
it's not the full acronym, but that is like an attitude from a previous Lions era, where why is the bad thing happening to us? Our team's 11-1. They've won 10 in a row. The bad thing's not happening to our football team.
No,
that's how it needs to be looked at.
They control their own destiny, and whether it's, hey, Philly just won't lose. Right? Not that they won't, but they refuse to lose.
Yes.
Because, and then you play against Baltimore, where you think, okay, this is the time for Philly to lose, and then Justin Tucker misses, 7 points, 2 field goals, and an extra point. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable. And then it's also with, you watch the Vikings, and you think, okay, Arizona, they're starting to build a lead, and they finally score a touchdown. I text you guys at the moment. I kind of feel responsible that the Vikings came back, because they hit Marvin Harrison. I'm like, finally, somebody scores a touchdown. They probably put it out of reach. Yet they crapped the bed, to use Steve's language, on the 2 Grand Slam. The Arizona Cardinals crapped the bed and end up losing that one. And it just kind of feels like the Vikings, who have been in so many close games, just find a way to win, or is it the other teams find a way to give them wins?
Kevin, I can give you 45 seconds, and we got to hit the update. Kevin, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, man, thank you for taking my call. Very quickly, man, number one, I do feel like 14-3 is a good season. Actually, it's a great season. I'm not opposed to 13-4 as long as they make the playoffs. I know 13-4 puts them out of home field advantage, but at least is a successful season. Number two, man, these injuries, although I do have faith or trust in the Lions, man, these injuries have to catch up with them at some point. And I think that this might be the most important game of the regular season, and these injuries may catch up with them now because the number one starters are number one starters for a reason, and they're going up against number one defenses for a reason. And so if we have a bunch of plug-and-play players, I'm not saying that they're not good, not even saying that they're not great, not even saying that we don't have a great system for a plug-and-play. I'm just saying that these injuries, man, at some point, this is the NFL.
Kevin.
And like you guys say, this is real life. It's got to catch up.
Kevin, I agree with you. This is maybe the most important game of the regular season for the Lions, this game against the Packers. Thursday night primetime matchup. It's good stuff. Coming up next, Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff joins the show. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. No team has received more Pro Bowl votes in the league than the Detroit Lions so far in the process. With a few more weeks remaining, Jahmyr Gibbs has received over 35,000, which is the 5th most of any player in the NFL. And 3 Detroit linemen also lead at their positions so far, and fans can cast ballots through December 23rd. In Allen Park, left tackle Taylor Decker still not on the practice field as he works to possibly play on Thursday against the Packers. Lions OC Ben Johnson says they do have flexibility on what to do at the position, including a possible move of Penei Sewell to that side, depending how the week goes. Red Wings prospect Sebastian Cossa will join the team on their road trip with Cam Talbot and Alex Lyon injured. The 2021 first-round pick would finally make his debut if he finds himself on the ice. Also, Michigan State freshman Jace Richardson said to be good to go after missing their last game in the concussion protocol. The Spartans play their first Big Ten game tomorrow in their first contest since returning from Hawaii's Maui Invitational. And the Broncos settled Monday Night Football with 2 pick sixes against Jameis Winston and the Browns. 41-32 was the final. Winston posting just short of 500 yards, 4 touchdowns, and those 2 turnovers that were taken all the way back the other way for scores. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Hey, don't look now, but the Pistons have a game tonight. NBA Cup. If they beat Milwaukee, they advance to the knockout stage. Big game tonight for the Pistons. A chance to check in with their head coach, J.B. Bickerstaff. First time for us on this show. Coach, welcome.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. Appreciate you guys having me.
Hey, thanks for coming on. But let me ask you this. What type of juice does it give you, and how important it is for this team in your first year to be actually playing for something? Does it mean something that you're playing for this NBA Cup?
Yeah, no, I think the league has done a great job of creating buzz around it. But what you realize is, like, if you give NBA players an opportunity to compete for anything, as competitive as they are, they're going to raise the stakes. And I think that's what we've seen with the Cup. Our guys are in it all the way. Yesterday's practice, guys were getting after it. And, the conversation is, we want to get it done. And, for us, being able to play meaningful basketball for our young guys in particular just helps us grow and helps the journey that we're on right now. So we're excited about it. The guys are going to lay it on the line. We're going to compete and have some fun.
Yeah, I think on the outside, people were trying to figure out, okay, how does this work? What's it going on? I think even last year in the league, there was an adjustment period, but it does create interest pre-Christmas Day. You know, that's typically when a lot of people start to get into the NBA, but you've got something going right away out of the gate. And has that helped you get buy-in just in general from this team?
Yeah, I mean, just, these guys have been great all in all. Obviously, like, wanting to improve, but the way that they've bought into each other and competing for one another, like, that's been the most important and fun part about it, honestly. Is like, guys really care about what's going on, and they want to improve, they want to be better. But this cup, to have the, success in the cup early, to put us in this position, like, it's added juice to the guys and their belief that we can do this.
When you talk about that belief, obviously you've got to win games to be able to start to have that belief in this very young season. Is there a win that you can point to say, this is my my favorite win so far here in Detroit? There's 9 of them you could pick from. Or is there a moment where you could really point to say, this team, not that they didn't understand it before, but they're finally, what we're seeing at practice, what we're talking about is starting to show on the field. When did that moment happen for you?
That's tough because there's so many small things that happen when you start to recognize and see that guys are getting it. I think the Lakers game here at home was one of those games where, we were really good from start to finish. And I think we played a complete game, to help us get that win. They made a run in the third quarter, and instead of falling apart as some young teams do, our guys kind of got it together and went out and increased the lead in the fourth quarter and able for us to win it. But, from training camp all the way through, I've seen these guys individually get better and seen them get better as a group as well.
John mentioned 9 wins. Not your fault, but it took a lot longer last year for this team to get to 9 wins. Took until February 27th. So there's already been measurable growth for this team. And I think defensively maybe is the area people have seen the biggest jump. What's been the key to getting that area of this team so much better so quickly?
Defense is a lot about what you can control. And so getting guys to actually buy in to that end of the floor is the most important, right? Because you can put the effort into it. You can take the challenges, the one-on-one challenges and those things. That's on you. And then, we mix in some schemes and things like that. But our defense is based on guys being selfless, and it's always a 5-man thing. We never leave a guy out on an island. And I think when you do that, it helps build team. It helps to build chemistry. And that's what we're seeing from our guys right now.
When you mention, hey, you put something on the line, you make it competitive, and these guys are all bought in. And as fans, like that, we just want to see you guys play for something. And the NBA Cup early on in the season has given us that. How much of a conversation with the young team? Because you look at the conference right now, I know there's so much time to still play. There's so many more games. But with the young team, how much do you talk about, hey, if the season were to end now, we're in the play-in tournament, as just in regards to how important every single night is?
Yeah, that's kind of our approach is we take it day by day. And, I hate to coach speak to you guys, but it's just so true. We play so many games and have so many practices that, your focus and your approach has to be consistent. It can't be, some days we're this, some days we're that. And so our focus is every single day, every moment is an important moment for us. So you don't lose those, right? You don't lose games because you're forward thinking or thinking about the past. Our focus is always on what's happening right now. And then, the big picture will take place once we get a little deeper into the season.
Okay, so one day at a time. What do you want to see from your team tonight? What is it that the goal, obviously the objective is to win, but what do you need to see from your team to give you that chance?
You know what? I want to see our guys just lay it all on the line. I want them to compete and play as hard as they possibly can. We want them to do it together. Our team is, a sum of its parts. We're not a one-man gang by any means. So the more we play together, the more we sacrifice for one another. But like for us, the joy is in the complete just competition, right? Like the loose balls, the gritty things, all the dirty work that, people are uncomfortable doing. Our goal is to try to bring teams to the mud. Like we feel comfortable in the mud. How many other teams can do that? And that's what we're looking for our guys to do tonight. And, that's what they've done on most nights that we've played and given ourselves a chance to win down the stretch.
Talking to Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff and Cade Cunningham. You got to see his game from afar coaching against him. Now you've coached him this season. We talk about him. Is he a number one? Is he a number two on a title team? What have you seen from him? How much more does he still even have that hasn't been tapped into yet?
Cade he's an absolute stud. He's got the talent, obviously, on the floor. But, like, when I watch him, there's so many small things that he does that shows, he is a true leader and that people want to play with him and play for him. Whether it's finding the open guy, multiple times, showing that he believes in them, giving them trust, the conversations that he has, not only the easy ones, but the hard conversations and the willingness to stand up for, what we're building here and what he believes is the right thing. And then we've seen him take challenges on both ends of the floor. So, he's still got room to grow, obviously, like all these young guys do. But he's definitely one of the guys, that can be the guy on a really good contending basketball team.
I don't want to get you in trouble, but I want to follow up with you. How do we get him some more foul calls without you getting a fine from the officials and from the league office? How do we get him to the free throw line more often?
That's the tough part, right? And I try my best publicly to be careful about what I say, but during the games, we're working the referees as best we possibly can. But, it'll come with time. The more wins we get, the more recognition this team gets, the more respect we earn throughout the league, you'll start to get those calls.
The question coming out of the last couple of years was, can Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey be on the floor at the same time? Can they be a part of a team that's going to compete in the future for championships? You've seemed to find a way. How do these two players complement each other while they're on the field or on the court?
It's pretty interesting to watch it, like stylistically how different their games are, but how well they match up, right? Like Cade plays at a really controlled pace. J.I.'s strength is playing with his speed. So, like, the combination of the two kind of puts defenses off balance because if one of them's playing in the pick and roll, the style is completely different than the other one. So, the big guy or the guard who's in it defending them has to catch a different cadence and a different rhythm. So, but also, like, they want to play together and they know how to find each other and put each other in positions of strength. So, the combination has been good so far. Like everything, we're working to get better at it, but I think they've gotten off to a really good start.
I think about the game where he closed out against Toronto, no Cade Cunningham, and that's not a Jaden Ivey that we saw last year. I don't know what you guys have been able to do, but it's been fun to watch him get unlocked. Why do you think the gap or the leap has been so pronounced this season?
He's a talented guy for sure. He works his tail off. I think there's a confidence and a belief in what he can do. And I think he feels supported by his teammates, by the coaching staff, the front office. And that's given him, the freedom to play at his best. And there's a fine line between these guys, talent and ability. But belief in self is one of the things that separates people. And, he's trusting all the work that he's put in. And then, again, his teammates are there rallying around him and it's showing on the court.
Last one for me. So much of sports, for the coaches I played with, the ones I liked, the ones that were successful, it was all about relationships. How have you been able to build relationships with all the guys on this roster?
It's something that, us as a coaching staff really work at, to be honest with you. It's conversations, it's text messages, it's getting to know their families, it's getting to know what motivates them. It's earning their trust, it's earning their respect. but it's something that we fight for on a daily basis. You know, it's important to us that we touch our guys every single day. You know, it's a good morning, it's a handshake, it's a conversation, it's a hug, but it's literally every single day something that we put the time in so that we can build those relationships, because you know it, like if you feel someone actually cares about you as a human being, you're willing to go the extra mile and do more for them. So we want these guys to know that they're not just, you know, pieces on a chessboard, that they're human beings that have real feelings that we genuinely care about and want to build real relationships with. And it translates to how they play for you on the floor.
He's Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff. Pistons 3-0 in their group play. Big game tonight in the NBA Cup. Last thing, have your eyes got adjusted to these courts yet?
It's hard. It's when you're actually at the game, it's different. But when you have to watch the film of the game, it makes it really difficult to kind of lock in on. Some teams like blend into the floor with their uniforms and courts. So it's been pretty interesting, but you know, it's drawing attention, and that's what the league is about, trying to gain extra attention and grow the game and the fan base. JB,
it's good to talk to you. Good to finally speak with you, and we'll be doing this again soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Coach.
Great talking to you guys. Thank you, guys.
Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff. It's 97.1. All right, guys, we're talking about Pistons winning games, and that's something that'll make you smile. Let's talk about your teeth, something that some of you guys, you've been skipping going to the dentist. You stop going altogether. It can be stressful. You fall out of those routines. Happened to me post-college. It doesn't have to be stressful, though. Make an appointment, get back and see a dentist, and go to Brightside Dental, where there's no judgment. Use those dental benefits before the year ends. You can get in for an exam, for cleanings, the basics, or if you're just not happy with your smile and you need to do something about it, they've got deals on braces and Invisalign for new customers. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightSideDental.com. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations. Check them out. Again, 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightSideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Few ticket text to get to before Jameis Winston audio from last night because he was in his element. It was Jameis Winston at his finest. Peak Jameis. Ticket texter says, a Pistons coach who seems sincere, intelligent, can develop young players. Hallelujah. Hopefully you guys can have him on more.
It'd be great.
This one says, such a refreshing change from Monty Williams, who never seemed like he wanted to be here. Another one says, I love how he carries himself. It's refreshing.
Well, I mean, there's a confidence when he talks, right? And he's got the resume to back it up in regards to developing a young team, which he did in Cleveland.
Yeah, winning 50 games, a couple young guards finding a way to make them work together, and we've seen signs of it already with both Cade and Ivy.
Yeah, and you, not that you're going to win every game, which we know that's not a possibility.
And the bar wasn't very high anyway.
No, but you feel like when they take the court, there's a chance that they could win. And there's also a chance that a young team is going to blow a great opportunity, which they have already done. They've also beat some good teams. So, and you're talking about a conference that right now, and I think it'll correct itself over the course of 82 games. The conference itself is down. It's bad.
Yep.
And that's why they're, in the play-in space right now at 10 with a record of 9-13. I don't know what it takes to ultimately get into that play-in, but if they can just stay around it, it makes it interesting for the rest of us. And when you take the floor with confidence and you believe that the coach is going to do what he can to put them in position to be successful, well, I mean, right now, coming off a 14-win season, can you not ask for more?
Right. No, and tonight is something that I do think people care about. I got friends that are coming in to go to the game tonight to watch the Pistons, like legitimately want to watch this basketball team. They're, I think, 4-point underdogs to Milwaukee. A win does advance them in this NBA Cup deal. And I don't know if people have fully bought in right now. I'm going to be honest, I think most people haven't fully bought in right now. But if you win, we see this with all of our teams. Yeah. You give people a reason to care, they're going to make their way out. They're going to start paying a little attention. You go, hey, let's get JB on. Let's talk a little hoops. Winning cures all.
I'm intrigued to watch tonight.
Yeah.
And if they win, again, it doesn't mean anything for the season, but to just continue in this NBA Cup. Last year, I mean, in the introduction of the NBA Cup, you're kind of like, yeah, whatever.
It's weird. It's different. I don't fully get it.
And we had no team.
Right.
Now
we didn't.
Now it's kind of like, okay, you win this one, you win your group. Hey, that's something to hang your hat on for a new coach in a young team that is just trying to
be interesting.
Yeah.
Be interesting. That's what we're asking. I mean, there were stages where we said this about Tigers a couple years ago. Be interesting.
Give us a reason to watch.
Please. And tonight's a good reason to keep an eye on the Pistons. All right, Jameis Winston last night. Always someone you got to keep your eye on. He is a roller coaster, John. Oh. Do you have his stat line?
Well, I know I was looking for the one that included his interception return yards, but this was a stat line last night. 460 passing yards, 4 passing touchdowns, and 2 pick sixes. It's kind of the most Jameis Winston stat line ever. And then you throw on top of that, he had over 600 yards of passing because those 2 pick sixes went for 170, 180 yards.
This game was electric. If you had no dog in the fight, none of us did, you got to watch Bo Nix throw a 93-yard touchdown pass and then Jameis throw a dot down the field to Judy the very next drive. And Jameis was, from the jump, from even before the game started, in his element. Let's play. This is him addressing the team as only he can. Tell him. John, was
slacking and backing, and the Browns get down and multiply.
Don't care about no mile high. The Browns get down and multiply.
I don't even know what that means.
It's provocative. It gets the people going.
Hey, you shout loud enough at a pregame speech, and it doesn't matter what you say. It's just they get you going.
But the highlight wasn't what he said pregame. It wasn't what he said in-game. He left us with an all-time podium soundbite, Jameis Winston.
Dear Lord, please deliver me from the grip of the pick six.
It sounds so emotional. Like the end of that. Play it again. Like it's something he's tormented with. This sin that he is forced to live with. Die on this cross. My pick sixes. Lord, please save me.
It's unbelievable.
It's incredible.
He's so good. And how about, all right, so you hear that confidence. And then all of a sudden you think, he throws a pick six, then comes back and leads him on a great drive, throws another touchdown. Like if there's not anybody that is bothered less by an interception or a pick six, it's Jameis Winston.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have heard of this story or seen it on social media, but last month a woman was reported missing when she didn't board her connecting flight from LAX to New York.
Yeah. Well,
now this woman, Hannah Kobayashi, is considered a voluntary missing person because police are saying that she missed her flight on purpose. During a press conference they held, I believe yesterday, the Los Angeles Police Department said they have video of her crossing the border into Mexico on foot.
Or not.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not a case I've been following, but it's a case that I've seen a lot on social media. I've seen her picture. I've seen things.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot going on with this. Like she had sent some concerning messages to family members before. I don't know exactly what those said, but her father went out to try to find her and ended up taking his own life.
What?
I mean, there's a lot going on, and you wonder, is there more?
There has to be.
What else is there? Because, I mean, perhaps she just did want to get away and wanted to experience
Disappear.
something different.
Yeah.
But what did her dad find that caused him to? Yeah, I don't.
It's there's a lot more, I think, going on that we might not actually know about, but pretty crazy. This is a really sad story. A family in Southern Connecticut lost their $4 million waterside mansion after a turkey mishap on Thanksgiving Day. So the family The family was hosting a huge party. 40 people were there at the house at the time. Right around 3:45, fire alarms went off when a turkey fryer in the garage caught fire.
In the garage?
Yes,
Come on.
I know. Well, I'm sure it was a large garage, and maybe they thought that.
Sure.
Who knows exactly what they thought? They probably thought they knew what they were doing. The garage, I'm sure. I mean, this was like over a $4 million home, a huge, almost like 10,000 square feet house. But everybody inside the house was able to get out on their own. But firefighters were called, but they couldn't get this blaze out.
No.
They fought this fire for more than 16 hours. There was some mishaps. At one point, the water flow completely stopped because the vehicle, something happened to the line. But they say it's a total loss. 11 bedrooms, 9.5 bathrooms.
Wow.
Also, right around the holidays makes everything, it feels so much more awful.
Yeah.
If it can be any more awful, but it does. It feels more awful.
Do you have a happy one for us to end on?
This is an interesting one.
Okay.
Happy or kind of strange. Olive Garden is responding after a customer found some mysterious black letters on one of her breadsticks.
Like serial numbers?
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like. So this woman shared this unique finding on TikTok. The video has went viral. You can see the letters O, K, and the number 6 in black lettering. And she said, guys, why is there letters on my Olive Garden breadstick? Olive Garden saw the TikTok because it went so viral. And they commented, they're like, hey, we're concerned about this. Send us your info and where you were eating at, like which location. She has since said that Olive Garden has sent her a $100 gift card. But there's been no real explanation. Olive Garden isn't saying exactly what it is, but there is theories from people who work at Olive Garden. They say those breadsticks are frozen and they can sometimes sit in the freezer in a bag.
Right.
And sometimes the bag can transfer the lettering onto the breadstick.
From the inside of the bag, the lettering's on the outside.
Maybe there's writing on the inside too.
That's interesting. I don't
That's
know.
the theory.
I mean, I could buy that theory.
But we don't know the truth.
We don't know. Dun. Very mysterious. All right, coming up next, college football playoff rankings. The top 12 from the brain of Greg Hargrave. It's 97.1.
And we got a lot of great moments that we're looking forward to, whether it's the Cup for our basketball team. We got great football games on the horizon for our Detroit sports teams. We also have a couple of ranked basketball teams, so why not watch some of the great moments in sports and do it next to a pool that is absolutely built for sports fans. It's a viewing experience built for you. 6 pools, 3 different levels, and a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen at Stadium Swim, and it's in Vegas at Circle Resort and Casino. It's America's favorite place to watch all these moments. Swim up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. So why not score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or you can grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
Something from Heather's News has inspired me. I want to invent a new recurring segment for the show, debut it in the 9 o'clock hour.
Oh, okay.
I think you might loathe it, and I think that might be good.
Well, chances are I will.
Okay.
So from the news.
Inspired by Heather's News today.
You're going to disappear?
To Mexico.
I
On foot with your bags all alone. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Need a ride?
What else was in her news today? We just got done with Greg Palm. I really wish one of the local teams was in this because I am personally fascinated by this 12-team playoff and the scenarios and the newness and the stories and all of it. We did geek out. If you want that, Odyssey Rewind 650, you can go back. We spent a good amount of time talking about all of it. But John, do you share that without Michigan and Michigan State in it, we are kind of missing a piece here?
Oh, sure. I mean, we don't have any local investment. And the only way you can locally be invested is, how much do you want the Big Ten to be, to have a national champion? It would be back-to-back national titles for the Big Ten, and maybe taking some of that eliteness, or it just means more away from the SEC.
I think Indiana was a fun story. Local Midwest brand pops up.
Yeah.
People are curious, obviously, the other side of things. How far does Ohio State fall? Punish them. They lost. That was embarrassing, humiliating. Yeah, there will be things for us to watch tonight and things I'm interested in and things you're interested in, but it's not the same. Like if Michigan had taken care of business against the average Big Ten teams, are they like a 9-10 right on the bubble football team?
Right.
And it's a much richer conversation. We also found out earlier in the show today that Tom believes he was racially profiled at jury duty. If you missed that, you can go back and listen.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
A little extreme. I mean,
Too many white guys.
That's what you said.
Yeah, I said that. They said, what kind of sauce do you like?
You're an old white guy.
So, yeah.
You were profiled.
Very quick. I was a peremptory removal from a jury after I had originally passed and they had already removed some people. So I was just removed without really getting an explanation, and that kind of stuff really bothers me. Like, that grinds at me, just to not know why. And I said, well, it's one of two things. Either they like the other people that came up after me better, but two of the guys that were the replacements sat on each side of me, and they were both older white guys.
Too many cranky old men on the jury. And
so I said, well, there was, you can't have too many. You've got to have a balanced jury. So I got profiled yesterday.
Yeah,
or they very uncomfortable.
Just didn't like you.
Well, they like me at first. What changed?
Tom? He's so likable. No one.
Well, yeah, but I mean, okay. So you made it from what was the initial pool?
42.
42. All right. So you weren't the worst of 42.
No.
There's something to look forward to.
No. If you want more of a detailed explanation, we did start the show with it.
A very fascinating process.
I'm sure it is. I've never made it quite as close as you did there. Lions are a huge story for us, obviously. Quick turnaround. They're playing the Packers Thursday Night Football. And, John, what was once a bold statement, 14 wins, a lofty statement, now kind of feels like a letdown. That's our question for Lions fans today. Is 14-3 a disappointment?
Right. It was 14-3 on faith that this team was going to be as advertised. It took you, half the season at least to be able to get there, and then you tried to one-up me.
Didn't try to. I did. It's 15 wins.
Yeah. Well, halfway through the season, that's easy to proclaim.
You could one-up me. You got 16 in you?
No. And I don't know that this team has 16. Sure, it's a possibility, but to think that this team is 16-1 at the end of the season, it would be remarkable with all of the obstacles, even to this point, that they have been able to overcome. And it's not that there's an obstacle that they can't overcome. Sure, the injuries are piling up on defense. We don't know who's going to be available. I know that Carlton Davis was out at practice. Taylor Decker wasn't. Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike. I mean, go right down the list. I'm not gonna list every injured guy. We would take the rest of the segment. But I trust more now in Brad Holmes, in his ability to add players to this roster, and we've seen it with David Long Jr., who has been forced into even more duty since he was signed, and I think he's performed extremely well. Of finding some diamonds that may be rough, but giving the tools to Aaron Glenn to be able to structure a defense that can still go out there and beat the Packers, that can contend and possibly beat the Buffalo Bills in the next 2 weeks.
You said it took me a little bit to get where you are. After Aiden Hutchinson got hurt and they still found ways to win, It's when I said I thought this team was special. And if they're special, I think they're going to continue to rally. That doesn't mean they'll play perfect football the rest of the regular season. But one loss puts them at 15-2. One loss still likely wins not only this division, but the 1 seed in the NFC. If they were to lose 2 games, they open up the possibility of losing both the division and the 1 seed. So for me, suddenly 14 wins is a disappointment. And I'm not saying I'm predicting it because, John, they lose Hutchinson, they get down 10-0, they come back and beat Minnesota, right? They go outdoors, they play in the elements, they beat Green Bay by double digits. They face Houston, they're down 16 at the half, they find a way to win anyway. They've since lost Alex Anzalone, and they still haven't lost. They lost so many players on defense on Thanksgiving Day, dropping like flies, and they still win. So when they play Green Bay on a short week, do I think they're susceptible? Do I think they're vulnerable? Yes. But do I think the Lions have shown over and over again that you trust Aaron Glenn to find a way, that they've got the offense they can lean on in a pinch? They've won in different ways all season long, John. It may have to be one where they score 35 points, but is that really something that you're afraid of? I'm certainly not doubting that possibility.
No, and here's the other factor. If they were to slip up against Green Bay, you know the one thing they haven't done since that 1-6 start?
Lost back-to-back.
Nailed it.
And then you get 10 days to prepare to face Buffalo. And I know Buffalo's very good, but if you're a Super Bowl team and you get them at home with 10 days to prepare, you would beat Buffalo. The idea that this team's losing multiple games, as tough as the schedule still is, right?
Yeah.
Right. Outdoors with Chicago, Minnesota's a team that just won't lose, and Buffalo looks really good. As good as the schedule is, you feel like Detroit's better. As many of the injuries that have piled up, you feel like Detroit will rise above it.
And eventually you'll start, one at a time. Is this week is it Carlton Davis? Next week is it, Decker? And I don't know that he's not playing this week, but you start to get guys back. When is it that Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike, Anzalone, when do these guys start to arrive? And then it's going to be, wow, look at the inactives. But look at is eventually is David Long Jr. a guy that's inactive, but he has played so well when called upon.
Yeah.
I mean, that's and even last year when they got to the playoffs, we had talked about some of these injuries and situations throughout the course of the season, but as they approached the playoffs, who was the healthiest team at that time?
It was the Lions.
And is this a situation where some of these injuries, while could be critical at this point, when it matters most, and that is in the playoffs, and we all know that okay, they haven't clinched it yet, but again, they could this weekend.
Yes.
Is this team going to be its healthiest when it matters most?
248-539-9797. All right, Lions fans, is 14-3 suddenly a disappointment? Have injuries become an excuse? We'll factor it all in. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Monday Night Football, pretty explosive. 73 total points, 952 yards, franchise and individual records broken, but in the end, the Broncos won at home 41-32 over Cleveland, who drops to 3-9 as Jameis Winston threw for nearly 500 yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 2 of them pick sixes, the full Jameis Winston experience. It'll be up to the Lions and the Packers to begin Week 14 on Thursday. Detroit may have to figure out left tackle again as Taylor Decker continues to miss practices. OC Ben Johnson explained what goes into the possibility of moving Penei Sewell over to the other side of the line with Decker still up in the air. Johnson also isn't worried about the leaked pictures of his play calls because those code words aren't used at the line of scrimmage anyway, and teams still have to stop it. Cade Cunningham appears good to go for tonight's NBA qualifying finale at Little Caesars Arena. The Pistons will punch their ticket to the knockout round if they can beat the Bucks at home. Detroit went 0-4 in these games last season, but they are 3-0 going into tonight. Also, the Wings will be in Boston with top prospect Sebastian Kosa in tow to back up Ville Husso as the team tries to get back to 500 with a win. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Important note missed by one Chris Villar. Penei Sewell winning a weekly award, John.
Yeah. Angry runs?
Angry run of the week from Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football, for his stiff arm and the fact that nobody could bring the big guy down on Thanksgiving Day.
But they did, and it was a sack.
The sideline brought him down. He never actually went down.
Still went down as a sack.
I know.
Okay, I get the stiff arm. That was cool.
You just
still a lost yardage play.
Showing love to a big guy. I thought you'd appreciate that.
I appreciate it, but gain yards.
All right, Penei. You want to carry the ball next time? Lower shoulder, pick up a couple.
I love the fact that that they were going to throw the ball. I love the chuckle by Ben Johnson on the sidelines. But to get an award for a lost yards played, it's like saying, "Hey, Jack Sawyer, you're tough. You lost the game. You're 0 for 4.
Well, there is
Never
that.
buying a beer in Columbus again."
There is that. All right, 14-3. Is it a disappointment for the Lions, and have injuries offered up an excuse? John, the 1 seed means you get your bye week. This team desperately needs a bye week. This team needs the 1 seed. I mean, listen, if they have to go on the road in the playoffs, I'm not writing them off. Clearly, they've gone on the road and beaten good teams, playoff teams already this season. But for the sake of getting everybody back healthy at the right time of the season, that 1 seed's critically important right now. And if they lose 2 more games, they're inviting tiebreakers or out and out not getting it because Philly and because of Minnesota.
Yeah, and Philly just refuses to lose, and or at least nobody wants to step up and beat them.
Yeah.
Thought Baltimore was going to be that, and then their kicker crapped the bed. And it's the same thing with Arizona and the Vikings. Like the Vikings, the amount of 1-score games that they come out on the top of, and maybe it's a testament to the Lions because they were in one of those 1-score games and actually beat the Vikings.
Yep.
They get them on the last week of the season. So I'm not as concerned about the division as I am just simply the 1 seed of being able to solidify that bye week. And I think that's more important of getting the bye week. You get one with the other, but the bye week is more important than actually playing at home for all of the playoff games.
I agree with you, especially you're trying to get Alex Anzalone back. I think that's a huge name that is not ruled out for the season. They do expect him to come back. I don't know if Decker's going to play this week. It'd be back-to-back games he's missed. Frank is obviously at the stage of his career where all the rest is good for him. Like, there are certain guys you want to get to. DJ Reader's going to have to play more snaps right now because of all the D-line injuries. I'd love to give him a breather going into the postseason, but you got to earn that.
Yeah, you've got to earn it, and they are in the driver's seat. They can earn that. They don't have to have Philly lose. They don't have to have the Minnesota Vikings lose. They can win out, and all of their hopes, dreams, aspirations are at their fingertips.
Let's get to the phones. Brian and Lapeer. Brian, good morning. Good to talk to you.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good.
I just think the Bills are the only real worry I have for the rest of the season. I see us maybe losing 1 more game.
And you think it's the Bills game. What's your level of confidence Thursday night against the Pack is high. Are there any concerns that you have with facing Green Bay with the injuries that they're suffered so far?
Not really, because we already beat them at Lambeau in the elements. So I don't really. The only thing I think is the division, because division games are always so close, which I don't understand why division games are always so close when coaches and schemes change too.
Well, I mean, the division games, especially when like Eberflus and that staff was consistent from last year. Matt LaFleur and Neil, what's his name in Minnesota?
Well, Brian Flores runs the defense.
Right, Brian Flores runs the defense, but the head coach, there's a familiarity in this division. So yeah, when there are coaching changes, sure, there might be some anomalies next year because there's going to be a new head coach in Chicago. But when you have the consistency in the division and you face them twice a year, you know more about those opponents than you do anybody else, which makes it a much more competitive game.
Kevin O'Connell was the Vikings head coach.
Yes.
But yeah. So you see them twice a year and you see the schemes, and there's always wrinkles though, right? Like what you put out on tape in the first game, now you've got something to throw wrinkles and curveballs, and that might be why we see teams have trouble beating the same team twice. The Lions didn't beat the Packers twice last year, and Detroit was the better football team.
Right, and it was, they won in Green Bay, and we know what happened on Thanksgiving Day last year. It wasn't even close.
Yeah. Let's get to Wes in Lake Orion. Wes, appreciate your time. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah, I've been a long-time listener. I call in once in a while. You guys do a great show, by the way.
Thanks.
Other than, I'm adjusting to crying Brian, but and you've had a couple of really good additions to your team.
Well, thank you.
But what I wanted to get at was maybe a technical definition of disappointed or disappointment. And I told the screener, if the Lions lost the rest of their games, I would be really disappointed. But I would not be disappointed in the Lions and their season. There's no way they can be a disappointment to me for the rest of the year.
What do you mean?
I will be disappointed. Well, I will be disappointed, but I will not be disappointed in them because they've already far exceeded my expectations. I shouldn't say far.
I was going to say, what were your expectations? I'm just curious. What were your expectations?
I was looking at a good into the playoffs and good playoff run. My expectations now, desires and expectations, maybe you can put them as the same thing.
Right.
I figured a 3-4 loss season, and I'd have been totally happy with that because it's hard to go through the NFL. Some of the guys on your shows, they know that. They played in the NFL.
I want to clarify. You're saying, like, if they were to lose out and not win a playoff game, you would be, or you're saying just the regular season. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, just the regular season. Just the regular season.
Okay.
You carried it a bit further than I did in my thinking, and I thank you for that because I normally think the long way, and that is, even if I have to adjust that, even if they did not win a playoff game, I would be extremely unhappy and disappointed. But the Lions won my heart this year, and if the ship goes down, I'm going with it. They don't disappoint me anymore. So I cannot say I'm going to be disappointed in them. I'm going to be disappointed that they didn't meet their potential. But I'm not disappointed in them.
So that's a distinction for you. Like Wes said, we're asking for people's personal experience on this, so it's different than mine. John,
11-1 and they end up 11-6 and don't win a playoff game, that will be a monumental disappointment.
Yeah, they would.
I don't even think that's on the table. But
I don't either.
Even if they win out and then they get bounced in the first round of the playoffs, that's a monumental disappointment. If they don't get to where they were at least last year, NFC Championship game, it's going to be a disappointment.
Well, that's the break-even point, and they feel better, and they're the Super Bowl favorites. And we've talked Super Bowl or bust, and Dan Campbell said, I don't see bust. I want the whole enchilada, right? I mean, we've had these conversations. To me, you win the Super Bowl or the season's a letdown. And you can answer it however you want as a fan. But I feel like, John, it'd be a waste of the potential of this football team if they don't have the 1 seed, if they don't win not only the NFC, but the Super Bowl. This team is every bit good enough. They're the best team in football.
And here's the other thing is, okay, we'd love to have an easy run through the regular season. That's just not what happens in the NFL. You'd love to see them finish 16-1. That's possible, but I do think that there's probably going to be one that they drop, and how do they handle it?
Yep.
Same way they've handled it every single time they've dropped the game. They come back and they play even better. They refocus, and it's whatever it is, but they haven't lost back-to-back games. And here's the other thing. I actually hope that Philly runs the table. I hope that Minnesota, up until that very final game, runs the table because that pressure will continue to push this team further. They're going to be further along at the end of the season. They're going to be more prepared for the playoffs because competition breeds success. You either find that next level when you're being pushed by other competitors, or you crumble. And I don't think there's anything that we see in terms of Dan Campbell, Jared Goff, this offense, this defense, Aaron Glenn, that says they're going to crumble.
It's perfectly said. Let's get back to the phones. Nicholas in Grosse Pointe. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
How are we doing today, guys? Good morning. Pretty much, I don't know. I mean, if you asked me 5 years ago, would you take a 14-3 season? I think we all would have been sitting here like, we have the opportunity to be 14-3.
Right, yeah.
And right now where we are is like, are we going to be able to have a 14-3 season? I would take that handily. Even if we drop the number one spot in the NFC, even if we drop that, it sometimes hurts teams when they have that bye week. They've been playing intense football, then they get a long break and they're, quote unquote cold. We go into that first game, and granted, we're going to be playing the lower seed team, but sometimes people can be shocked. You know, it happens. It happens all the time.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
we've
NFL.
seen it. But,
You know?
Nicholas, you said
Yeah.
you would prefer to be the 2 seed and have 14 wins.
No.
Okay.
I mean, granted, being the first seed, yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. But, I mean, I think that there's a tough opportunity with playing the Bills. I think the Bills are on a roll. They've been on a roll since playing the Texans, but they lost to the Texans in Texas. So we'll see how they perform overall with the Steelers. The Lions.
Yes.
I just don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, no one knows. But I think our toughest game right now that we're looking at is really this week.
Yeah, I
You know,
agree.
we're coming off of a lot of injury. Everyone on our defense is hurting. Our O-line is hurting. And the Packers are also on a roll and kind of angry at us, as they should be. It's a rivalry game.
Yeah, they'll be
You know,
motivated.
so-
They're not happy about what happened in Green Bay. And you're right. I think this game is bigger than the Bills game. It certainly is for tiebreaker purposes and seeding and all of that. And it's the next game, which is the coaching cliche. The next game's the biggest game. But especially as you look over in the training room and you see who's not there, who's not playing, who's not practicing. Yeah, this game feels bigger than any of the other games left in the regular season.
For tiebreakers, for all of those things. But I think the Bills matchup, which, you know, is going to be built up as a, you know, possible preview of the Super Bowl, that's more of a measuring stick.
It is more of a measuring stick. And I suppose Minnesota, if they keep winning out, will make the final game even bigger because that would be for the division and the 1 seed. Big games ahead for the Lions. 248-539-9797. We'll take phone calls. We'll take ticket text. Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff is going to join us at 9:35. Why are we having the Pistons coach on? They're 3-0 in the NBA Cup. A win tonight.
Undefeated.
And they move on. Yeah, winning. It's this thing they're trying now. It's fun. We like it. It's 97-1. And speaking of winning, talking Lions. Lions fans toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure you grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottles. They're on shelves now, and they're made just for this Lions season. The bottle's design looks just like the Motor City alternate jerseys the team debuted back in Week 4. They're going to be gone soon, so get yours wherever you would normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
I couldn't hear the last part you said, but did you just say talk? Okay, that's good.
Lots still coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. JB Bickerstaff, Pistons head coach, joins us at 9:35. You may see us on Thursday night. NFL Films crew's got cameras in studio today.
Get in the back of your head.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be great for me. They'll make sure to get your close-up. They'll get your close-up. Big NFL star John Jansen. Everybody wants to know what he has to say.
No good side.
Let's get some phone calls in, and then I do want to introduce what could be a fun little recurring segment inspired by Heather's news. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
I'm not going to get in the whole disappointment thing because the Lions can never disappoint me, even going 0-16. But anyways, I'm going to get into the defense. With all the injuries piling up, I think I'm not too worried about their seeding, whether they get the 1, 2, 3, however it may be, because what travels in the NFL? Running the ball and managing the clock. I think the biggest thing for the Lions is going to be, with all these injuries piling up, their offense is going to be their defense. Is keeping that offense on the sideline, especially Josh Allen next week. So let's get through this Thursday game and then prep for Buffalo, because if we do come out with 2 wins these next 2 weeks, we will finish the season 16-1. We won't even have to worry about anything. So offense is a good defense, when you're managing the clock.
Yes.
Well, Adam, and I do agree with you. I mean, what travels is the run game, and that's the number one asset of this team. It's also defense. And we've seen this defense travel to Dallas and dominate. We've seen it travel to Minnesota and do what they've got to do when it matters most. Obviously, at Green Bay, Houston. Houston's a game where you look and you say the defense is the one that kept them in that game.
But to his point, the defense is beat up. So I'd like to get that defense a breather with a bye week.
Sure.
So again, these games are all super important where he says, well, they couldn't disappoint me. The Super Bowl, man. You got to win the Super Bowl or it's a disappointment.
Yeah, but
that's the world we've graduated into.
Just keep pushing this team. Yeah. Minnesota, do us a favor. Keep pushing this team. Philadelphia, do us a favor. Just keep pushing this team to bigger and better things.
In Heather's news, she referenced brain rot.
Yeah.
This new trend.
Mm-hmm. It's Oxford Dictionary's word or phrase of the year.
Yes. Has to be phrase. Can't be a word.
Unless you smush them together.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Like Costa wants to do.
Some people smush the words together. Some people are doing weird stuff. That's what brain rot's all about, is this mind-numbingly, they call it non-tent. Not content, but non-tent, that we just mindlessly scroll. So what I'd like to do is periodically introduce you guys to some of the latest brain rot.
Oh, wonderful.
So that you can be more,
enamor us with brain rot.
So the snippet I want to share with you today is going to be a song that's made, it's kind of like a club banger, but it's inspired by...
Is that 2 words or is that one as well? Club banger?
Hyphenated.
Oh, okay, because it's not an individual, right? It's a song?
You laugh. It's going to get stuck in your head, as dumb as it is. It's inspired, oddly enough, by a young Barron Trump, who was... A clip of him is from, I don't know, when he had to be like 4 or 5 years old, and he has a
Look at you, going all politics.
I promise you this isn't political. Barron Trump with his suitcase. This is the clip that spawns the song that you're seeing on everybody's TikTok right now.
Come on.
So that's a clip that got turned
That was the song?
No, that got turned into this.
Oh my God.
Brain rot, baby. This is everywhere.
This is everywhere?
Everywhere.
How come I've never heard it?
You're not on TikTok.
No, but my kids always send me TikTok stuff. They've never sent me anything like this.
Ask them if they've heard of the Suitcase song, inspired by a young Barron Trump that's melting all of our brains. The internet. There's your brain rot.
Weird stuff.
Yeah.
Weird stuff.
I'm interested now, mildly interested, as to what else could be brain rot.
Have you heard of the Costco guys?
No.
Oh,
I might be a Costco guy. I go to Costco all the time.
We will have to explore them later this month. They have a Christmas song out. You don't know who they are. Anyway, let's get to Heather's news.
I'm going to go on a little, not a tangent, but go off this the whole brain rot, you had asked me earlier some definitions of the other words. So one of the other words that brain rot beat out was the word slop.
Yes.
Oxford was considering slop as the word of the year.
Yeah.
We were like, what is
does it
slop?
mean in today's verbiage?
It is low quality art or writing created by AI.
Oh.
So it's not the slop on a plate or just messy.
Right. It's low quality art made by
AI. That's what
Why
slop
do we
is.
even care?
Well, because AI is taking over everything, John. And
But if it's not good, then who cares?
Well, it's because
the worry is eventually it will be.
Yeah, exactly.
Slop.
Listen to this. A Troy woman could face some jail time after police said that she was caught driving drunk at more than 3 times the legal limit. Troy police
another
officers
case
at it
of
again.
Too much alcohol in your blood system.
So the arrest came in the afternoon of November 22nd after officers responded to a welfare check on a driver who was stopped at an intersection. They got a call from a witness who said she was sitting there for more than 20 minutes. When they approached her to make sure she was okay, she gave him the thumbs up and then started
all
to
good.
yeah, I'm all good. Started to drive away slowly, and then she drove off the road and into multiple yards before hitting a street sign. So police showed up, they talked to her, and
Did she give him the thumbs down at that point?
she did. And she said, no, she didn't, but I'm guessing. Wah. Anyway, she said that she drank champagne before driving, and at that time she had a blood alcohol level of 0.219%. Later at the Troy lockup, that rose to 0.279%. Anyway, she was given a ticket, and she could face up to 180 days in jail if convicted. So there you go.
Some time to think about it.
Yeah, this is kind of cool. There's a real life treasure hunt that awaits you if you're looking for a new adventure. So there's a man named John Collins Black who just hid 5 treasure chests with a combined prize value of more than $2 million all across the U.S.
Oh,
I mean, there's only 5, so they're not all across the U.S., but
5 different
somewhere.
spots, yeah.
Well, he was inspired by Forrest Fenn's big treasure hunt. Do you know that story? Oh, you can do some background information on that because it will take too long for me to explain everything to you. Anyway, he decided he was going to do this. He wrote a book called There's Treasure Inside, and each chapter has some clues leading to one of the 5 treasure chests. He says he wants this to be something everybody can do because Forrest Fenn's, you needed to be like really able-bodied and no, you had to like climb mountains and be able to like really trek across the crazy places. So this is for everyone. Everyone can do this. It's getting a lot of buzz already. There's people on social media trying to determine where they are, which states. And anyway, there's some cool prizes. He made some money in cryptocurrency and spent all of that on the prizes. He like bid on a bunch of cool items and things from like anywhere from Pokemon cards to like sports memorabilia, shipwreck things, and
cool.
I don't know, kind of cool if that's what you're into. So we're about a month away from 2025, and if you've had a rough 2024, 2025 might
Ain't gonna
not
be any
be
better.
any better. So at least for some people, anyway, this is what they're speculating. There's people online who are worried that 2025 is looking ominous because it begins with a Wednesday.
What does that mean?
Well, if you look at the calendar in abbreviated days with the first letter of each week, it would be WTF. And they say that's not a good sign. And they say the last time this happened
Who is they that
was
say this is not a-
2020,
okay.
which was not a great year. So just be prepared that 2025 might not be as good as you were hoping.
Who is they?
Those people, Jim.
I guess so.
Those online.
Yes, because it starts on a Wednesday.
Yes.
All right.
That's dumb.
Well, one more. Finally, there's a burglar in California that got more than he bargained for on Thanksgiving while attempting to break into a church with an axe.
Oh.
So after he set off an alarm, he was met immediately by the pastor, who you would think, okay, this guy's got an axe, right? What's this pastor going to do? Well,
He's got a cross.
he's also trained in MMA.
Oh,
Yeah!
wrong church to
Yeah!
mess with.
This pastor says he grappled with the guy for 15 minutes until the authorities came,
Put him into sleeper hold.
pinned him up. Yeah.
Nice.
Took care of business.
Badass.
Submit. Repent. Submit. Whichever one you want.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff. It's 97.1. Can you hear that?
Oh, I got you. Loud and clear.
Okay. Let's do a show. 3, 2. Game day is right around the corner. Lions and Packers Thursday night, prime time. Another big game for this football team. And John, we're getting down to it. They need every single one of these. Vikings nipping at their heels, Eagles refusing to lose, and the Lions, and they're not 100%.
Well, they're not 100%. Obviously, a lot of injuries on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, last week it was 9 guys that had started on defense that are no longer available. 12 total guys on the defensive side of things, and they've done a great job. I think Brad Holmes has done a great job of finding other players like a David Long Jr. There's other examples, but when you've built this roster going into the season to be able to sustain some injuries, and you know you're going to have them throughout the course of the year, you just hope it's not your best defensive player, and you hope it's not your best defensive back, and you hope that some things that worked for you last year will be able to happen again this year. But they've constructed the roster so that they can have guys that fill up or fill in. And when you talk to Dan Campbell, we talked to him earlier in the week, it was, hey, we have a whole bunch of football players. We're not concerned. We're going to put guys out there, and they're going to perform.
They're in the middle of a gauntlet, right? No bye week for 13 straight. And you play short week Thanksgiving, you get more injuries. And now you're staring down a game against the Green Bay Packers in division, and you wonder, like, is there a bottom here? Do they eventually get punished from all these injuries? But to their credit, to their testament, they lose Aiden Hutchinson. They go on the road, they beat the Minnesota Vikings, right? They've gone on the road and beat these Green Bay Packers. They've gone on the road and beat the Houston Texans. These are playoff teams, and they've done it without being 100%. So you almost have to just give them the credit here and trust that Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell are going to be able to pull guys in, get buy-in, and get enough to keep winning these games.
And the examples you mentioned was Dallas on the road, Minnesota on the road. It was Green Bay on the road, Houston on the road. Now they're getting a stretch when they are banged up of some home games. Yep. All right, you just had the Thanksgiving game at home against Chicago. If you're going to be banged up, it's better to be playing at home because this fan base has been energized. They turned Lucas Oil into a home field advantage for the Detroit Lions. Now all of a sudden it's Ford Field, it's Thursday night football, and it doesn't get any bigger. And this fan base has been begging for moments like this at this point in the season.
This fan base goes bonkers every single time we have a home game. And we've seen it on the road, to your point, where teams have to use a silent count. Houston Texans, primetime game at their house where their fans should have shown out, and they had to use a silent count at home. Now imagine you're the visiting team. Teams hate playing at Detroit. This fan base has decades of frustration that they are willing to let out every Sunday they can, and in this case, a Thursday where they can get a chance to go at the Green Bay Packers. It's a tough place to play. It's also a place that Detroit's very comfortable playing. Like, think about it. If all these injuries on defense are a storyline, you need someone to step up and pick up the slack on offense. So it's Jared Goff, it's indoors, it's all the weapons, and he's been so good this season.
Well, he has. I mean, how many times has he had the perfect passer rating? And how many times has he thrown multiple touchdowns? How many times has he been able to respond when not playing well? And then be able to put drives together at the end of Minnesota, at the end of the Houston game. And again, we're talking about at home. And if you're going to be banged up on defense, I mentioned it, all right, you want to be playing at home, when is the crowd going to be the loudest? What side of the ball will they help the most?
Defense,
because I've played in Seattle where they quote unquote have the 12th man. I think we're taking that moniker over, and Ford Field and all the season ticket holders will probably agree with that. But if you have that advantage where a team can't even think about what is going on, you're banged up on defense, it's advantage Detroit Lions. And how about this fan base? You mentioned, or we talked about, they've been begging for moments like this. What were the games that we pointed to on the schedule, the season ticket holders, those that have been there through thick and thin, were looking forward to the most? Green Bay Thursday night at home. The Buffalo Bills at home in prime time. Everybody in the country, everybody around the world is going to be watching this team.
It's all right in front of them. They control their own destiny. They have an opportunity to do something we've never seen before, to see this team have the 1 seed, to earn that much-needed rest for this defense, to pave a path all the way to the Super Bowl.
I'll ask you this question. Green Bay, division opponent, second time. How important is this win? Because when we talked to Dan and we talked about division games, he said, hey, sometimes they're even worth 1.5, 2 games because of what it means to win the division, but also what it means when it comes to tiebreakers in the NFC. If the Philadelphia Eagles are unrelenting and the Minnesota Vikings are unrelenting, every single division game, every single NFC game is highlighted.
How about things we never thought we'd get to talk about? Tiebreakers for a 1 seed. But that's where we're at. And if they win 15 games and the Eagles win 15 games, who you lose to is going to matter. And if you lose to Green Bay, you have the same number of NFC losses. If you lose to Buffalo, nobody wants to lose to Buffalo, but that actually helps you more tiebreaker-wise if you lose to Buffalo. You got to get through Green Bay here because then you get 10 days to rest. Then you get to gear up to play Buffalo at home rested. A chance to make a statement for the world as a potential Super Bowl matchup, but you have to survive Green Bay first. And it feels like they've been treading water, fighting for survival, bringing in guys off the street, but they've continued to find a way to win, and it's got to be again on Thursday night.
Yeah, I mean, when you play against Green Bay, and it's a division opponent, it's NFC, you mentioned all the different tiebreakers. This is the pivot point for the Detroit Lions against the Green Bay Packers, and in context with the Minnesota Vikings, also with the Philadelphia Eagles. And on top of that, if you win this game and you go on to Buffalo, and that's the one that you lose, again, it comes down to tiebreakers, and you win it with the NFC if you end up tied with the Philadelphia Eagles.
248-539-9797. We're talking to Lions fans. We want to know from you guys, how much is at stake this week? How big a deal are these injuries for you guys? Do you trust this team to weather the storm again? 248-539-9797. Good. Happy to help you guys. Absolutely. Thanks. Appreciate you guys coming out.
Thanks for coming in. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Nice meeting you.
Nice to see you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you guys do this every day? Where are you guys off to from here?
Well, we'll go back to the facility today for practice and and all that. That'd be great. And then, with this being, typically these Thursday night games, obviously it's the shorter week, so they do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday stuff. But since this is a full week, they're actually off tomorrow, so we're done after today.
Yeah, it's a regular Saturday.
Yeah, right.
Hey, don't look now, but the Pistons have a game tonight. NBA Cup. If they beat Milwaukee, they advance to the knockout stage. Big game tonight for the Pistons. A chance to check in with their head coach, J.B. Bickerstaff. First time for us on this show. Coach, welcome.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. Appreciate you guys having me.
Hey, thanks for coming on. But let me ask you this. What type of juice does it give you, and how important it is for this team in your first year to be actually playing for something? Does it mean something that you're playing for this NBA Cup?
Yeah, no, I think the league has done a great job of creating buzz around it. But what you realize is, like, if you give NBA players an opportunity to compete for anything, as competitive as they are, they're going to raise the stakes. And I think that's what we've seen with the Cup. Our guys are in it all the way. Yesterday's practice, guys were getting after it. And, the conversation is we want to get it done. And, for us, being able to play meaningful basketball for our young guys in particular just helps us grow and helps the journey that we're on right now. So we're excited about it. The guys are going to lay it on the line. We're going to compete and have some fun.
Yeah, I think on the outside, people were trying to figure out, okay, how does this work? What's it going on? I think even last year in the league, there was an adjustment period, but it does create interest pre-Christmas Day. That's typically when a lot of people start to get into the NBA, but you've got something going right away out of the gate. And has that helped you get buy-in just in general from this team?
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been great all in all. Obviously, like, wanting to improve, but the way that they've bought into each other and competing for one another, like, that's been the most important and fun part about it, honestly. Is like, guys really care about what's going on, and they want to improve, they want to be better. But this Cup, to have the, success in the Cup early, to put us in this position, like, it's added juice to the guys and their belief that we can do this.
When you talk about that belief, obviously you've got to win games to be able to start to have that belief in this
that win. They made a run in the third quarter, and instead of falling apart as some young teams do, our guys kind of got it together and went out and increased the lead in the fourth quarter, and able for us to win it. But from training camp all the way through, like I've seen these guys individually get better and seen them get better as a group as well.
John mentioned 9 wins. Not your fault, but it took a lot longer last year for this team to get to 9 wins. Took until February 27th. So there's already been measurable growth for this team. And I think defensively maybe is the area people have seen the biggest jump. What's been the key to getting that area of this team so much better so quickly?
It's defense is a lot about what you can control. And so getting guys to actually buy in to that end of the floor is the most important, right? Because you can put the effort into it. You can take the challenges, the one-on-one challenges and those things. That's on you. And then, we mix in some schemes and things like that. But our defense is based on guys being selfless, and it's always a 5-man thing. We never leave a guy out on an island. And I think when you do that, it helps build team. It helps to build chemistry. And that's what we're seeing from our guys right now.
When you mention, hey, you put something on the line, you make it competitive, and these guys are all bought in. And as fans, like that, we just want to see you guys play for something. And the NBA Cup early on in the season has given us that. How much of a conversation with the young team? Because you look at the conference right now, I know there's so much time to still play. There's so many more games. But with the young team, how much do you talk about, hey, if the season were to end now, we're in the play-in tournament, as just in regards to how important every single night is?
Yeah, that's kind of our approach is we take it day by day. And, I hate to coach speak to you guys, but it's just so true. Like, we play so many games and have so many practices that, your focus and your approach has to be consistent. It can't be, some days we're this, some days we're that. And so our focus is like every single day, every moment is an important moment for us. So you don't lose those, right? You don't lose games because you're forward thinking or thinking about the past. Like our focus is always on what's happening right now. And then, the big picture will take place once we get a little deeper into the season.
Okay, so one day at a time. What do you want to see from your team tonight? What is it that the goal, obviously the goal, the objective is to win, but what do you need to see from your team to give you that chance?
You know what? I want to see our guys just lay it all on the line. I want them to compete and play as hard as they possibly can. We want them to do it together. Our team is, a sum of its parts. We're not a one-man gang by any means. So the more we play together, the more we sacrifice for one another. But like for us, the joy is in the complete just competition, right? Like the loose balls, the gritty things, all the dirty work that, people are uncomfortable doing. Our goal is to try to bring teams to the mud. Like we feel comfortable in the mud. How many other teams can do that? And that's what we're looking for our guys to do tonight. And, that's what they've done on most nights that we've played and given ourselves a chance to win down the stretch.
Talking to Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff and Cade Cunningham. You got to see his game from afar coaching against him. Now you've coached him this season. We talk about him. Is he a number 1? Is he a number 2 on a title team? What have you seen from him? How much more does he still even have that hasn't been tapped into yet?
Cade he's an absolute stud. He's got the talent, obviously, on the floor. But, like, when I watch him, there's so many small things that he does that shows, he is a true leader and that people want to play with him and play for him. Whether it's finding the open guy, multiple times, showing that he believes in them, giving them trust, the conversations that he has, not only the easy ones, but the hard conversations and the willingness to stand up for, what we're building here and what he believes is the right thing. And then we've seen him take challenges on both ends of the floor. So, he's still got room to grow, obviously, like all these young guys do. But he's definitely one of the guys, that can be the guy on a really good contending basketball team.
I don't want to get you in trouble, but I want to follow up with you. How do we get him some more foul calls without you getting a fine from the officials and from the league office? How do we get him to the free throw line more often?
That's the tough part, right? And I try my best publicly to be careful about what I say, but during the games, we're working the referees as best we possibly can. But, it'll come with time. The more wins we get, the more recognition this team gets, the more respect we earn throughout the league, you'll start to get those calls.
The question coming out of the last couple of years was, can Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey be on the floor at the same time? Can they be a part of a team that's going to compete in the future for championships? You've seemed to find a way. How do these two players complement each other while they're on the field or on the court?
It's pretty interesting to watch it, like stylistically how different their games are, but how well they match up, right? Like Cade plays at a really controlled pace. J.I.'s strength is playing with his speed. So, like, the combination of the two kind of puts defenses off balance because if one of them's playing in the pick and roll, the style is completely different than the other one. So, the big guy or the guard who's in it defending them has to catch a different cadence and a different rhythm. So, but also, like, they want to play together, and they know how to find each other and put each other in positions of strength. So, the combination has been good so far. Like everything, we're working to get better at it, but I think they've gotten off to a really good start.
I think about the game where he closed out against Toronto, no Cade Cunningham, and that's not a Jaden Ivey that we saw last year. I don't know what you guys have been able to do, but it's been fun to watch him get unlocked. Why do you think the gap or the leap?
The ones I liked, the ones that were successful, it was all about relationships. How have you been able to build relationships with all the guys on this roster?
It's something that, us as a coaching staff really work at, to be honest with you. It's conversations, it's text messages, it's getting to know their families, it's getting to know what motivates them. It's earning their trust, it's earning their respect, but it's something that we fight for on a daily basis. It's important to us that we touch our guys every single day. It's a good morning, it's a handshake, it's a conversation, it's a hug, but it's literally every single day something that we put the time in so that we can build those relationships because like if you feel someone actually cares about you as a human being, you're willing to go the extra mile and do more for them. So we want these guys to know that they're not just, pieces on a chessboard, that they're human beings that have real feelings that we genuinely care about and want to build real relationships with. And it translates to how they play for you on the floor.
He's Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff. Pistons 3-0 in their group play. Big game tonight in the NBA Cup. Last thing, have your eyes got adjusted to these courts yet?
It's hard. It's when you're actually at the game, it's different. But when you have to watch the film of the game, it makes it really difficult to kind of lock in on. Some teams like blend into the floor with their uniforms and courts. So it's been pretty interesting, but it's drawn attention, and that's what the league is about, trying to gain extra attention and grow the game and the fan base.
JB, it's good to talk to you. Good to finally speak with you, and we'll be doing this again soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Coach.
Great talking to you guys. Thank you, guys.
Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff. It's 97.1. Hey, don't look now, but the Pistons have a game tonight. That's today's brain rot. Not going to be a daily thing, but every so often when we find something so stupid, absurd, and ridiculous,
awful.
I will present it to you and all of you. Suitcase. It's going to be stuck in your head.
It's not even going to stick in my head. No, because
will.
I don't even know. It's not Wiggles level.
Okay.
You hear one of those songs and it sticks in your head for weeks. This one will be gone as soon as they stop playing it.
Okay. That is Barron Trump as a child. Suitcase. Spelled S-O-O-T.
Suit.
Oh.
Suitcase. Like a child would say it. The internet, brain rot, it never stops. The audio you actually need to hear today is Jameis Winston. We've had some fun with this today, John.
I heard we have a newly discovered audio from Jameis Winston. Should we go through the ones that we've heard already?
Yes, Greg says. So we have Jameis Winston, primetime Monday night matchup, addressing the team as only he can. John, how does that compare to the pregame speeches you would receive when you played in the NFL?
Well, I mean, you shout loud enough, guys are going to get behind you.
I don't care about no mile high. I know the Browns get down and multiply.
And then he says it again, and they follow suit. They repeat him. That's what happens.
Your leader.
Yeah, fearless, which he is fearless.
In game, he would go on to throw 4 touchdowns. Yeah, Jameis.
He threw 6.
Well, yes, 2 to the other team.
Yeah.
2 pick sixes in the mix as well. All totaled, yards he threw for to his team and the other team totaled more than 600 on the day. A peak Jameis Winston performance. And after the game, he sent a message to the man upstairs.
I can't hear that enough. I really can't. I am praying for the Lord to deliver me from the pick sixes.
Like he's been cursed with them.
Yes. It doesn't get any better, although it might.
Greg, what else do we have?
This is also pregame. This is him in a little huddle talking to his offense.
The Monday night theme. Yeah.
He's a character. It's great.
National treasure right there for us.
1 of 1.
Just think of where the Browns might be if he had started the season. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say he's a great quarterback or going to lead them to the promised land, but
would they be 500?
I mean, he's been better than Deshaun.
Much better than Deshaun Watson. We also have some research that was done during the show today. So, Heather, you mentioned WTF years in your news.
Yes.
So, Tom, you went back and actually looked up the things that happen in WTF years. Years that began
I thought you had more
Wednesday.
important things to do than this.
Hey, I do what I do. This is why I got kicked off the jury yesterday.
Yes.
The guy needs help.
So these are years that start on a Wednesday. And the most recent one was 2020 with COVID.
Exactly. So you had this silly story,
Yes,
and
it was silly.
it's so silly. Why not feed the beast and
Yeah.
actually find out what happened in other years? Okay. So obviously 2020 COVID. What was the whole saying? 2020 sucks or whatever. There was some saying that went with it. I remember. All right. So then the one before that was actually, let's go way back. Let's go from 1986 and the Wednesdays that began on the 1st.
Okay.
The WTF years. 86, Challenger explosion, Chernobyl.
Oh.
Awful here.
Yeah.
Those are 2 significant events. 92, LA riots was probably the worst thing that happened.
Okay.
Unless you count Clinton getting elected. This is some editorial, by the way.
No. Really?
I wasn't sure about that.
1997, split national title. Titanic was made.
Okay.
That's a pretty good year.
I was going to say.
Lady Diana died. Princess Diana.
Okay, yeah. There's always a couple of down spots.
And the assassination of Notorious B.I.G.
Okay.
Yeah. 03, wow. You're going to start seeing a theme here. Emergence of SARS.
Oh, boy.
The other space shuttle tragedy, that's very alarming. And the beginning of the Iraq War.
And another split title.
And another split title, according to Greg.
Yeah.
Although that wasn't Michigan related. That was Ohio State related.
No, that would have been USC, LSU, Auburn in there too. Yeah.
The next one, 2014. Ebola becomes a global crisis. So we've had COVID, Ebola, and SARS in WTF years. And then we've also had both space shuttle disasters.
Look out. 2025 is sure to be
It's going to be a
good one.
Yeah, it's going
Lions
to be
win the
just
Super
fine.
Bowl.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's going to be just fine.
It'll be all right.
It's going to be okay.
Gator, if at any point in your life when you were watching football, have you prayed for your quarterback to be delivered from pick sixes? Did you see Jameis Winston yesterday?
I did. I mean, I watched some of the game last night, yeah.
If you put your headphones on, we'll play it again for you because this is just all-time great post-game audio. So Jameis Winston threw obviously 2 pick sixes in the game, and he threw 4 touchdowns. It was a very Jameis Winston football game.
497 yards pass.
Yeah, and then if you throw in the yards
And
through
lost.
the other team, yeah, exactly, all in a loss. This is Jameis after the game.
That guy is the best. He is the best quote week in, week out.
No question.
And I don't think it's an act. I think this is who he is. He's just a weird dude who says and does weird things, and that is just par for the course of it. That's hilarious.
It is, and it is exactly who he is because once you go down the whole, the internet never forgets anything, right?
No,
and then
no.
you start going down the social media. As soon as you search Jameis Winston, all of the old clips come up. There's some from him
Eat a
back at
W
Florida
and he
State.
starts
Yeah,
licking his fingers.
yeah, from Florida State, where you're like, okay, we should have seen
Crab
this
legs are
coming.
free.
Yeah, we should have seen it coming because he has been radio gold for 15 years.
Well, what did he say last week? It's not about the lights. It's not about the camera. It's not about the action. It's
about the action. Yeah.
This guy.
What if we made him kind of a roving quarterback? Like whenever someone's on primetime and the matchup's bad, he just shows up and quarterbacks them.
Oh, I like it.
That'd be great.
That would have been great.
I don't want him to leave the league.
No.
No.
He's one of these guys that clearly he has talent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't throw for nearly 500 yards in an NFL game without having talent. But he's also got the other side of it that he's just too much of a gunslinger. He's his own worst enemy. And, there's no filter in there and throws indiscriminate pick sixes that he hasn't been delivered from yet. But he's a fun watch for sure.
Yeah. He's an even better listen.
Yeah.
I don't care about no mile high.
Yes.
I know the Browns get down and multiply.
Yes.
Jameis Winston.
No slacking and no backing.
It's not about the lights. Not about the camera. It's not about the action.
It's about
the action.
The action.
He's incredible. Doug, what are you guys doing today?
So we got the college football blitz thingy. We're moving it up again with the Thursday Detroit Lions game. We'll do the NFL tomorrow. I have a proposal. For our Detroit Lions. Who's with me? We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
It's time for Tuesday. Carson Anderson here on 97.1. I'm Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today?
I'm well.
That's good.
I feel a little toasty in the studio.
Oh my God, I'm freezing. Are you serious?
Oh, I think it's warmer, a hell of a lot warmer in here than it was outside.
It is.
This
building.
Rest of the building.
We're not paying the bills here, I don't think.
No, it's warmer in here, but it's fine for now. I'll let you thaw out.
I'm just recovering. I just took the coat off. I had it on all morning. But
Did you have sleeves on your coat today?
No, it was just a straight up vest.
Your arms never get cold, though?
Your arms, yeah. What's up with that?
Usually,
they're hairy enough that
if I keep I had the hat on when I first got in. But I keep my body and my head warm enough. But I'm sensing I'm on the defense about wearing vests. Am I on the defense here?
Well, it's interesting that a vest would keep you warm.
I mean, that's the ultimate just fashion move, right? Because, I mean, unless your arms literally never get cold, why are you wearing? Not just you, Doug. A lot of people wear.
Well,
vests.
I was about to say, you should wear
taking us all to the gun show.
Do you have a vest? Do you own a vest?
No.
Do you own a vest, Kang?
Like a winter vest?
Yeah.
No.
So you don't think they keep you warm?
I think they keep your torso warm.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of the point, yes.
But your arms will be cold.
No, it's not going to keep your torso.
All right, I'm going to go put the effing thing on, and you can turn the temperature whatever you want.
No, it's fine right now. I'm just saying I expect that you're going to be thoroughly thawed out within an hour. Frosty, you'll be all right.
I was hoping we'd turn the heat up.
Oh, no. It's 75 degrees in here.
Yeah, well, I was hoping we'd turn the heat up. But anyway, so football last night. Jameis Winston. He has gone from a player that I did not like in college to a player I cannot get enough of now. I cannot get enough of Jameis Winston. Every time he talks, I stop what I'm doing to listen.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you? He comes up with some gems, man.
I saw somebody saying that, I can't remember who it was. I should have printed it up or retweeted it. It was a tweet. Somebody said the NFL should just consider, instead of flexing games when there's bad matchups, they should just flex Jameis Winston into the game.
I'm not against it. I'm not against it, no matter where he plays. Let him. He's talented enough where he deserves to stay in the league. He's clearly a backup quarterback, but he's a backup quarterback with upside. Look, they lost last night. They lost 41-32, despite the fact that he threw for 4 touchdowns and 497 yards. He actually threw for 6 touchdowns, but 2 of them went to the other team, and a third could have gone back. It's 497 yards.
Yep.
I've said this a number of times. I would love to see, maybe I can just go ahead and Google this. I'm sure it can come up quickly enough, but what the winning percentage is of teams where the quarterback throws for over 400 yards, I don't think it's going to be that high.
I was up the stats that said it was the highest combined ever in the history of the NFL.
Highest what? Oh.
Combined yards passing and yards returned on interceptions.
I don't doubt that.
The total was 668.
Oh, what?
So Jameis Winston completed 497 yards of passing to his receivers and threw for 171 yards in interception returns.
Oh, my God.
That is the highest single game total by a quarterback in the history of the NFL.
And a 71 yarded to a pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he's playing for the Lord to deliver him from pick sixes.
He's going to eat a W.
Yep.
And it's all about the action.
Yep. So anyway, that was entertaining.
It was very entertaining. I mean, in both sides. Like Bo Nix, he wasn't perfect. A little bit better than 500 passing, but 50% passing, but 294 yards. The rookie has got his 8th win of the season. That's another W for Denver. They're 8-5 on the year.
Yeah.
Wow.
So today is a bit of a sad day for those that have been trying to participate in the whatever it was, like 117 straight days with a football game, college or pro. It ends today because there's no college games on Tuesday or Wednesday this week.
Oh, no.
So that stretch where we could say there was always at least one college or pro game on, which my guess is truly appeals to the gamblers amongst us. That streak comes to an end today. So I don't know what I'm going to do.
You don't?
Nope.
No. You don't know where you're going to put your
Actually,
dollar?
the truth is, yeah, I watched a lot more MACtion than I watched more and more MACtion than I ever imagined I would.
Because of gambling?
Yeah, I mean, I'll put $1 down here and there, and like literally $1. And if for some reason that $1 makes me care that much more about Kent State at Toledo, but whatever. But you start watching games
Golden
like that.
Flashes.
Next thing you know, you're talking about the Lions drafting this linebacker from Kent State. There's a kid from Ball State a couple years ago.
What's the origin of the Golden Flashes?
Would you like? They have this thing called Google.
Well, I thought you were meeting Mr. College Football.
Well, Michigan's not played. That's not bucket information that I've gotten yet. Why is Kent State the Golden Flashes? It's a great question. It's a quick Google search, and here you go. A contest was held in 1926 to select the new mascot with a $25 prize going to the author of the winning entry, Golden Flashes, Oliver Wolcott. God, talk about a name from 1926.
That is, yeah.
Oliver.
It's straight out of, ancestry from London.
Yeah. Well, Oliver Wolcott was the winner.
He came up with Golden Flashes, so there's nothing to it.
I guess.
Hey, let's come up with a name, and everybody comes up with like panthers, spiders, rattlesnakes, lions, Golden Flashes.
All right, let me read the whole thing. Golden Flashes. Oliver Wolcott, one of Kent State's first football stars, perpetuated the name as sports editor of the local newspaper. So he played there. Mascots and symbols have ranged from lightning bolt logos to a golden retriever named Mac the Flash to the Mac the Flash. All right, was his full name. So it was a lightning bolt, and there was a golden retriever named Mac the Flash, and they became known as the Golden Flashes.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Flasher, a golden retriever with the Kent State branded cape.
Careful.
Was the Golden Flashes mascot starting in the early 1950s and remained that way until a slew of replacements were tried in the 60s and the 70s. Flasher the dog was followed by a 1966 cartoon character named Grog.
Grog sounds like that could be funny.
I got to tell you, the Golden Grogs would be an awesome nickname for Kent State. So there he goes. The history of Golden Flashes. So there was Freddie the Flash. This all sounds uncensored.
It does kind of sound. So now it is basically like an eagle or a falcon or something, right?
Yeah, I guess.
An eagle, I guess. All right. Thank you for entertaining me.
Yep.
There it is.
There's a bucket I never thought I'd fill.
Yeah.
And I have now emptied it.
Well, you got...
Jansen, left your phone. No, you're not getting it back that easy.
No,
you can have it.
We can do this one in 2 ways.
I'm here for it. I got a front row seat.
We are on Twitch. Jansen left his phone in here.
That's exactly what would have happened if Doug would have grabbed the flag at Ohio State, by the way. Hey, this is our flag. Sawyer's like, no, it's not. Okay.
Sawyer would have looked at me and said, we can do this one of two ways.
Right?
What Jansen just said.
I don't know if Sawyer would have said anything. I think he just would have done something.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there you go. The history of the Golden State Flash nickname. We got the college football whip around today at 10:30. We're getting some Lions, lots of Lions, just 2 days away from this big game against Green Bay. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. It's the holiday season, and Twin Peaks loves this time of year. Starting today, Twin Peaks is running their awesome Prohibition repeal costume party with awesome drink offerings today through Thursday. It's also ladies' night, all you female sports fans out there. You really need to check out Twin Peaks on Tuesdays. Awesome drink specials and 20% off food. Couldn't think of a better way to check out Detroit basketball and hockey action tonight. Then go to your favorite lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs, Scratch Kitchen, boasting the biggest and the best wings in the state and the coldest beer in the country. Why go anywhere else? You won't want to miss this weekend either with a huge Saturday featuring conference championships. So you want to see those, talk about touchdowns, also UFC 310. Be sure to pick out your favorite Twin Peaks gift cards. Perfect for friends, colleagues, even something back. You get something back for yourself. For every $25 you spend, you get $5 back yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So last night, I got extraordinarily frustrated. Like every once in a while, I border on Doug rage, where I get like really mad.
All right.
So I think I've told the story in the air a while ago. After the whole Bally's thing, and one of my TVs couldn't stream it, and then we saw a big sale, decided to get a new TV for our upstairs. Hadn't bought a TV in almost a decade, and one for the basement. So I could stream, have the ability for 4K and 8K, and all that stuff. So I remember when they sold, they said, you're going to get these reward points back. It said one of those big box stores I was going to get their reward certificates. If I spent that much money in their current sale, I would end up getting $740 worth of reward certificates. And they promised me if the price, we could always price match it. And the guy said, come back on Black Friday and check it out. So I had these $740 worth of rewards points. And I had a chance to price match it. And I put my 17-year-old son in charge. I said, all right, $740 to upgrade. What do we need to do? He said, sound bars. We got to get sound bars. And I'm like, do we? He's like, yeah, we got to get sound bars. I'm like, all right, it's $740. What can you get? So he walks into this big box store last Friday. First, he brings in the receipts for the 2 TVs. Turns out we could save $300. We got $300 back because they price matched what I bought it for. Which this stuff never works, right? You know, any rebate or you get when they send out.
There's a lot of rigmarole.
There's a lot of rigmarole. The rewards points that we got back came in literally 8 different emails sent to me, all with different barcodes.
Wow.
And I'm like, they're making this, and I'm handing this over to a 17-year-old. So I forwarded all the emails to him. I gave him the receipts from the TVs. He went into this big store on Black Friday and bought 2 sound bars, which the total cost came above and beyond the $740 and the $300 we got back, came to $160.
Okay.
Yep. So these are 2, I guess, nice sound bars. I don't know what's nice. And I'm not, and it was like, okay, we'll see how this goes. So yesterday, get home a little bit later than normal. He's there, and they've been delivered. And so I got my whole day schedule. Here's what I got to get done. And he's like, can we set them out now? Can we set them out now? And I'm like, you know what? When your teenage kid actually wants to spend time with you, even if it's for something like this, you do it, right? Because for the most part, Kang, you will learn when your daughters get to be teenagers, they turn on you quickly, and you become the least desirable person to spend time with on the planet.
They're not even waiting until teenage years for that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, no, I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay.
And it's different for each kid. Like our daughter spent the better part of 2 to 2.5 years in her bedroom in a constantly brooding. Like she was always mad at us.
Well, you should stop pissing her off.
Yeah, she's much better now. But anyway, so 17-year-old wants to set these things up. I'm like, all right, let's do it. I'm like, hold on. Am I going to have to mount anything? Am I going to need to drill through drywall? Am I going to have to put speakers?
Well, you did get a sound bar, and I was going to say, are your TVs mounted or are your TVs on a console?
One TV is mounted, the other one is in a console. Now, the thing about, we only did the upstairs TV, so the sound bar, the big speaker went right below the TV perfectly, and then you had a subwoofer over to the side, and we could set 2 speakers in the back of the room where I didn't have to mount them. So, and they were all wireless. I'm like, this is great. I don't have to wire anything. I don't have to mount anything. I got it all set up. And it told me, I had to get the HDMI cable and change the settings on the TV to HDMI ARC or ARC or whatever.
It says,
And I did all that.
Yep.
No sound.
Oh, no.
No sound. So I'm messing with all of the different like settings.
Different HDMIs and all
Yeah,
that.
all of this. Nothing. Then at one point, cable went out.
Oh, no.
So now not only do we have no audio, cable went out. And he had to leave for practice.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there.
Boy.
And I am. Now, here's the other thing. The whole time when you get this box and you're unpacking it, you're like, my God, I really don't want to have to pack this back up. I hope I love this thing.
Yep.
Because putting this puzzle back together to put it in the box is impossible. And so so I call the 2-letter company that has provided the soundbar, and they can get access to your TV and go through and basically get all the settings what they should be. So, I send them a code and all this, and so I could see them messing with it, and they just come back and say, you have a defective unit.
Oh, no.
And this is where Doug raged. And I'm like, so I've been on the phone here for 75 minutes, started with an hour trying to set this thing up. And I'm like furious. And I'm thinking, when they ask, you can pay an extra $250 and we'll come set it up for you. I'm like, damn it. But you're like, I can do it. So I packed the whole thing up. But remember, we got 2.
Right.
So my son comes home and he goes, can we try the other one? And I'm like, oh, God.
Solid question.
But I'm like, all right, we can find out if it's truly defective.
You gotta know.
We can find out if it's truly defective or if we did something wrong. We set it all up and it wasn't working. So I'm like, okay, something's wrong. And then my son went behind the TV and flip-flopped 2 of the HDMI inputs. And it suddenly worked. And we have no idea why. Everything's fine. It's just 2 different HDMI inputs. We flip-flopped them, and now it works.
Did you try that with the other one?
No, because I wasn't going to start the process all over again, but I may. I'm going to today to see if that was the case. I will tell you, it is one of the life's great frustrations, calling a customer helpline and working your way through the menu. Hit this, hit that, hit this, hit that, until finally you're screaming, speak to a customer service representative.
Sure.
And then you can't understand the person on the other end.
No, that's a problem. That can be an issue. They might not be from the location you're expecting them to be from. No?
I'm not really super provincial, like, oh, you've got need everybody around me to speak English.
No, but
when I can't even understand.
But you want to be able to try to understand. Yeah. I get it. It is frustrating.
Yep.
And then even more frustrating when the end result is, so sorry, you have a defective product.
Mm-hmm. Now, do I have a defective product? I have no idea. I'm not even sure why it's working now, but it's working. And this feels like a big win.
It should feel like a big
win.
But
if you ever like bought something and went to set it up and couldn't get it to work?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like what?
Definitely with TVs. The last TV I got a few years ago, it was a 4K TV, and it's an awesome TV. But getting it set up, I was like, "What's wrong? The picture's fine, but it's not like amazing."
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know I have to watch stuff that's in 4K to do it, so I went to different channels to find stuff that was in 4K or whatever, and nothing was working, and then I realized that there were a whole bunch of issues. One was where the TV was, in which room it was in, because it wasn't designated for the. And then the other thing was the cable box. You needed a 4K cable box for the 4K TV to work. So I had to go physically get a new cable box, and then that wasn't quite right either, because then again it had to be in the right room. It was a lot. It was a lot.
And you go, all right, you're a dummy, yeah, I am a dummy. Do these TVs in here work?
No,
these TVs in our studios.
They work, but they don't.
But they don't work the way they're supposed to.
It's not easy, no. But fortunately, I have a brother who is a bit of a Jedi when it comes to electronics and stuff.
If the people that know how to do this stuff, they are. It's like solving the Da Vinci Code or something.
Exactly.
Set up your TV correctly.
What do they call those? Cryptics? Sorry, you said Da Vinci Code. I went to the thing with the puzzle.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Anyway, long story short.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Tom Hanks knew what I was talking about.
The fact of the matter is, I think it's working, and I'll try the other one today.
Well, I'm rooting for you.
It was close. Though. I was getting ready to throw something. I was so mad. But
I'm curious to let me know how the soundbar works. People swear by the soundbar. I don't have one. I have
Kang, you got one?
Old school surround sound stuff, but
you got a soundbar on your TV?
Yeah, in the basement.
Yeah.
And the upstairs.
Did you set it up yourself?
Yeah, it's just Bluetooth.
All right.
Yeah. Look at this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's wireless. It's Bluetooth.
Yeah,
Connect.
No bonding experience with a child, but
Yeah, that's probably why she hates me.
Well, they should put something on the I want the directions also to be way more specific. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they have terms in there that the average guy doesn't understand. If I'm considered the average guy. All right, let's talk some college football. The Blitz thingy is next. We'll get to some Lions later. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, it's kind of become a Tuesday thing because of the Lions. So back-to-back weeks, we're going to do the college football blitz on a Tuesday, and we'll do the NFL one tomorrow, leading into Lions football on Thursday. Are you ready for our college football blitz thingy, Gator?
Indeed.
Kang, let's go. Gator, heads or tails?
I'll go with heads.
It is a head. Would you like to receive?
I would
or
like to
defer?
receive.
You're up first then.
All right, here we go, Gator. Question number 1. It looks like at least 10 teams should be guaranteed a spot in the college football playoff. Which team, though, is going to be left out, and which team will have the biggest beef for being left out?
You know, I went through this yesterday, actually, between segments, and I came up with a list of schools that I think are teams that I think are going to be on the outside looking in, all looking for one spot. Alabama, South Carolina, Miami, Clemson, and Ole Miss, I think, are the teams that have a legitimate claim to that 12th spot, but only one's going to get in, and it's going to be Alabama. So I think the team that has the biggest beef about this is South Carolina. They have 3 wins over top 25 teams, and their 3 losses on the season are all to top 25 teams. They've got a 6-game win streak, and they just downed Clemson last week. Alas, that fan base is going to be livid when Alabama ends up making the CFP.
All right, any team that plays this weekend in a conference title game and has their position hurt should be livid. An example of this is Penn State. They were the 6th seed last week. They're likely to be the 5 seed this week. If they lose to Oregon in the Big Ten title game Saturday night, they should not lose home field advantage and drop to a 9 through 12 spot. But to answer the question specifically, I look at Clemson versus SMU in the ACC title game. SMU's hanging on to a spot right now. If they lose the ACC title game and lose their playoff spot, I think that's bogue. I don't think you should be punished by losing in a conference championship game. And that's the team that I think is going to have the biggest beef.
Wow, that would be if SMU doesn't get in, I would agree with that. I got them getting in though. You make a great case for South Carolina. I think that's definitely a team that would be pissed if they didn't get in, Gator. I think Miami's another team. I'll make the case for Ole Miss though. I mean, the Kentucky loss is bad. Don't get me wrong, that's a bad loss. But Kentucky also almost beat Georgia. They lost to Georgia by 1 point. Ole Miss beat Georgia. They beat South Carolina as well, the other team that you're making a case for here, Gator. So I've got Ole Miss as the one being left out and maybe the one with the biggest beef. All right, should the Heisman ballots be collected before championship weekend? Because is it unfair for great players who just don't have a chance to put any stat padding at that final game?
Yeah, I think if this is our system, the voting should end now. And the votes should be in this week. I agree. These are postseason games, but I don't like the system to begin with. I've often talked about how I would give the positional awards now. The Doak Walker to the best running back, the Danny O'Brien to the best quarterback, the Thorpe to the best defensive back, the Butkus to the best linebacker, and then the voters vote from those pools of players. That would force the voters to do something that nobody seems to want to do, and that's look at a non-skill position player. And you can't tell me that every single year the best player in the college game is a quarterback, with the occasional running back and the rare wide receiver winning the award. So if they're going to keep it this way, end it now. If not, change it and make the voters think a little bit.
Yeah, I think it is unfair. It's a regular season award, and conference championship games are relatively new phenomena. So I know that records are going to have some mental asterisks next to them because we're adding more and more playoff games every year. And it provides extra opportunities. I think it'd be great to be able to see Travis Hunter play another game, but we're not going to get to see that. Or Shedeur Sanders. Both guys for Colorado, they had a nice season, but not nice enough to play in a conference championship game. And yet, one of those guys is the favorite to win the Heisman, and I hope he does, despite not being able to pad his stats.
Yeah, I agree, guys. I don't think it is fair. I've always thought the title games, bowl games, all that stuff shouldn't even count towards your stats because those are postseason stuff. I think you should have regular season stats, which is what the Heisman should be based on, and you have postseason stats, championship games, conference title games, bowl games, all this stuff. Now playoff games. So yeah, I agree. It should not count. You should have your votes in before this weekend. Okay, if Ryan Day doesn't win the opening round of the playoffs, will he be back at Ohio State next year?
First of all, I think that that he wants to be back. I think he's got something to prove. He's got to beat Michigan, and to not have another chance at that, I think would crush him. So the only way you're going to get rid of him is if he wants to leave, because the buyout's too much. What did you say it was, $39 million or something like that, Doug?
Yep.
So the only other way I could see it happening, they could justify it, is if the team quits on him. And they could just point at, look, the team quit on you, dude. We got to work something out. But I don't think they're going to quit. I think that they've, like I said yesterday, I think they got a golden opportunity in front of them that they can forget about the Michigan game and focus on the college football playoff and have a chance to win a national championship.
My 51% says no. He would not be back if they lose in the first round of the playoffs. I think there's about a 10% chance that he gets fired. I think there's about a 41% chance that he just walks away. and I think there's a 49% chance that he stays. And I don't think they will fire him. I don't think they want to fire him, and I think that's too much money. I think that man looks miserable, absolutely miserable. And if they lose that game, I think he might just say, F it. I can go be appreciated somewhere else.
That's interesting. I mean, would he walk away? I don't think he would. And I think he'll be back because Ohio State would not pay that buyout. That buyout is just enormous. And if you take a step back and relax for a minute, because he does look miserable, Doug, and if he loses in the first round, I can't even imagine what would be going through his mind. He'd probably still be thinking about Michigan, to be honest with you. But if he takes a step back, hey, Cooper was 0-4-1 to start against Michigan. He was ultimately, 2-10-1 when he finally, hey, that was enough for Ohio State. So I think Ryan Day's got a little bit longer leash with Michigan and with the Buckeyes. They don't want to buy him out, of course. And he can win this next year. They always bring back a good team. They always have good recruiting classes. They pay up, to whoever, NIL, all that stuff. So I think he will be back. All right, what's been the biggest surprise this season in college football?
Arizona State. They may make the playoff. They play for a Big 12 title Saturday. They were picked last in the Big 12. From perspective, think about this. Vegas Insider, their total wins was 4.5. Michigan State's was 5.5. Imagine Michigan State was playing in a Big 10 title game this weekend. This is an incredibly surprising season. Arizona State, the biggest surprise in college football.
Well, you make a compelling case, and that wasn't one of the schools I was looking at. I was torn between Colorado and Indiana, and it came down to me that Colorado just has more talent than Indiana does. So I'm going to go with Indiana because they flipped the entire roster basically and added a new coach with Curt Cignetti coming from James Madison. And yeah, they got a whole bunch of players from James Madison to help rule the roost here in the Big Ten. Now, their schedule was a joke in the non-conference schedule, and their conference schedule wasn't all that taxing. They basically played Ohio State, and they lost. But it's not their fault. That's the way the schedule falls. The teams that they did beat, they dominated with an average of over 30 points per victory. So, yeah, I got to say it's Indiana and what Curt Cignetti has done in one season to get that team. It's Indiana with 11 wins in the college football playoff already. I think it's impressive.
That's very impressive. It's a pretty good call there, Gator. I mean, you go to the other way, too, of Florida State and what they've done the opposite, coming off of a regular season where they won every game. But I'm going to go with a player. I'm going to go with Ashton Jeanty, okay? I couldn't even find his preseason Heisman odds. It's incredible. He was a good running back last year, but he's nearly doubled his yards and touchdowns from last year. And with the running back position possibly being back in the NFL, and he's going to be a top pick now, I think it's a great thing. I think he came out of nowhere for me personally. Like I said, good running back last year, great running back this year. All right, Georgia-Texas rematch in the SEC title game. Texas is favored by 2.5 points. But the Bulldogs, they won the first game 30-15, and that game was in Texas. This game is in Atlanta. Does this point spread make any sense to you guys?
Nope. Not even a lick of it. I mean, both teams have their issues. Both have had tight wins against lesser competition, but I don't understand this. I mean, perhaps the only thing it skews in this favor, and it's not even all the way in the favor, is that the title game will be played and they'll have ticket sales that'll try to be equitable as you can. There's going to be a lot of tickets available for Texas fans, but this doesn't make any sense. Georgia won at Texas, so I don't get this.
It's an overreaction to Georgia Tech taking UGA to 8 overtimes. The Dogs have the third toughest schedule in the country. Texas has the 32nd ranked toughest schedule in the country, but let me be clear about that. That is officially the easiest schedule in the SEC. Texas won 7 SEC games. Of the bottom 7 teams in the SEC, Texas beat 6 of them. Think about that. Their 6 wins of their 7 came against the teams in the bottom 7 spots in the league. This makes no sense, and I've already gone big on the Dogs.
Do you guys remember the quarterback Mike Glennon?
Yeah.
NC State. Yeah, Carson Beck is Mike Glennon with tattoos. Okay, so
wow.
Here's the thing, guys. Georgia, I don't know, man, about this team. And I'd never shy away from Vegas. Vegas threw this line out there for a reason. I don't question Vegas. This line doesn't make sense to everybody, but it makes sense to Vegas. So that way, I'm backing off. Something doesn't seem right, though. Carson Beck with tattoos. It's Mike Glennon. All right, is it fair that Notre Dame cannot get in? or cannot get a first round bye, I'm sorry, because those spots are reserved for conference champions.
I think it's great. And I bet it eventually forces Notre Dame's hand. Their AD always said, as long as we can have a great TV deal and make money and have a path to the playoff, then we'll stay independent. Well, they still have the path to the playoff, but they don't have as an easy path to the championship. And they're going to have one season where they go 12-0 and they still have to play a first-round game. And if they lose it, I think that'll be the breaking point. At some point, I think Notre Dame is going to join the ACC as a full-time member.
Like, the question is it fair? Yep, sure is. Join a conference already. I'm with you 100%, Doug. Their best wins over Louisville this year, and they have the worst loss of any top 10 team in the country when they fell to the mighty Huskies of Northern Illinois. So put your big boy pants on, join the Big Ten or the ACC or even the Big 12 and get on board. Or you can go ahead and continue with your self-righteous attitude and pout and complain to fan bases that just don't care, Notre Dame.
Self-righteous is right. I'm pretty sure at this point, if you had to be in a conference to win the national title, they wouldn't do it. Just out of pure arrogance. I mean, no, of course, join a conference. This is the way it is, Notre Dame. So is it fair or not? It doesn't matter. Join a conference.
And there you go. That concludes the college football blitz thingy. All right, huge game coming up for the Lions Thursday night. Let's get into the injury report. I got a proposal for the Lions. We'll get to that at 11:05. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage doors. Why? Well, because you got a lot of metal parts. There's springs and rollers. Any of those moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops. And I don't know if you noticed lately, but the temperature has dropped. This is why I recommend Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. It's a local company. It's a company I've used for years, whether it's just maintenance on my garage doors, like I had them come out a few years ago and diagnose some issues I was having when the doors were going up kind of slowly. So they maintained them. And then they said, you're going to need new garage doors in a couple of years. And sure enough, the time came, I had to get new garage doors, and you know who I called? Precision Garage Door. They're amazing. Plus, they have garage doors in stock at their warehouse and can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. So if you need new garage doors or just some repairs, Precision is the place. Just give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, with so much Michigan-Ohio State talk, we didn't get too much into a Lions game, which looms huge Thursday. Lions, Green Bay Packers. Look, this thing's it's not easy. It's so funny. I feel like the moment Jared Goff said, hey, this isn't easy, it's being proven that it is not easy, and it's being proven, unfortunately, by way of injury more than anything else. The Lions have 13 players on the defensive side of the football currently on the injured reserve list. The good news is Carlton Davis, was back at practice. If Carlton Davis is good to go, then the starting secondary is at full force, and that is more than a small deal. What's going to be really interesting is who's playing in the front seven, because they're going to be guys that have been here for like 35 minutes, getting opportunities to play. Quan Alexander, there is some speculation that because he has a history in New Orleans with Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn, that he has a leg up on getting some snaps this weekend, a guy that they plucked off Denver's practice squad. Jack Campbell is in the middle of the defense and healthy. David Long played 13 snaps against Indy, then only played 12 against Chicago. Ezekiel Turner's last 3 games have gone 4 snaps, 11 snaps, 22 snaps. Trevor Nowatzki is in the mix. And there was a report that Jamal Adams was taking reps at linebacker.
That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he was such a fierce hitter from the safety position and a playmaker, and he's got that speed. That linebacker would be an interesting place for him if he doesn't have the coverage skills anymore.
Yeah, and which again, there is a belief that he's lost a step, and so it could make some sense. It could be an interesting repurposing. I'm not sure we're going to see him on the field this quickly.
I agree with you. It's an interesting story because you don't see repurposing of NFL players too often. You don't see a whole lot of going from safety, being an all-pro safety in your career, to then shifting 8 years later to become a linebacker.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think maybe the obvious thing you can do is go from wide receiver to tight end, and even that doesn't happen often.
Yeah, I don't know. Not everybody is like your boy in New Orleans. They all don't have that skill set.
All right, let's stop Taysom Hill. I hope he heals up, honestly. I don't want anybody to be hurt.
Okay, but I mean, Quan Alexander, I feel like Quan Alexander, David Long, and Trevor Nowatzki are going to be the guys we see a lot of. Beyond that, defensive tackle, Levi Onwuzurike, DJ Reader did not practice. Mekhi Wingo is on injured reserve. Who's left? It's amazing. If you look at the snap counts at the defensive tackle spot last week, Lee McNeil got a bunch of snaps. Patrick O'Connor and Broderick Martin are the guys who are left. And Broderick Martin got 2 snaps. Those are the guys who are left from a week ago at the defensive tackle spot.
Did we know Reader was hurt? Or is this just a maintenance day? Give him a day off. He's a veteran in the league, because I don't recall him leaving the game.
I thought I read today what it was that kept him out, but I hope it's just a maintenance day.
Yeah, I hope it's a maintenance day too. They need DJ Reader.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I mean, this team can run it.
Well, yeah. Yeah, they can. Josh Jacobs ran it against them last time when we were a healthier team. So
yep, DJ Reader has a shoulder apparently. Yep. So anyway, if he didn't practice, I guess we'll see what it is today. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. On the edge, Pascal did not practice. 3 guys got snaps at the edge last weekend. El-Quadin Muhammad, Zadarius Smith, and Pascal. That's it. I mean, that's it. So they bring in Jonah Williams and Miles Adams. I mean, I'm going to guess that one of them is going to be forced into action.
Well, they use a lot of linebacker play. Neiman and Nowatzki are guys that come in there for those situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of – I mean, you could – there are options that they have with using Jack Campbell all over the place. And if you're going to let, David Long take more snaps, this is not optimal.
No.
Injuries are catching up with this team right now. This is a banged up group right now that's on a 10-game win streak.
The skeleton crew. I mean, This is literally, they're going to have to do that the team effort thing that's cliche, but it's really real right now with all the injuries they have. Is it's going to take a team effort, and there's not going to be one guy, that other than like Ali McNeil and Zadarius Smith. I think those two guys can kind of consistently try to beat their man one-on-one, but the problem is they're probably going to get doubled, and everyone else now, you're on an island, and you got to beat your man. And I think Glenn's been sending a guy every now and then, always, one of those linebackers. That guy's going to have to beat the block. He's going to have to beat the fullback or the tight end or whoever it is and get to the quarterback because they are just so thin in the front seven.
I think that there is a chance that we see more from Isaiah Thomas. Remember, they picked him up, and he's still on the practice squad, right? I'm pretty sure he is. And so does he become a guy that he played? Let me see the last time he played. He played in week 9 was the last time he
is on the practice squad. So is Isaac Ukwu.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle-wise, Chris Smith is on the practice squad. Mitchell Agude, a linebacker, is another guy who does that kind of defensive end stuff. Defensive end stuff.
Well,
he was in the competition with James Houston, right? It was Agude, Ukwu, and James Houston were the guys fighting for those spots.
Yep. Anyway, you're right. Skeleton crew is what it is. They're trending towards, this is looking like a team that we need to prepare for them to get into shootouts again. They're going to get, they did that, a lot of that last year, and we see why it's happening this year. It'd be freaking awesome if Aaron Glenn can piecemeal this thing together and keep the Packers in check. I mean, the Packers last game scored a meaningless touchdown late. Detroit beat them, was 24-14, I think was the final.
Yep.
So, their defense was fantastic against.
The defense only gave up one touchdown. The others, it was a touchdown, a 2-point conversion. They got 6 points on field goal.
Yeah. So it was an outstanding defensive performance against the Pack, and they're going to be. I don't suspect they'll be able to do it again. So we just got to get prepared for those shootout games. 35-31, those kind of games.
Well, I don't want to completely dismiss, and I don't think that's what you were doing here, but to Aaron Glenn and what he can do. What he can scheme up and what he can figure out, because he's done it all season long with less. Although this is the week that they have considerably, it looks like on paper, they have considerably less than they ever have at any point in the season this year. This is the one where it could be severely compromised all throughout the defense.
So I guess the one thing about this is, if we do get into one of these shootout games, and Friday we're taking calls about the defense, we have to keep in mind that it's expected at this time that many of these defensive players will be back. We don't even know who's going to be out. I mean, Pascal might be able to go this week for all we know. Reeder might be able to go this week for all we know. If they are out and they get to a shootout game, it will be processed by some people as an indictment as to where they are and an indictment of their Super Bowl chances. I'm advising one not to do that. You don't need to do that. If they have a skeleton squad out there defensively, it's a survive and advance kind of game. And I guess even if they lose that game, as long as they're going to get their pieces back before, because they'll still have a game up on Green Bay. They'll be tied with Minnesota, assuming Minnesota wins this week. I don't even know who the Vikings have. I haven't looked at that yet. But if Minnesota wins this week, they'll be tied with Minnesota, holding the tiebreaker, but it could all come down to that last game. And if it comes down to the last game, it's not the end of the world. It's a home game, and you hope to be healthier by then. Minnesota's got the Falcons this week. So
they play at home, yeah.
It's not, it's as Jared Goff said, this isn't easy, people. 248-539-9797. I do have a proposal. I want to know what you think of said proposal. We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Biggest Pistons game in a long time. They have a chance to advance to the NBA Cup knockout round with a win tonight. Detroit 3-0 in group play with a deciding match up against Milwaukee at home. Head coach JB Bickerstaff says his team is just excited for the challenge. Well, if the Pistons don't win tonight, they could still advance as a wild card. They would have to have the best point differential in NBA Cup games in the East. Because of that, you would want to root for the Magic over the Knicks in their deciding game, and Detroit can't lose by more than 5 tonight. The game's going to be over on Alt 98.7. I'll have your pregame show at 6:35. Azeez Al-Shaair, the Texans defender who laid the hit on a sliding Trevor Lawrence over the weekend, was handed a 3-game suspension for what the league calls an unacceptable and serious violation, followed by unsportsmanlike acts that are troubling and don't reflect the NFL's core values. Sebastian Koza says that he simply plans to have fun as he joins the Red Wings on their road trip. The first-round goalie will get his chance to back up Ville Husso as the team heads to Boston and Washington this week after putting up great numbers in Grand Rapids. Game time at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. And Big Ten play begins for Michigan Hoops, their first true road game of the year, and against their top-ranked opponent. Number 11 Wisconsin will host the Wolverines at 9 o'clock. Brian Bush's call over on WWJ. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Lions in Green Bay coming up on Thursday. So I was trying to figure out, Gator, how much we should care about the 1 seed. How much we should care about the 1 seed. So we've had this format of 7 teams making the postseason for 4 years. And the 1 seed, it changed everything. Like prior to that, the 1 seed and the 2 seed got the first round buys. There was a wild card weekend and then they played. But now the 1 seed is the only one that gets the first round bye. And we all know the other 6 at play, and then 3 survive. The lowest remaining seed takes on the 1 seed. How much do we care? Well, the 4 years that we've had this format, meaning there's a total of 8 1 seeds, 4 in the AFC, 4 in the NFC. How many do you suppose 1 seeds made the Super Bowl?
Of the 4 years?
Yep. 8 total 1 seeds.
Twice. I don't know.
Okay, it's 4. Okay, so half of the Super Bowl teams have been 1 seeds. And only 1 seed has won the Super Bowl, but at that point, being a 1 seed gives you nothing. You're not playing at home. The bye doesn't really matter. Both teams have a bye leading into the game. Should it really matter a ton to us? Well, the other option is, of course, the having to play an extra playoff game. And if you're not the 1 seed, you are likely to, but not guaranteed to have to go on the road at some point. Well, it's silly to say that the Lions couldn't win on the road. They're 6-0 on the road this year with 3 wins over playoff teams and 2 wins over teams on the cusp of the playoffs. Indianapolis is the next first team out in the AFC, and Arizona is a game out of the playoffs in the NFC West. Lions have been road warriors. The wins over Houston, Minnesota, and Green Bay, all playoff teams. They also won 1 in crappy weather at Green Bay. If they have to go to Philly in crappy weather, it would be hard, no doubt about it, but they absolutely could win that game. Some other possibilities for a postseason weather game, if they have to go to Green Bay would have to pass them in the regular season, or maybe even Seattle can have pretty brutal conditions in the Pacific Northwest. So how much should they want the 1 seed? I think they should really want it, but I don't think it's the be-all, end-all. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it also is. It's not devastating if they don't get it, I guess is the way I look at it. I want it because I think this team needs all the rest that they can get for the playoff run, and particularly when it comes to guys like Aiden Hutchinson, if you're hoping that he's going to be available to you at some point in the playoffs, if that's a real possibility, then yeah, I want to be able to prolong this as long as possible so that you can have your full complement of players. But it's not a devastating look. I mean, the Lions last year, what they did last year was spectacular, and that wasn't a 1 seed, and they should have beaten the team I shouldn't say should have. They could have beaten, San Francisco in the NFC Championship game and found themselves in the Super Bowl.
Okay, so half the 1 seed since we've gone to this format have made the Super Bowl. 1 seed has won a Super Bowl. 2 4s made it 1 year. That was the year that the Rams and the Bengals made it. Kansas City made it last year as a 3, and they went to the 1 seed and beat Baltimore. And I think the other one was New England, who made it and won. Or was it Tampa? Tampa made it and won. It was Tom Brady, right? I think it was the other one. But anyway, Kang, how important do you think this 1 seed thing is? How much would you be going for it?
I think it's very important.
Okay.
It's not just the week off, and if you want to count that as a victory, playoff victory or not, getting the bye, that's up to you. But to me, it is about the home games. Listen, we know the Lions can win on the road. They've done it so much now. It's like, it's second nature to this team. But I don't want to go on the road. I think going to Philly it could be a problem. Going to Seattle could be a problem. If you don't win this division and you get a wild card, you're going to go on the road and play another division winner. I think this stuff is important. Listen, they played in Green Bay, and Goff came out and said, I thought we were the the dome team, all that stuff. Yeah, so I know they have that chip on their shoulder and they can pull that off. But I don't want to if I don't have to. And I think weather does matter. Philly, the wind, I don't know what's going to be like. Seattle, I don't want to do that if I don't have to. And it's stating the obvious, but I think it is. And I think it's more important than people realize. Just because the Lions have been winning on the road, at some point that could easily, hey, this is the playoffs. It's win or go home. And hey, before you know it, the wind did play a role, and it didn't have to.
So I guess here is my proposal. What we hear in these times is when this guy gets hurt, somebody's going to have to step up. That guy gets hurt, somebody else is going to have to step up. But what coaches do more than just say it's the backup that needs to step up, they'll say, well, the offense is going to have to be better. And our special teams are going to have to be better. With a defense that's been ravaged by injuries, that gets cited a lot. And here's what I'm proposing. If you think the 1 seed is important, if you think that is something they should absolutely be going for at all costs, then that means Amon-Ra St. Brown is deep on punt returns. Or Jamison Williams or Terrion Arnold. I guess those guys are lobbying Dave Phipp to return punts. And the reason is, yeah, it comes with a risk. But if you can get one of them to take one to the house or give you better field position or get a 20-yard return, which is 2 less first downs that the offense has to get, if you can be better on special teams, that's one way to do it. I understand that there is a injury risk that comes with, but it's not as like I'm telling them to cross into the Russian front. And we're just saying that you just want this team to ask. If you're asking a little bit more of everybody, I think strategically that is something that you can do, is put those positions in players, put those players rather in positions to help make your special teams better. And if you don't like the idea, I mean, that's cool. I understand it. But if the 1 seed is really that important, then I would go ahead and put guys back there. This isn't exposing them to 50 more hits the rest of the way. It's exposing them to a chance to take a hit here and there.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with when it gets to, I guess, using those guys. I don't know if I want to use them too early just yet, but at some point you may feel the need. And I think it's a game-by-game basis. It's a situation-by-situation basis. You can always go to that if you need to. If you feel like you need that extra spark, then go ahead and put St. Brown or Jamison Williams back there. The issue that I would have with Jamison Williams is I'm not sure he's going to catch the ball. I'm almost 100% sure that the St. Brown's going to catch it. But I don't have that same confidence with J-Mo.
Right. Well, whoever it might be that gives you the best chance to A, catch it, and B, give you an explosive return.
Don't be afraid.
They released Mo Alexander, so people who don't know. And maybe it's not even about the 1 seed. Because if you don't win the division, and this thing is still a battle, you're on the road the entire postseason.
Yeah.
And so if you're asking for more, is this a risk worth taking? 248-539-9797. You're on board?
Yeah, I don't have too much of an issue. Like I said, to me, it's situational. Yep. I think I still, for the game on Thursday, I would expect that Tom Kennedy or Donovan Peoples-Jones is brought up to the roster, probably for that role. But if you have to, if you need something like lightning in a bottle, then you can go to it.
Kang, you okay with this?
Only situationally. I don't want him. I don't want him to start the game back there just because he's quote unquote the best punt returner on the team. I'm talking about JMO or St. Brown. Because for me, I just want my special teams. My bar is low. Don't lose me the game. Don't fumble. Don't go backwards. End of story. Now everything else is kind of like, icing on the cake. Khalif, great punt returner, right? I think he's got one return this year for a touchdown. So, I mean, my question is, how much are you gaining by putting JMO back there as opposed to somebody else? Are you gaining that significant amount of an advantage?
It depends who their options are. I would imagine that if it's a decision between JMO and Tom Kennedy or ASB and Donovan Peoples-Jones, I think you're gaining enough to make it worthwhile, even if it's just a couple first downs, if it's 20 yards. All right, 248-539-9797. Love it or hate it. Carson Anderson, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
And if you're having issues with your furnace right now, and it can be an issue because it's getting colder and colder by the day, look for the red, white, and blue trucks. They belong to the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And not only are they going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market, but they can also unclog any pesky drains that you have in the house. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of their 5-star reviews that they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is your Metro Detroit boiler expert.
having a discussion about how aggressively the Detroit Lions should pursue the 1 seed in the NFC. I know Mike, when we talked to Mike and Rico yesterday before they took over, they were talking about would 1-1 in these next couple of games be okay. I mean, if you got guys, here's another approach to it. Like, if you got guys that are hurt but could play, if you give them the Thursday game against Green Bay off, they get 10 days before the next game. They don't have a bye this late in the year. They're going to have to finish with a bunch of games consecutively. Like, if you don't want to aggressively pursue the 1 seed and you think it's really important, then those guys that could play, that are kind of on the brink, you play them in this Green Bay game because it's the more important of the two. It's the divisional game. It's the conference game. These matters in tiebreakers. Tiebreakers come into play every year. You put J-Mo deep on punt return, or Amon-Ra deep on punt return, or Terrion Arnold deep on punt return, whoever it might be. Like, should they really be going for it? I'm gonna tell you, I feel like our head coach is wired to go for it. I don't think he is soft shoes this stuff. I think he goes for it, and I suspect that he will. But 248-539-9797. Here's some of the feedback. Jason in Chicago says the 1 seed is very important for this team because of their early bye. These players need that week of rest. Well, that's the thing, is you do create another bye for yourself. And when you create that bye, it can go a long way to for a team like this. From an unnamed texter, no team in the NFL has more grit than the Detroit Lions. Super Bowl bound is inevitable. That I don't agree with. I agree with the grit part. I would not call a Super Bowl bid inevitable.
Well, I would say this when it comes to the players that are injured, I'm not rushing them back. I'm not looking at this guy and say, hey, can you give it a go? This is not a playoff game. This is a regular season game. And you need to be as close to 100% by the playoffs, not by week 13. I understand it's an important game for sure to play Green Bay, divisional game, conference game. You've got a narrow lead over your competitors in the division. I get all that. But there's still plenty of season left that even if you rest these guys like a Decker or a Carlton Davis, if you rest these guys another week, and let's say for the sake of argument you lose this game, you can still make up for it. You're still on top of the division. So I'm not in a hurry to rush those guys back.
More feedback. Lions getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs saves me from having to spend $426 on 2 seeds. Well, there's that. I wonder if people would rather have an extra playoff game or not. For their own enjoyment, I think they probably would pass to be the 1 seed. Adam in Toledo says, math says it's more likely to be in the Super Bowl as the 1 seed than any other spot. Got it. So you'd aggressively go for it. Would you play guys who are on the cusp but could use the rest, but you want to get them in there? And put your best players deep on punt returns to get that 1 seed? Goal's about winning the Super Bowl. Charlene in Advance says, I think it's important for a first-round bye for the sake of time to heal for the playoffs, such as Anzalone. He could be back for the first round. Yes, he could. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Matt.
Happy Tuesday, boys.
What's up?
Hey, Matt.
I guess I would be instead of putting St. Brown back there. I know he's got sure hands, but he is probably one of our most important weapons on offense, and losing him almost feels like a nail in the coffin. We can't take that risk. So I'd be fine with J-Mo, especially if it's not like deep in the zone. Maybe it's a punt from in the other team zone, or maybe even Gibbs. Good hands, good explosion, but I just think St. Brown's too valuable. We lose him. I don't know if we have. Laporte has been injured. J-Mo kind of goes back and forth, but St. Brown, besides him, Goff and Sewell, I wouldn't want either of those guys back there. And maybe if it's super deep and we need just short hands, St. Brown can play the punt return. But I do not want to chance him, man.
I think it is. I think it brings to the point about situational. If you've got if the other team is punting from like their 20-yard line, their 10-yard line, and you're going to get a return likely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind putting those guys in if it's a situation where you're trailing the game, you need that spark. If you're ahead in the game, by double-digit points, you're ahead by 10 or more.
Yeah,
I don't need to put somebody back there. And also, if the other team's punting from like their 40-yard line, their 50, just inside the 50, I don't need to put one of those guys back there either, because likely it's going to be a fair catch situation. Now, St. Brown, maybe I feel better about him just calling for the fair catch because he's going to catch it, but he doesn't need to return it.
The one thing about the whole approach to this is it feels like there's a bit of it's a precarious position, right? Being on top. And you don't want any decision to cost you if they lose it, you want them to lose it for football reasons exclusively. You don't want it to be for any decision that is made that costs you. If Green Bay comes in here and the Lions are perfectly healthy and Green Bay just whoops them, hat off. If it's like last year's Thanksgiving game, right? But if you make strategic decisions that cost you football games, that's where you have real regret. And I guess, the Lions have proven they can win on the road. Everybody says that one seed's, but we've got a number of texts that said the one seed's super important because of the extra rest it would give players. And maybe this game dictates what you do next. The very losable game is Buffalo. You don't want to lose it, but it being a non-division and an AFC game when it comes to the tiebreakers. And I keep saying every week, we're talking about the Lions having to kind of be perfect here, and they've kind of had to be perfect. Since the loss to Tampa, they've had to be perfect to hang on to first place. They were 1-1, man, and they've had to be perfect. If they weren't perfect, they could still be really blank and good, but by keeping this perfect record, they've held Minnesota at bay. Green Bay is 9-3. Green Bay 9-3 would be in first place in like 5 other divisions. Yeah. Be tied for first in the AFC North. They'd be in the first in the AFC South. They'd be in first in the NFC South. They'd be in first in the NFC West. So it's 4 other divisions. We get that would get you first place. And so that, they're nipping at Detroit's heels. I just feel like they got to keep the pedal down. And it's a physical game. People are going to get hurt, but it's just what you got to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to treat this too much like it's anything more than what it is. It's a regular season game. I think there are situations you can take advantage of that in the return game, but I think you got to be careful when it comes to other players on this roster and ask them to go within themselves and dig deep, and you gotta come out there and play with us on Thursday if you're banged up.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. How aggressive do you get to go get the 1 seed? Now, in the meantime, we found something here, Gator, that I just find so dumb. I'm embarrassed to bring it up, but I think we have to bring it up. In the world of sports, I'm shocked that serious people are talking about this. We'll get to that today at 11:31. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream our show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. There's going to come that time we're out of town, something big in sports happens. You're going, what's the name of that app? Just go get it now. You can load in 97.1 The Ticket now, so you'll be just 2 button touches away from listening to the station, no matter where you are. Same thing, 971theticket.com, our website. You can stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Go to those websites in the search bar, type in 971 The Ticket. You can participate in the streaming chat in both. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Saw this and immediately sent it to some friends. So what do you think of this? It's making its way around social media after Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, went on a podcast or did an interview with the Puck's John Orond about something called the Golden at Bat. The Golden at Bat. It is an idea that is apparently being considered, has created some buzz amongst decision makers in Major League Baseball. Says there's a little buzz about this. What is the Golden at Bat, you ask?
Doug, what's the Golden at Bat?
The basic concept is that a team could choose one at bat in every game to use its best hitter, regardless of where they are in the lineup. So if, say, the New York Yankees have the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth, they could bring Aaron Judge to the plate even if it wasn't his turn in the order. It would be a one-time replacement, not a substitution like a pinch hitter. Jason Stark of The Athletic wrote about this and said they might restrict this rule only to teams that are trailing at the time. Could also lead to scenarios where a hitter bats one spot before his turn in the lineup. Say Judge is on deck, but they use Judge to hit while Judge is also on deck. So you might have to face Judge back-to-back at bats. This is the Golden at Bat concept. Come on. There is a tendency, Gator, for everybody to look at every rule change and go, no. And I think Major League Baseball has done some great things to actually embrace change and modernize the game. The pitch clock being chief amongst them.
Yeah, but it feels like a lot of the changes that have been made in baseball have been made within the rules that they already have. They're just kind of tweaking stuff. Okay, we're not changing the pitcher. We're just saying there's a time limit on how much time you get to spend between pitches.
Mm-hmm.
This has me looking at the calendar and making sure it's not April 1st.
Right.
This is utterly ridiculous when it comes to, a sport that's been around for 150 years or whatever it is. And this is this would be a major departure. And I don't think baseball's in dire straits where they need to do something like this. I don't understand why it would even be considered and not just laughed off and then, let's move them away. I mean, this isn't if you want to do this for the All-Star game, I mean, even then it seems dumb. But to consider for the regular season an actual rule change, I don't get it. I don't understand why they would even consider this.
When I was very young, Gator, there were, I think, more college all-star football games at the end of the year. And they weren't about actually pro scouting. They were about college football all-star, East versus West. There was the blue-gray game.
Yep.
There was the Hula Bowl, the Shrine Bowl. There was the Japan Bowl. There were all these different all-star games. And I think players were playing multiples of them.
They could, yeah.
And I remember in those games, I think it was in the second half, if a team was trailing by more than a score, if they scored a touchdown, they got the ball back. Because they were trying to make the games more exciting and more entertaining. So if you were down 21-0 and you scored a touchdown, you could receive the kickoff. But no one would be crazy enough to consider it for real football.
There you go.
This kind of thing sounds like the kind of idea you come up with 2 or 3 joints in.
Not beers.
Nope.
You got to be high as a kite to consider a change like
How
this.
many gummies does it take before this sounds like a good idea?
I mean, does this sound like a good idea to anyone?
Well, maybe to people trying to market the game, because unlike any other sport, it's the one sport where the offense can't dictate who the key player is at the key time of the game.
Yeah, but okay, here's the thing. And baseball is a unique sport.
Yep.
It's a very unique sport. As you point out, basketball, we're designing a play for last shot. We're going to give it to our best player. Football, the quarterback's got the ball in his hands. He's going to look at his best players, although you're going to call the best play because it's an ultimate team sport. Hockey, you get to keep your best players on the ice. You want to call a timeout and ensure that they're out there even though when they're tired. Okay, you can do that. But baseball is different because it's a lineup and things happen in an order. And one of the things I love about baseball is that you never know who the hero is going to be. You never know. Anybody can rise up in a given opportunity and be that guy. Did anybody think that Dave Bergman was going to be that guy back in '84 hitting the home run against the Yankees? Or that Mark Salas, the Chief, was going to do that at some point? Or that...
Can we just go Andy Ibanez this year?
Yeah, well, I was going to say it was Alexis Gomez for the Tigers in 06 in that playoff run. You know, they had guys that you'd never heard of. That all of a sudden, because of one moment, it's life-changing. And it's awesome. And I love that about baseball. This would be so dumb. It's such a departure from what the sport is and what the rules are. It just doesn't make any sense.
So, first of all, I want to make something clear. I'm not for this rule, okay? But everything you just described is exactly why he got high and came up with this idea. It's because they don't want Alexis Gomez and Andy Ibanez being the guy. They want Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts and Aaron Judge being the guy. And so he came up with this idea because, hey, I want to market the stars. I want the ball in the hands of the guy that everyone knows, the superstar, to make this game even more popular. Go back to the fact, I don't want to change the rule, by the way.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, but that's the reason why they're doing it, or the reason why he brought it up, Gator.
Yeah,
and you may love it, but I'm sorry, that kid growing up doesn't go, I want to be the next Alexis Gomez. He doesn't.
Know what that kid grows up thinking? I want to be in that moment.
Yeah, and he wants to be
100%.
Mike Trout or Ohtani or whoever.
But they want to be in the moment more than anything else.
No, they want to be that player more than anything else.
But seriously, if you go down this
go
road,
check the jersey sales.
But
jersey sales are jersey sales. But I guess I can explain from my point of view. When I was a kid, I thought about being in that position, not about being, whoever the player was at the time. It was. Oh my God, how awesome would it be to be in a pressure situation? You're down 9-6 in the bottom of the ninth inning, and you got the bases loaded and 2 outs and a 3-2 count. You want to be in that position to hit the grand slam to win it.
If you seriously, if it's forced, okay, if the game is forced to make a change like this, then the change that would make even more sense to me, even though I wouldn't do this. I can't even, this is why I said this is going to be an embarrassing conversation. Is just you start the beginning, top of the order every inning. Like you have a batting order, and if you get your 3 outs after 3 hitters, that's it.
But isn't this just one at bat?
This is just one at bat. But if you're trying to market the stars, the only reason you're doing this is to market the stars and to make them a bigger part of the game, and you want them to get more opportunities. Then at the beginning of every inning, you start with hitter number 1.
Well, I'll agree with Kang on this.
But I don't want to do this. Like
the idea of to do this is clearly marketing, but there are other ways to market the stars and market the game. There are ways to get younger and hipper and attract that audience if that's what you want to do, which is what you should be doing. And we talked about in this show ways you can do it. I think having people mic'd up and cameras around there the whole bit, and have that develop that into a show like we do with Hard Knocks and everything else.
Hard Knocks, Drive to Survive,
all that stuff is fantastic, and that would help market these players without question. Baseball needs to step up and actually market the players. Don't change the rules to market the players. Market the players.
But they want to do it in the game, Gator.
I know that, but there are ways to do it within the game.
No, in the actual game.
I understand. There are ways to do it within the actual game that they have started to do. And I don't think you need to change a rule to do it.
It's pretty extreme, and I seriously cannot believe that it's getting actual conversation for the commissioner's office on down. Chris is in Flint, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Okay.
All right. So this is another fact that proves that Rob Manfred hates baseball. And, it's just ridiculous. He's trying to turn the sport into rock and jock. So I'm going to preface this just with one thing. And, I mean, look, you want to go ahead and bring that rule in? Cool. Let's see Aaron Judge strike out with men on 2 times in a row, because that's what he does in the clutch, right? Here's how I look at it. I'm a Mets fan, and Pete Alonso had a terrible year this year. But he endured himself to all of the Mets fans with that 1 home run in Milwaukee. And so he's having a bad year, and if this golden at bat rule is here, you're going to pull him out because he's been struggling. You don't get those moments, those feel-good moments that Gator was talking about. Like, I don't care if it's Pete Alonso or Mark Vientos or some triple A guy that they call up. If someone hits a huge home run for your team, you feel it, you love it, and you never forget that guy's name. So, like, doing that, you're marketing just to these players. It's bad enough ESPN only wants to show 4 or 5 teams and 4 or 5 players and do these spotlight things. You know, the sport, I know they needed to speed it up and do all this stuff, but the Ghost Runner is one thing that I didn't like. I like long games. I'm sorry, that's just me. I'm only 39 years old, but I like the old stuff.
Yeah, I mean, their point is that the younger crowd doesn't.
Right, and I think he might. I think he's in the minority when it comes to liking the longer games.
Yep.
I don't mind them as much either, but I understand that I'm probably in the minority, and I'm okay with that. I love the rules that speed up the game. By the way, the extra inning games in a regular season going to the Ghost Runner, it's taken some adjusting to get used to it, but I think I have in the regular season. Obviously, it changes in the postseason, which makes it interesting and even more interesting now with what the Tigers just did, using their method of the pitching staff.
Yeah,
that it really makes it tough to continue that in extra innings in the postseason. But there have been some good movement that they've made, and to speed up the game, those things have been better for the game. But this seems like it's
so extreme and ridiculous, and the product of being high as a kite. I get. I mean, I just can't believe it. Philip in Farmington. Hi, Philip.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Hey, man. I see this as a solution, actually, to solve 2 problems at once. Nobody really likes the extra innings rule, with the runner on second. So what if they made it where you got the extra innings and the manager got to see the lineup as he sees fit, right? You can kind of put the star players out there in extra innings and don't have to worry about a guy batting twice. So that's just my thought.
I don't know what I'm confused as well.
Okay, I'm saying in extra innings, like the manager could put whoever he wants out there in the 10th inning to hit first.
Okay, so starting in the 10th inning, it's like a whole new game.
Yeah, it's like a whole new game. Yeah,
a whole new lineup that you can put. So if you took guys out of the game, you can put them back in.
Well, no, I don't see anything like that. But I mean, like your best player, like let's say it hit the 10th inning, comes up, and you're 7, 8, 9 hitters up, and you don't want that. You'll be allowed to hit your best player first, right?
So you can basically remake a lineup to start at extra innings. I mean, I have less issue with that than what they're actually considering, because extra innings feels to me like they've started to do extra innings in a way like, how do we get this game over with?
100%. That's what they've done.
And I'm okay with it in the regular season. Yeah. So, but we all agree this is crazy, right?
This is trash.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets, from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out the newer bets like number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it's already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever, and now's the perfect time to get in on the action, because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Got word that next hour we'll be opening up the big old tub of pretzels.
Ooh.
We've been known to do. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. We got open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket. We're just talking about this. I think it's just embarrassingly bad. I really think it's humiliating. Rob Manfred claims there's buzz around the golden at bat rule amongst MLB owners in a story that ran today. I believe it was in USA Today. Oh, no, it's Sports Illustrated. Sorry. Well, they got quotes from Rob Manfred. The golden at bat, the idea would be a manager could, at any given time in a game, just send his best hitter up, no matter where they are in the order. You could decide, right now we're sending our best hitter up. We have a ton of feedback. If the MLB implements this rule, I won't watch baseball anymore altogether. What a stupid idea. That's from an unnamed texter. The golden at bat rule is literally a rule in banana ball. Let's leave banana ball alone. That's from Keith at work. Is that true? The Savannah Bananas?
The traveling.
Yeah, basically the
baseball
Globetrotters of baseball. Unnamed texture. This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard of. What happens when a superstar goes into a slump? We're going to just put them out there because he's a superstar? Well, I mean, you don't have to put a superstar out there. You can do matchup stuff.
So where did this story come from?
I guess
Manfred was on a podcast,
yeah,
right?
It was John Oron's podcast. The Varsity podcast.
And so he had Rob Manfred on, and Manfred said, one of the things we thought about.
Well, the quotes I read for you, I can go find them again and try and give you a more complete story.
It just seems like this is such a where did this comes and to use baseball term, this feels like it comes completely out of left field.
This is the Varsity podcast, John Oron. There are a variety of rule changes that are being talked about out there. One of them, there was a little buzz around it at the owners' meeting, was the idea of a golden at bat.
I think people are outraged because baseball's been such America's pastime for so long, right? And you're kind of changing just the basic structure of baseball. But I gotta tell you, the more I think about it, they've changed so many things the last few years. I wouldn't doubt if this became a thing at some point in the future. Not in the near future, but at some point. I think if you talk to any baseball fan and told them 20, 30 years ago, by the way, we're going to get rid of you can't shift. There's going to be a pitch clock. You can only throw over to first base so many times. Oh, extra innings, we're going to have a ghost runner on second. Like, they'd be like that Jason Bateman cut. The F you are? No way. And guess what? All this stuff has happened. All of this stuff has happened.
Well, some of it wasn't even necessary because the game moved along quickly before. Back in the day, it moved along pretty quickly, and then it didn't. And then it got slow and slow and slow and slow.
The game got really slow. When you watch an old baseball game now, it's like, oh my God, what were we doing? There were guys that were like a minute between pitches.
Yeah, we're talking like 10 years old, not even that old. But that's it. We had 4-hour games, and Red Sox and Yankee battles were just ridiculously long, and things needed to change. This, if baseball is going to change anything, like if I were the commissioner right now, let's put a salary cap in place. Let's get a floor and a cap, and force teams to spend a certain amount and restrict them from spending over this. And I know it's going to have to take time for that to happen because you can't just do it right away. You have to grandfather it in, and contracts, whatever it is, you have to assimilate within 5 years. You have to get to the cap. But that's what needs to happen first. Before you start making rule changes.
Yeah, that has obviously nothing to do with what he's trying to do, which is promote stars.
Right,
but
which
yes.
I wish you would address something else that's obvious. You're the only sports league that doesn't have the cap, the 4 major sports here in this country.
Steve and Mount Clemens are next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Listen, baseball is just getting stupid, quite frankly. For 50 years, the National League don't want nothing to do with a DH. That's a free bat in the lineup, an extra hitter. They don't want nothing to do with it. Takes away from the tradition of the game, takes away from the strategy of pitching around, getting to a pitcher, blah, 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 blah. And now all of a sudden, we're just going to allow you, Billy's going to hit for Bobby and Bobby's going to hit for Billy. And, and not to mention, I believe you'll have players who are pissed with their manager. You know, if we're going to let Aaron Judge hit twice, and you know he's going to hit for this guy, he's going to hit for this guy, and Ohtani's going to hit for this guy, and you know, I would hate to be a manager now, you know, because you got to reel in the egos, you got to reel in, you know, the animosity that's going to take place when a guy's getting hit for, or you know, I don't think you can do the job, so I'm going to let this guy hit for you. The game is just getting ridiculous.
The reason you don't like it is because your managers are going to have to reel in the animosity?
No, I just think it's a stupid rule. Like I said, the National League don't want a DH for 50 years.
What does that have to do with this?
They have one now.
Yeah, they have one now.
Yeah.
Okay. You know?
And?
Baseball just becomes stupid. You know? Free this, you know, extra runners, you know, pitch count, you know, only throw over the, you know, it's like a playground game now where you make up the rules as you go along.
All right, thank you, Steve. I don't know what the National League not having a DH for 50 years had to do with it, but we gave him a chance to make that tie-in.
I think Steve liked it back in the 60s.
I think he probably liked a lot back in the day. Here's the one thing I'll say. There is a rule in baseball that is incredibly I actually still can't believe it they pushed through. The idea that a reliever has to face 3 batters.
Yep.
That's like the most radical thing they've done that nobody talks about. And I think it's because nobody pays that much attention to the bullpen. When we obviously got way into the bullpen this year because the Tigers were bullpenning their way into the playoffs. But that's a radical rule change that I don't think it's gotten nearly the outrage because it's the bullpen.
And I love it. I love that rule change.
Well, it's helped speed up the game.
It helps to speed up the game, and it also it potentially adds more offense to the game too, and scoring, because now you don't have that righty lefty matchup. You know, you're going to have some uncomfortable at bats if you have to change the pitcher.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97-1 a ticket. More text, maybe for exhibition games, but stay away from this in the real thing. I'd be for the golden at bat if they allowed a golden pitcher as well. I don't know if you could do that. I mean, could you put a
pitcher anytime you want?
I guess, but then go back to the other. But if they put in Aaron Judge, could the Tigers go get a 3-day rested Skubal to face one batter, and then go back to whoever was pitching?
Would you want to?
I don't know, dude. I don't even want to consider this.
Yeah, I think this is awful.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in sports.
It is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
This is from an unnamed texter. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in sports. You want a better chance to win or come back at a game, build a better team. I think they're not doing it for that. They're doing it to market stars. They're doing it so that yes, you're right.
Don't confuse me.
The reason this is even getting discussion is because they're trying to put the stars in more high leverage positions to make an impact on the game and they can market them better. God, don't let this happen. Okay. I have a question I want you to answer honestly. It's something we've mocked, but I want you to answer the question honestly, Gator.
Okay.
Today at 12:05, we will open up the big tub of pretzels at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Listen to the Jamal Adams sound there. We always like to talk about how much things have changed and how crazy it is, how much things have changed.
Yep.
Could you imagine being an NFL free agent? You've been released by your team. You're at home. And the phone rings. And it's Brad Holmes. And you're like, hell yeah, I want to go to Detroit. Like this feels like some sort of go back 5 years and imagine this future. Now, I guess if you go back 5 years and imagine you get Quan Alexander and Jamal Adams, you'd be like, whoa, Zadarius Smith.
Right. Hey.
But the reality is, it's got to be so, you got to be so fired up. Like, I kind of hope that it's rekindling something in some aging stars that were on the street for a reason.
Well, you hope so. You hope there's something left with these players that they brought in. And I'm so intrigued by Jamal Adams because for years people would debate whether or not he should be moved from safety. Would he be better off as a linebacker? Because he's one of these, he's a big safety, but hits so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Would he be better suited there, and maybe utilize his speed all over the field like that? But he hasn't played a whole lot in the last few years for a reason. So I guess I'm not expecting too much, but I'm curious to see what's there. And does the change of, if they are, in fact, working him out as linebacker, that's intriguing to me.
I saw something today that made me not want to think we should expect too much. And that is like the guys that they just signed, the Lions, some of them were placed on the roster. Miles Adams is on the roster. Who's the other D lineman? Jonah Williams is on the roster. I realize those guys are defensive linemen. David Long was put on the roster, although he got called up from the practice squad.
Right. Whereas
Jamal Adams is on the practice squad, which tells me that he's probably less likely to make an impact, at least short term, but just something to consider. All right, so Gator, tonight, and this is a weird question to answer, but tonight, Pistons are playing the Milwaukee Bucks at LCA. This is a 9-13 basketball team playing a game on December 3rd. And I think about, okay, what intensity level do I bring to the table to watch a 9-13 basketball team play a December 3rd game against Milwaukee? And I always want that, like 0 would be, it would be a game I didn't care about. 100 would be Game 7 of the NBA Finals. So my intensity level for this game is probably at a 10%. The game will be on. I will want the Pistons to win. But I'm not going to be on the edge of my seat. I might take some notes. There might be something we talk about in tomorrow's show. But here's my question for you, for Kang, for anybody. If my intensity level's at 10%, does it go up at all because they could clinch a spot and win their group in the NBA Cup? Does it move the needle at all from 10%? Honest answer, because we've all mocked the NBA Cup.
Yep.
But now Detroit has a chance to actually advance and win their group with a win tonight. So what would your intensity level be for this game on a normal scale?
Normally?
Yeah.
Without the cup at stake?
Just a normal December 3rd game with a 9-13 basketball team.
So like this was a game like on Saturday, for instance. So
it's just any old
it's
game.
Just a regular game.
No.
I am enjoying watching the Pistons play this year. And if I know that Cade Cunningham is going to play, and it seems like he's playing tonight, I'm going to watch. So my interest level would be north of 50%. I'll go 60%. I'd watch. Now, the addition of the fact that they can clinch a cup spot, I'm not going to lie to you. It's increased. There's more me to watch, because there is something to it now. You know, I mean, I could make it artificial and go ahead and place a $5 bet on the game to get more interest in it. But I don't need to because I have more interest in it because they have a chance to do something kind of fun. This team wasn't supposed to, right? We saw the tournament last year. The Pistons were horrific. They had no chance, and there was why even bring it up? And this was a joke. We mocked it. Oh, the cup. Oh, they won the cup game. Okay. Oh, they won their second cup game. Oh, whatever.
We were
okay.
mocking it yesterday.
Right. They go out Friday night and win their third cup game, and now wait a minute. You mean wait? Okay, this cup tournament's ridiculous and stupid, but
they beat Milwaukee. They're in. If they lose to Milwaukee,
I'll be damned if they didn't create more interest. I have more interest in this game because it's a cup. It's a cup qualifying game.
I do too. Here's my question: why? Why do we care?
Because we want something to root for with this team that has been so bad for so long. And look, they're 9-13. This isn't any great shakes, but understanding they didn't win their ninth game till like early February last year, or this year, I guess, last season. They're playing better. This is a better product we're seeing. So I want to see. I like having tests. I never minded taking tests when I was a kid because I wanted to prove myself to what I knew. This is another test for the Pistons. No, I didn't mind. I didn't mind taking tests. I hated doing homework, but
all right. So I guess my intensity level for this game would normally be at about a 10%. I think it's probably close to 15% because they can clinch their damn group in the cup.
That's really it?
Yeah.
Wow.
My intensity level.
Well, I guess maybe I was looking at interest levels as opposed to intensity.
Well, like I'm not going to be heartbroken if they lose. Kang, do you care more?
I care more about the result, if that makes any sense now, because it should add something. I don't care if it's 1% or 100%. Because so I'm going to go into this game watching it like it's just a regular season game. I want them to win. I want them to get better. All that regular stuff. If they win and advance in this NBA Cup, I will be more excited than if they won Game 4 of the regular season. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I know it actually means something. And the reason why it does mean something is Gator kind of said it. They haven't done anything or won anything for us to care about in so long. So the fact that this team could actually win something, and I don't care what manufactured cup they made this, tournament out of, it's something. Because this team doesn't have any real NBA championship aspirations this year. So I don't know if they hang a banner for this. I have no idea what they do if they win this. But if they win something, a medal, whatever, a participation certificate, yeah, I think it's something to celebrate with this team because that's where we're at right now.
Like, will we get a shirt?
They'll get shirts.
NBA Cup champions, will they be for sale?
Dude, they get to go to Vegas, right? Eventually, if
we don't get to go.
No.
We should lobby Jimmy.
Are you sure we don't?
Will there be merch? I don't know, but it's something.
The NBA Cup bracket bid is on the line here.
It literally means more than a regular season game.
It does.
It does. If they win. If they lose, it's just another loss in the regular season.
Then we're up. Let's get to your open line calls. Dan's on a cell, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. I got to, over my Thanksgiving travel, got to listen to you and John calling that Michigan-Ohio State game. That was a real pleasure.
Oh, so, cool. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And my wife is a Michigan medical school graduate and probably doesn't follow much football, but she listened to it in the car, and that was probably that was her greatest football moment of the past few years. I will say that.
That's awesome. So, cool. Thank you.
Do you remember watching? There was, I think, when Amazon Prime did I think it was like they're all in season with the Arizona Cardinals. Bruce Arians, like they featured, and I forget, it was Steve Klein and Bruce Arians. They signed a defensive tackle off the couch on Thanksgiving Day. And I remember the Steve Klein talked to him. He goes, "Hey, I am turning the car around. I'm heading to the airport right now. I've got the clothes I got on. I'll be at your practice facility in about 8 hours." And it was like that was when you have reached the pinnacle of playing in the NFL, and I think you were given the opportunity to play for a competitive team. It's almost like it lights a fire under you that you don't really know. That was the craziest part of that series I remember. And Bruce Arians was like, give him pads right now. Like, is his physical okay? Get him on the field immediately.
I think with players, every player that that has ever played the game wants to play another game. You never lose that. You always want to play. You always think you got another play in, another game in you, whatever the case is. And with these guys they've picked up, I mean, they were on rosters. These weren't guys that are off the street, like which they've done in the past. Picked up guys straight off the street. So for these players to have an opportunity to go from worst to first, or whatever the case is for in the respective circumstances, it has to be electrifying for them. Like Doug, you talked about Jamal Adams and what does it mean for him to get the call from Brad Holmes? Hey, it's Detroit Lions calling. Oh, you mean the 11-1 Detroit Lions, the team that went to the NFC Championship game? That team?
He wasn't on a roster though. He was on the street. But yes, he even said that. He said he wasn't answering his phone, and he got calls from his agent and his dad saying, "Answer your phone. Aaron Glenn's calling." So
it's not ideal, but it is optimistic when I think you think about the opportunity that's provided to kind of this group of players, and that's the point of the season we're in. And it sucks that Malcolm Rodriguez is injured, and then you're like, man, who do we have at linebacker? People that you don't know about or new additions.
Well, we knew that people were going to get hurt. It's unrealistic to think they won't. It's an abundance, an overabundance
and
of
the
injuries.
severity of the injuries too is also struggling.
Mike in Berkeley, what's up, Mike?
Hey, I'm calling about the NBA topic. I'm a Piston fan. I'm Mike Simon's probably more, I guess, normally like a 2-3 because I'm like an NBA nerd, but now today is more like a 5-ish. I think when you have a team that's been, like you said, such in the gutter for the last years, you take the little wins along the way, and it like builds momentum, it builds team chemistry. Look at the Pacers last year. They weren't supposed to do a whole lot, and then they won. They got to the finals. They didn't even win that cup, and then they made a run. And I'm not saying, let me like preface this, I'm not saying the Pistons are about to make a run to the Eastern Conference Finals. But that's what the Pacers did last year. And, any little win along the way to build the team and give these young players extra experience. Plus, they each get a little bit of cash. And I don't know if that's motivation to the players, but they're only making millions. So there is that. And I think it just all rolls into, like, the building of a team in this NBA climate where we are right now. So, yeah, I'm a little more excited. It'd be fun to see him in Vegas. And, yeah, why not?
I feel like the NBA Cup has gotten mocked so much that I think it takes a real man to call up and admit that they actually care a little bit more about tonight's game. Because it's an NBA Cup game that if the Pistons win it, we make the bracket. We make the bracket.
Let's go. LFG.
248-539-9797.
And you said, are we going to get merch? Are we going to get T-shirts? Please. Tom Gores owns his team. You think that he wants to put something in the cannon?
Load that cannon up.
Let's go.
Excellent point. 97.1 the ticket. Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Because they specialize, they have the largest auto accident settlement, the largest truck accident settlement in the state ever. That's what you get when you get Michigan Auto Law. They care more, so you win more. Visit Autolaw.com for Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. Autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.com. Bunch of stuff on the table today, including the Pistons playing an NBA Cup game, which we've mocked. I'm like, okay, we have. Takes a real man to sit up here and say, yeah, I care more because it matters. If they win this game, we advance to bracket play in the NBA Cup. As Kang put it, and I think this is a good way to put it, they haven't won anything in so long. They haven't played for anything. Even playing for this is better than a normal December 3rd game for a 9-13 basketball team.
There's absolutely more juice in this.
Gator and I are real men.
That's right.
Well, I said
Doug?
my intensity level went from 10% to 15%.
So you're a real man then. Is that you're more interested?
That's right.
You went up 5%, huh?
Yep.
Slow down.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to be.
Whoa, Nelly.
Well, heaven forbid that I tell you how I feel. And you disapprove.
Well, it's just that you want to be in our camp here, and I'm not sure that you've got enough enthusiasm for us to be in that camp.
Then keep me out of the camp. That's fine. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. We'll get to that in a sec. Let's go to Anthony. You're next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, guys. So I've been thinking, I think the injuries on defense and the reaction to it might just be a little overblown. I don't think that we have to worry about winning blowouts all the time. I think if you look at it, our secondary is vastly different than last year. And I think just the recency bias the last few games without Carlton Davis has kind of hurt that a little bit. But even then, we're really only missing, one defensive end opposite of Zadarius Smith, and then the one linebacker spot from Alex Angelotti and now Malcolm Rodriguez. If you're, in a nickel set or maybe again in base, you have Nowosky in there instead of Derek Barnes. So I really don't think the injuries are that bad. Now, the depth is an issue, but we have two, defensive tackles like Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader that are going to stop the run, just like, Michigan's defense did against Ohio State. And with the secondary fully intact, and I really don't think that we have to worry like we did with the 2023 team. I think this is a different team. The depth just being the major issue.
Well, I mean, the secondary is fully intact. The linebackers is going to be interesting. They got one starter there, and we ran over the list of players that have, the number of snaps split between Turner, David Long, and Trevor Nowosky is kind of scary given how little they have played. Up front, DJ Reader did not practice yesterday, and if they don't have him, that is a major loss.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's seeing Justin Rogers kind of talked to DJ Reader yesterday. He said he was pretty good to go. So hopefully that was just a rest day for him. I believe I saw that. But even, the linebacker issue is tough. But, the one thing that aids linebackers the best would be having two great defensive tackles. And I think really that's also a major difference than last year is having DJ Reader along with Aleem McNeil. I really do think that the worry, it is nerve-wracking that we might have the one seed slip away, but I don't think it's as bad as fans may be feeling. And I think it's time to be a little bit more confident in what we have building with a lot of rising stars with Brian Branch. Terrion Arnold's playing better, too, over the course of the year. So I really, really believe that I think that we're not going to have to worry like we did last year.
You really, really believe that you think it, and that's fine. I have my concerns. I have concerns because when you look at the snap counts last week and you start to realize that at edge rusher, only 3 guys got snaps that are practicing anymore. And 2 of them are Al-Quadin Muhammad and Zadarius was one. I can't remember who the other one was. Broderick Martin got his first 2 snaps in a week. If you have Reader and Aleem McNeil for every snap, you're fine. But you don't. Because defensive tackles don't play every snap. You got to rotate guys in. It's going to be Broderick Martin. And depending upon, does one of these defensive tackles, either Adams or Williams, get up to speed, they could be making their debut this weekend. As much as you think people are probably overemphasizing the injuries, I think you're undervaluing how much they could hurt this team.
Yeah, I'm Dan Campbell is at the podium now. Mm-hmm. So he's speaking with the media. We'll know more about injury front here, and I'm very curious to hear what he has to say about guys, and even if guys are close but they don't play, I'm okay with that. I know that you're probably less than okay with that going into this game against the Packers, but they've got 5 games left in the season, and
that's still a lot of a season left. So if they're going to go into this shorthanded again, and even more shorthanded than they've been, but if I feel like on the other side of it, they come out 10 days later when they play their next game against the Bills, I feel like they're going to be a lot healthier. I'm okay with that. I might even want to treat this not like a bye week, but understanding that you're going to get some rest after this, and maybe it's better for some than others. So if you can get by with not using Taylor Decker for the next 10 days, okay. If Carlton Davis would he benefit from 10 more days? Okay, then go ahead and do that. And I know it's going to compromise the team, and it hurts their chances of winning the game, but the rest of the season is more important to me than this game. This is an important game, to be sure, but the rest of the season is more important.
DJ Reader typically plays about 50% of the snaps. Aleem McNeil plays a little bit more than that, but the depth guys being out means you're looking at 50% of the snaps. It's not DJ Reader, it's somebody else.
Yep.
So the depth guys being hurt sucks.
It totally does.
248-539-9797. NBA Cup text. Normally, without the Cup, this game is boring. With the Cup, this Detroit game is very exciting. It's from an unnamed texter. This is a meaningless contrived tournament in order to get players to show up and care about the regular season. It deserves to be mocked. That's from an unnamed texter. From Jeff and Petoskey. Regarding the Pistons, my 10% intensity moves all the way up to 11%. I've always been a huge Piston fan for decades, but this organization has just worn me out. Ryan and Warren says, I'm interested in the Pistons Cup game tonight because it's the Cup.
Listen, I think this tournament deserves to be mocked unless your team has a chance to actually play for the championship. If it's our team in particular. If this team were 2-1 in their 3 games and tonight's game didn't mean anything, then we'd mock it like, oh, what a stupid tournament. But you know what? This team needs to learn how to win, and they need to value what those wins are. And with a chance with tonight, if they beat Milwaukee, which is a big if, because Milwaukee's playing so much better now. They're healthier. Lillard and Giannis are likely going to play in this one tonight. But this is a nice test for this team. And this team has to show that they continue to show that they've made improvements and not just beat teams that are, resting guys for load management and beating bottom feeder teams. Go out there and do something big. And then you get to play for something a little bit bigger. It's not huge. The Cup isn't huge. It's not going to make it out like, oh, my God, I won a Cup. But it is a tournament, and it means a little bit.
Moves your intensity.
Just a little bit.
Like 5%.
I think you should always celebrate things when you can. And if they're going to win something where they give you more money and a trophy or whatever, does the commissioner come out for this? I didn't watch last year's celebration. Forgive me. But yeah, if he does, you celebrate it, right? I think John says it too. You celebrate your birthdays. You celebrate Christmas. Go for it, man. If they win, enjoy it.
It's Karch and Anderson. Big Old Tub Pretzels, 1235, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open up the Big Old Tub of Pretzels momentarily. Let's go to Brandon and Shelby first. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Great.
So, Gator, we're on the verge of the Flint, Michigan Mega Bowl.
Yeah. I know.
Like, I mean, I know we have the blue court and whatever, but they should have the Flint Tropics logo. But so one thing about the NBA, let's get tropical. But one thing about the NBA is we haven't been able to be excited about it in a long time. But out of all the 4 major sports, I feel like the NBA always has something cool going on. Like there's scoring nonstop, you know. So it's cool that we're finally able to see them do what they're doing right now. You know, we're able to see the team play good. But this tournament kind of reminds me of like the Maui Invitational or like the Las Vegas, you know, kind of like in college basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. It's an early tournament. Really doesn't mean a ton unless you've got a chance to win it.
And I like that the teams that are like, they don't put division teams, I mean, some division teams in the same bracket. Like you get to see matchups that you wouldn't normally see. You know, you get to see every city make their own version of the court.
Sell it, Brandon. Sell it.
Are you going tonight?
I'm not going tonight. I wish I was going, you know, but I'm in on it. I like it. It's something cool, you know. I'm trying to get back into the NBA. People in Detroit haven't been able to get back into the NBA in a while, and this is the way to do it.
No, and his team is playing so much better than they did last year, and it's all about the defense. Offensively, they're scoring roughly the same amount of points, but defensively, they've cut down significantly, and that's why they've won more games. And they've got a budding superstar in Cade Cunningham who's playing so well this year. And, you know, can he coexist with Jaden Ivey? Early returns are yes, he can. Can the rest of his team play well enough where they can get close to, competing for that playoff spot? And right now they would be in the number 10 spot, which is a play-in. But there's a lot of, it's still early in the season, and there's, a couple wins would go a long way toward moving in the right direction. Let's get it done tonight.
It's a cup.
Let's get tropical.
Go Cup.
Let's have JB Bickerstaff wrestle a bear at the end of the game. Let's do some crazy things.
Sure.
Let's give away a lot of money that we don't have.
Exactly. Right. Give somebody a giant check that he can't cash.
Yeah. Let's just say this. If you are not watching the Cup tonight, you're a jive turkey.
Hey.
Hey.
Crossing the line, my man.
A little too far. No one said JT here. No one said it.
No one said.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's
change it up.
Let's get to the Big Old Tub of Pretzels. These are random questions that our listeners send in or get asked around the office. Big Old Tub of Pretzels, we call it. And Kang's got the tub right now.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
Sourdough pretzels.
You look like you're using new questions.
Yeah, if you want to text some over, these are random. The stuff you debate with your friends, 248-539-9797.
All right, here we go. If you had to put pants on a dog, do you put them just on the hind legs or on all 4 legs?
Such a great question.
If you had to put pants on a dog, do you put them on just the hind legs or do you put them on all 4 legs?
I feel totally qualified to answer this question because I have legs. I'm going to say when I put pants on, I put them on all my legs. So for the dogs, it would be all the legs. So all 4 legs.
Well, that's you, Doug. Now we go to the dog owner of the show, Scott the Gator Anderson.
Yeah, I think you put them only on the back legs. Dogs do like to get up on their hind legs and act like people sometimes. When my lowest loves to give me a hug. And I think that's awesome. And it would be really weird if she was wearing the pants and all 4 legs were, underneath the denim or whatever material you're using. I think it's the back legs.
I agree, Gator. You're spot on with this. I watch a lot of cartoons with my little girls, and if there is any show like Bluey, for example, they don't actually wear clothes too much, I don't think, but they're standing up on their hind legs. So those would be the legs. If they were to wear pants, you just put them on the hind legs, my friend.
Okay,
Doug, you're wrong.
I guess I'm wrong.
A strange looking dog again,
right?
This guy, that poor dog.
I'll take the L on this one, guys. Next question.
Next question. In your opinion, what's more likely real? Mermaids or centaurs? In your opinion, what's more likely real? Mermaids or centaurs?
So I'm going with a half woman, half fish, and she's gorgeous. Or
Well, why she got to be gorgeous?
Because that's what mermaids are.
Okay.
Or am I going with centaurs, half man, half horse?
Yes, like Alex Rodriguez.
I got an answer to this one too. I spend almost all of my time above the surface of the ocean. So I can look around and I see no evidence of centaurs. I don't spend a lot of time in the ocean, so I think it's more likely that mermaids are real because I have less evidence to go on. I've got years and years and years of existing on the planet above the surface of the ocean. So I'm going to go it's more likely that mermaids are real.
You know, Doug, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, over 80% of the oceans remains unexplored. 80% is unexplored.
And that's one of the better administrations out there on things like oceans.
I like to go to NOAA or NUMA for my research. And I'm going to go with that. So I'm going to say that it's more likely there's a mermaid out there.
Well, or ever. It doesn't have to be now.
Yeah,
just ever.
Ever.
Okay.
Mermaids. Yes.
See, that's why I don't like Doug's logic, though. I mean, that means you've never seen a dinosaur either, Doug. Do you not think they existed as well? Centaurs could have existed well before our time.
Look, I'm working with what I got here.
With that being said, I think the answer, you guys are on to something, though. The ocean's unexplored. Just too much of it has been unexplored. Whether they exist now or back then, I think the more likely answer would probably be some kind of mermaid. I don't know if they're going to be as gorgeous as Gator thinks they are.
Gator hopes they are.
You hopes they are.
What do you think? I want to hook up with a fish?
What would you do if she was gorgeous?
Yeah, Gator.
What is an observation?
You gonna strike up a relationship?
Into it other than me say, oh, it's an attractive mermaid.
Do you swim in the Egyptian ocean?
I'm not trying to hit
You
on
got your pickup lines from mermaids, Gator?
What do you got, Gator?
I'm not going near that. I'm just
swim
saying,
here often?
I'm just saying that, what we've been told is that they're pretty hot.
All right.
You don't need to step on any scales.
Look, I don't know what happens after a few joints.
I pretty much know I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't smoke them, so I don't know.
What I'm not doing. I can say with a degree of certainty. All right, one more.
All right, last one. Here we go. Earth is invaded by aliens. Do you stand and fight till the death, or do you get granted? If you get granted safety, you join the aliens.
I guess I need to know a little bit more about the negotiations. Are the aliens, do they come in peace?
No, man, they're trying to take us over.
I fight to the death.
Okay, or you get granted safety and join them.
I fight to the death.
Okay.
I don't trust. So I watched too many episodes of The Twilight Zone when I was a kid. I don't trust them.
I got to think like who's around me, like the people that I care about. Have they already been, killed? If that's the case, I'm fighting to the death.
Oh, nothing to live for.
We're going to go with them.
Yeah.
You're going to go?
We're all going together, you mean?
We're going to go? Okay, we'll go, I guess.
It sounds like a group decision for Gator.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. You going with the group on this one?
Yeah, but I can be quick to turn on. Let's fight to the death.
There you go.
I will kick the hell out of one of those aliens if I have to.
Yeah, you got to join the aliens, man.
You can? You join the aliens?
You have to. It's your only shot. You're not going to beat the aliens.
I don't know what the aliens are bringing to the table.
Probing. What do you? I mean, you don't know what's going to happen.
No, I don't. But I know if I stay and try to fight them, I'm done. So I got one shot, man.
I'm sorry. I think you're underestimating. I think you're overestimating the aliens, and you're underestimating the will of the people.
Oh, so you think we can beat the aliens?
I think we might be able to. Yes.
And there's nothing that says
Look, I'm not going into this thing.
Superior.
Hey, Gator, this sounds like a man who just overcame a 20-point deficit. He's still riding high over here. He thinks he can take on anybody.
That's right. All right, so there you go.
20-point favorite.
That is
7-5.
the conclusion. Hey, with the win in the game. Yeah, I'm cocky right now. Bring on the aliens. That'll do it for the Big Old Tub of Pretzels. If you want to send any questions over, text them right now at 248-539-9797. All right, earlier we were talking about the importance of the 1 seed for the Detroit Lions.
Smell like fish, you think?
Dude.
Just saying, they're
the holiday season.
I think it'd be in our best interest if we just move on. I think it'd be in your best interest if we just move on.
Just ask the question I think was on everybody's mind.
Got to be honest, I don't think it was on everybody's mind. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of feedback coming in here on the big old tub of pretzels questions. From Scott, are the aliens coached by Ryan Day?
I mean, that's a reasonable question.
Well, that's what Doug was thinking. That's why.
Right.
Next one. Remember, Doug also thought he could successfully fight a giraffe?
That's true.
He did say that. But he also said he could beat a snake.
Yes.
What was the question where I said I'd fight a giraffe? What was the original question?
If you had to fight to the death against an animal, what animal could you beat up? I think, and you said baby giraffe or something like that.
Yeah, and it wasn't one where there was like an obvious. Was it like a zoo animal you had to beat? I don't remember what.
I think it was a zoo animal.
Because like you could take on a sloth or something, but
no, you went giraffe.
I did go giraffe.
You want nothing to do with a sloth.
As far as the pants, you put pants on all four of a dog's legs or just the hind legs? Just the hind legs, because I have hoodies for my dog and it only goes on her top and front legs.
That makes sense.
What are more likely, centaurs or mermaids? This from an unnamed texter. Mermaids, because NASA have said we've only discovered a super low percentage of the ocean. From an unnamed texter, pants on all four legs of a dog are overalls. They're not pants. So what about this? If you were to put pants on a centaur, would you just put them on the hind legs or all four?
I'll write that question down.
Another fair question.
And then this one, are the aliens hot asking for gator?
Gotta know, We talking like, Guardians of the Galaxy? And, I mean, I don't know, Zoe Saldana's character, I mean, she's green. Don't care. Still pretty good looking. It's Zoe.
Okay.
Hot.
A listener named Brian just sent over what the question was where I answered giraffe. What is the largest animal you think you could beat in a fight? Or he said kill. But I think it was beat in a fight, right? And I said giraffe. And then we just got slammed with people sending us giraffe videos of them fighting.
Right. Nasty.
Look like they'd swing their necks and hit you with their heads and knock me into next year.
Well, first they would have to hit you twice. The first one to knock the helmet off, and the second one.
That's funny. I see what you did there. Well done. That's actually well played. That's what that was.
People on Twitch have said Gator's going to go home and build a giant fish tank just in case. He's got a pond. Pond is perfect for her.
Oh yeah, to your room, madam.
Yeah. Of course.
You're ready, man. Just in case.
Just in case.
You never know.
Okay, we were talking earlier about the 1 seed for the Detroit Lions and how important the 1 seed is. And since they've gone to this format where the 1 seed gets a first-round bye and home field throughout the playoffs, there's only been 4 playoffs under this format. 1 seeds, there have been 8 of them, 4 in the AFC, 4 in the NFC. And of the 8, 4 1 seeds made it to the Super Bowl. 1 seed won the Super Bowl. But it's clearly an advantage. I think it was 2 3s and 2 4s have also made it to the Super Bowl. But being the 1 seed is definitely where you want to be. So we were discussing about how aggressively the Lions should pursue that, right down to putting Amon-Ra back on punts and playing injured players that can go, but probably could use some rest. Because this is a big game against Green Bay. Here's the feedback coming in. We have to do everything we can for the 1 seed. I don't see us going all the way without home field, healthy or not.
Didn't they almost go all the way last year without number 1?
They did, and they've proven they can win on the road. Like they've won on the road against 3 playoff teams this year, Houston, Minnesota, and Green Bay, 2 others that are on the cusp of playoff, but well, 1 in particular, Arizona's a game out. Indianapolis is the first team out in the AFC, but they're a couple games back. But yeah, I don't think they need to go all the way with having home field is huge.
It's massive. It'd be great.
I don't think they need it.
Oh, Lions did have a 17-point lead at halftime in the NFC Championship game on the road.
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. And they also won on the road in bad weather this year.
Yep.
Another one here to overconfident Lions
against
fans.
a playoff team.
Watch it, Lions fans. Ohio State thought they had it wrapped up. True that. Jeff in Waterford says, I think the Lions are trying to...
Hold on.
What?
Is it fair to compare Ryan Day's mania to what we have going with Dan Campbell and the culture change here?
I don't know if it...
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Who cares?
But let's just not lump. Let's not even dare to lump one with the other.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have to play Michigan in a big game. Jeff in Waterford.
You are cocky right
Jeff in Waterford, I think the Lions are trying to secure the 1 seed. The fan base deserves to see the NFC title celebrated in our house. It's not okay to fumble away the top seed, no matter what past statistics indicate. This team has proven you can throw those past numbers out. I think, Jeff, the way you worded that, I think the Lions are trying to win the 1 seed. Yes, they are. There's no question. The fan base deserves to see the NFC title celebrated in our house. I think seeing the NFC title celebrated anywhere is just fine with me.
So how far do you go to ensure the 1 seed?
Yeah, I mean, and that's sort of
question, right?
that is the question. Because they have a bunch of players hurt right now that if you give them this Thursday off, they got 10 days before, after that Thursday, they got another full week, 10 days before their next game. You get them all that much more rest. Or do you play guys who are on the brink and say, no, we're trying to win the 1 seed. If you can go, we need you to go. Amon-Ra, you're deep on punts. Or J-Mo, you're deep on punts. Because we need to find ways to win games with so many players hurt.
So here's what Dave Burkett tweeted out, because he was there at Lions today with Dan Campbell speaking with the media. He said, Dan Campbell said, DJ Reader is day-to-day. He feels good about Carlton Davis's ability and not so good about Taylor Decker for Thursday versus the Packers. So I'm going to guess that Taylor Decker's not going to play. And then he gets the extra 10 days rest, which is necessary, so that they feel that they can. Now, what does that mean? Does it mean they go to the same offensive line they had last week? Or are they going to switch Penei Sewell to the left side against the Packers?
Don't know.
But we'll see what happens there. DJ Reader being day-to-day?
It's a concern.
It's a concern. That's a concern.
The number 1 seed is incredibly important. We can not only lose the number 1 seed, but possibly even the division and end up as a wild card. It's such a small range margin for error with Minnesota and Philadelphia, even Green Bay if they win on Thursday. Yep, it is. I mean, that's the crazy thing. It's if Philly gets the 1 seed and Detroit's the 2 seed, okay, got it. Got to win a couple games at home and hope that you can go to Philly and beat them in the NFC title game. Providing that Detroit takes care of their business and Philly takes care of theirs. Do I think the Lions could do it? Absolutely. If they lose the 1 seed to Minnesota, if this whole thing comes down to the last game of the season and Minnesota comes to Detroit and wins, and in turn wins home field advantage, meaning that the road to the Super Bowl goes through Minnesota, it'd be weird because Minnesota will have literally just beaten Detroit in Detroit to get there. And the ask is Detroit needs to go to Minnesota and win. It sounds awfully difficult to do given that I think part of the reason why Minnesota will be able to catch Detroit is because all the players Detroit has lost since the first time these two teams have played. And nobody's going to feel bad for you. Nobody's going to shed a tear. It's just the way it is. And that would be really difficult. And you'd be on the road every playoff game unless you played another wild card team late in the playoffs. All right, so here's a question. Actually, let's take 10 texts on this right now. First 10 texts at 248-539-9797. The first 10 that get in at 248-539-9797. Here's the question for you. Who do you see as having the highest threat level to the Lions in the NFC? Is it Green Bay? Is it Minnesota? Or is it Philly? Green Bay, Minnesota, or Philly? Who's the highest threat level to the team that currently is the 1 seed in the NFC, the Detroit Lions? First 10 texts. Give us a reason why. We'll read the first 10 texts on the air. Coming up, 248-539-9797. Green Bay, obviously they are playing better, and we get to see them in person this coming Thursday. Minnesota, who keeps finding a way to win, I give them credit for that. They're winning it in a more typical NFL way, which is winning a lot of close games, a lot of one-score games. Or Philly, who look like they might actually have problems early in the year. There was a Sirianni factor. Things were getting uncomfortable. They were 2-2. They've whipped off 8 straight since. 248-539-9797. First 10 texts, we'll read them. Give us a reason why as well. Who is the biggest threat? Yeah, so we can give you credit. Who's the biggest threat to the Lions in the NFC? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we got the 10 texts here coming in. We asked, what team do you think is the biggest threat to the Lions in the NFC? Who is the highest threat level to the Lions in the NFC, and the reason why? Jamie in Ann Arbor says Philly, easily. Defense is getting better and better, and a lot of weapons on offense. Marcus and Flint, Philly, best offense and defensive combo of all other NFC teams, and they have Saquon. Mike writes in Philly, their run game is built for the playoffs and cold outdoor weather, and their fans are obnoxious.
This is true.
Rich in St. Clair Shores, Philly, with Saquon, they can cover for Hurts not being elite. Paul in Clarkson says Green Bay because they are playing well right now. Bruce and Davidson, hands down, the Philadelphia Eagles. Danny and Macomb, Eagles by far. Paul and Fraser says a giraffe. Oh, wait, wrong question. Green Bay Packers, they're sneaky good. Josh and Warren says Minnesota, that last game of the season makes me want to puke. The last game of the season is looming.
It's there.
It's there, and it very well. I mean, Minnesota, I keep thinking Minnesota's going to trip up. They're going to trip up, scoring with a minute to go to beat Arizona. And they're stacking wins just like Detroit. Some weeks not as emphatically, but they are stacking wins.
You know what we do, Doug?
What do we do?
We don't worry about that until the week of the Minnesota game.
No, we don't. Given what this question is, though, to put it into context, Minnesota isn't getting nearly as much love. There was, what are these 10 texts? 7 Eagles, 2 Green Bays, and a Minnesota.
What would you put it at?
I'd probably say Philly, followed by Minnesota. The thing about Minnesota to me is they are the biggest threat because they can take care of their own business. They don't control their own destiny yet, but a win over Detroit and then the division record, if they get, let me make sure I see this right. Division record, they both have 1 loss if they both win out until then. Conference record, they'd both have 2 losses. So I don't even know what the next tiebreaker is. I'd have to look up what the next tiebreaker is. Might have something to do with the best win percentage. I don't know. I'd have to find out what the next NFL tiebreaker is. So it could come down to that last week. All right, you found something on The Athletic?
I did. They had their, I think this is an annual thing, the anonymous NFL player poll from 2024.
Okay.
So they spoke with over 100 NFL players and asked them various questions.
Answer anonymously.
Yes. And I thought some of these were interesting. For instance, I think the first one's kind of light, but interesting. Who will be the next active NFL player to win his first MVP award?
Active NFL player to win his first MVP award. I guess I'd have to have a list of who has and who hasn't. I would imagine Jared Goff got some love here.
He got some votes.
Kang, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, that was the first thought to my mind was Jared Goff.
Goff was 6th on this list and was directly behind Jordan Love. Jordan Love had 5.9%. Goff had 4.9%. But Josh Allen was number 1, 17.6%.
He's the answer to this week's question. Kang and I laugh every Monday on Get Up. They do. Is this person now the front runner for the MVP?
No, they say emphatically this is the MVP.
And they do it every single week.
It's a different person.
It's Lamar. It's
Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Christian McCaffrey, C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love, and then Jared Goff.
It was Josh Allen this Monday. But anyway, okay.
Matthew Stafford also got some votes there. If you were to start an NFL team from scratch, who's the first non-quarterback you would draft?
I'm scared to say what I want to say.
Say what you want to say.
Say it.
Penei Sewell.
That's the first thought that came to my mind, too.
It's the first thought that came to my mind, too.
You know who's
not on the list?
Friends?
Yeah, we were all great friends, but apparently not with the 100 NFL players to answer this question. He didn't get a single vote.
Saquon.
Saquon Barkley was not among the top vote getters, and he didn't get a single vote.
Myles Garrett?
Myles Garrett is 3rd on this list.
Justin Jefferson.
was number 2 on this list with 13.1% of the vote.
Non-quarterback, if you were to start a team.
TJ Watt.
He was just behind Max Crosby. The number 1 answer from this was Tyreek Hill.
Wow.
Who's not had a great year.
No.
And again,
had quarterback issues.
The top 2 players are wide receivers. And Penei Sewell did not receive a single vote.
How many people got votes?
There's I would guess close to 30, 25, 30.
Wow, not a single vote?
Nope.
You hear that, Penei? You hear that?
Aiden Hutchinson received a vote.
Nobody thinks you're any good, Penei.
By the way, so did Aaron Donald. He's not even in the league.
You know why? You know why this is? Because Penei hasn't even completed a pass yet. He had his chance.
Yeah, his chance. You're right. Yep. Favorite NFL road trip?
It said non-quarterback. He threw the ball.
That's true. Yeah, maybe that's why he didn't get any votes.
That's probably it.
Because he was a quarterback for a play.
Ish.
He got sacked. All right, what was it? Favorite
NFL road trip.
Okay, I know my answer. King, you know yours?
Yeah.
All right. Vegas?
Yeah, that's my first thought, too.
Vegas was number 2 behind Los Angeles.
L.A.
L.A. at 16.7. That field looks great.
It looks amazing. My friends have gone to that one.
And Vegas is at 10.2.
I've been there. That's cool.
Seattle was 3rd. Interesting. Followed by Miami, New York, Dallas, and Tampa. Now they got the other side of it. Least favorite NFL road trip. This is from the players. Where do players hate to play the most?
New York.
Germany.
New York was 3rd. Germany's not on the list. However, London is at the bottom of near the bottom of the list. They're tied with New Orleans and Philadelphia at 3.1%. Look to see if Germany was on there. Germany is not on the list. But Detroit did make the list at 4.1%.
Where does that rank us?
That is like 8th.
Okay.
Behind some Rust Belt cities, Cleveland, Cincinnati. Pittsburgh's just behind Detroit as well. And which stadium has best field service? I don't think we care about
did
that.
you say what was number 1? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I did not.
Okay.
The worst was Green Bay.
Green Bay is the least favorite for you.
16.8%.
That's funny.
Nobody wants to play in the cold.
All right.
Has Taylor Swift's presence at Chiefs games been a positive for the NFL, a negative, or neither? They had 102 responses.
I'm going to go ahead and say positive. And the reason I'm going to say positive is because a lot of the players are family men. They have wives. They have kids. And I'm going to bet that they get into it more because of Taylor Swift. So I'm going to bet the player said it's positive.
Okay.
I say the players say positive just because it just brings more eyeballs to the game.
Okay. You're both right. How about a percentage?
Of the 102 you said?
Yeah.
And there's 3.
Positive, negative, and neither.
Okay. I'm going to say positive was at 70%.
I go 82.
72.5% think it's positive.
Okay.
Most annoying player in the NFL.
Most annoying player in the NFL. You like this one?
Well,
huh?
there's one response.
Okay,
It's just funny.
All right, I got my answer.
All right.
Can you let me know when you got yours? Most annoying player in the NFL.
All right, I got it.
All right. I'm going to go Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers received 2 votes.
I'm going to go Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston did not receive a vote.
Did any Lions get a vote?
It's tricky. Jamal Adams is 5th on this list.
5th?
At 4.5% for most annoying. Technically, Jared Goff would be there because getting 2 votes was any quarterback. Former Lion, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, is number 1 on the list at 21% of the vote.
He's number 1?
Number 1. The next closest, Christian Wilkins at 11.9%, followed by Max Crosby at 7.5%, Brandon Graham at 6%. Travis Kelce got 4.5%, same as Jamal Adams.
I was going to say Crosby because he talks a lot. I was trying to figure out who talks a lot. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that's definitely, he gets under a lot of people's skin, players' skin.
Aiden Hutchinson received a vote as well.
Did he?
Yes. Who are the top 3 players you'd take on your flag football team?
I I'd go Tyreek Hill, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Jefferson.
I go Tyreek Hill, Lamar Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Tyreek Hill, number 1 at 24.1%. Justin Jefferson, number 2 at 14.9%. Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes check in at 10.5%. Doug got a sweep on there. Wow. King, your third was...
I know my flag football people. You can say a lot about me.
Your third was Jahmyr Gibbs. He received 1% of the vote.
So you're saying he made the list?
Yes. Jared Goff received 2 votes.
Jared Goff?
Yeah. And Amon-Ra St. Brown received 1 vote. So when I'm coming out of this, I don't think players like Amon-Ra St. Brown around the league. I don't think they have much of an opinion on him, I guess, either way. If they thought he was annoying, he wasn't on the annoying list, but he wasn't on this list. Like, I would think for flag football, he's going to be on there, and he really wasn't. You're going to start a team around a player.
You hear that, Amon-Ra?
He's
you hear
young.
that? They don't think you can make their flag football team in this league.
They say he ain't got it.
Yep. Can you list all the receivers they have ahead of him in the flag football? They got votes? No respect. By the way, did you see that Jared Goff leads Patrick Mahomes? He's ahead of Patrick Mahomes in Pro Bowl voting.
They're in different conferences.
No, it's all together now.
Okay.
Yep. Goff is ahead of Patrick Mahomes. But they are 6 and 7.
Among quarterbacks?
Yeah.
All right.
I will.
Okay.
You haven't seen this?
No.
I want you to try and list 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the 5 quarterbacks ahead of Jared Goff.
I will try.
All right. Good luck. You do that during the break. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, tackle NFL action right now on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, view the live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page when you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch and make every moment mean more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's talk. Whatever you got on your mind, fair game. Ready to go. In the meantime, Gator asked you an exercise to list the 5 quarterbacks that rank ahead. And remember, they're not split up by conference anymore because it's the Pro Bowl games. I mentioned that, hey, Goff leads Patrick Mahomes, but Goff is 6th. Mahomes is 7th in Pro Bowl voting. So I asked you to see if you could list the 5 quarterbacks ahead of Jared Goff. What do you got?
Well, I know one of them, so I'm going to, I guess, because I heard you guys talking this morning, that Baker Mayfield is on the list.
Okay.
So beyond Baker, I will say Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and the last one was tough. I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud.
You got 4 of the 5. Number 1, Pro Bowl voting is Lamar Jackson. Number 2, Josh Allen. Number 3, Joe Burrow. Number 4, Jaden Daniels.
Okay, I can see it.
Number 5, Baker Mayfield. Goff is 6. Patrick Mahomes is 7. Do we have any built-up frustration with this voting, or do we give a crap?
Not at this point. No, I don't. and frankly, I get, the people at the top of the list, when you look at Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, they're having better seasons. Well, yeah, I guess you can say that Josh Allen is debatable, but he means everything to that team.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels, he's a rookie and he's got the excitement about him, but yeah.
And I just say this about Jared Goff. What's interesting is going into this season,
and Baker shouldn't be on the list.
And over the last 2 years, I think there were people that were a little bit later than others to get on board that with Jared Goff being a quarterback that can lead you to a Super Bowl. And I think those numbers have dwindled so much so. Because you remember there was a debate about, well, he's not even a top 10 quarterback. Can we kind of put that one to bed right now, that Jared Goff isn't a top 10 quarterback? Because he's playing like one.
I hope we can. I mean, I sure hope we can put that one to bed. I don't think he's elite, but I think he's a top 10 quarterback.
So the word elite, it depends on one's definition of the word elite. There's no, like right now, if I were to name the elite quarterbacks in the NFL, I would go Patrick Mahomes.
Fair enough.
And I think you have to do it statistically. I think you have to be a player that is solely responsible or very much responsible for your team winning multiple playoff games. And, some of it has to do with even getting to the big dance. But Goff, I don't know where Goff settles in. Will probably never be a consensus on this. But can we say that this year he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
I think you might be able to say that. Yeah. I think one of the things you look at that I would look at beyond the statistics, right? Statistics are going to be the first thing I'm looking at. Record is another thing I'm looking at. And it's hard to ignore the 11-1 record. And of course, it's a team game, and offense is part of the game. It's not the entire game. But if the reason that you would look at Patrick Mahomes as being elite is because he's got the Super Bowl rings to prove it. And to me, I look at that and I would agree with that. But the other thing is, when the game is on the line and his team is down by 5 points and they need a touchdown and they've got like 45 seconds to do it, he gets it done most of the time. If they need a field goal to tie it and go to overtime or a field goal to win it, he's going to get it done just about every time. And fortunately for the Lions, they've been so good this year. And they've been blowing teams out that they haven't had to put it all on Jared Goff's shoulders. But if they were, I'd feel confident that he could lead them down the field and get into field goal range or whatever they have to do. More often than not. But I think when I look at elite, for now, it's hard to not say Mahomes. And I think guys that are playing at that elite level, Joe Burrow is playing that way. I think that Lamar Jackson is playing that way.
Start thinking about like scenarios that could play himself out, like these heart attack postseason scenarios. Lions down 4 minute 30 to go, no timeouts on their own 35-yard line. How we feel about that? Lions up 4 in Philly against Jalen Hurts. He's got the ball, minute 30 to go on their own 35-yard line. Like, these are can the defense come through? Can the offense come through? Yeah. Lions down 2, on their own 20 with 45 seconds to go.
Where are they playing?
Yeah, indoors or
out. Is it
right?
Outdoors in a snowstorm? Is it indoors at Ford Field? Are they indoors at Minnesota?
You start putting yourself into these scary postseason scenarios that, I feel like every team's climb to the top includes one absolute heartbreaker, which maybe they've already suffered. It includes one game where they get off to an awful start and aren't having their best day and have to come back and find a way to win. That goes along the lines of the Houston game. Like the way the Houston game played out, that feels like one of those epic playoff games that you show up and you get off to this awful start and you look terrible, but you keep it within striking distance and you start to get it together and you find a way to win. I feel like every team's climb to the top has a game like that Houston game.
Yeah, and I think the Lions had that game, and it was the NFC Championship game last year. That's what San Francisco did.
I think that's the heartbreaker. I think that's the one that goes in the category of on your way to the top, you got to experience some pain, and I think that's the pain.
Totally agree with it. Reference the 95 Red Wings team a lot. They finally got to go to the Stanley Cup final. And then they get swept by New Jersey. And it was just a kick in the schnuts when they got swept. And as Red Wing fans, we felt at that time, oh, my God, how awesome is it? We got to the Stanley Cup. Didn't win it, but just to get there was exciting. And then once you got there, it was what just happened? They lost. Well, this team's better than that. And then, 2 years later, they're hoisting the cup. I think a lot of times you have to go through that heartbreak to get to that next level. And I think that's what the Lions did last year. Absolutely. Last season. Total heartbreak in the championship game. This year, they look like they're on a mission. 11-1 after 12 games with all the injuries.
Well,
all the issues, all the obstacles, everything they've had to go past, and they've done it to this point. But it doesn't matter until you get to the playoffs.
It's going to be really interesting because, like we mentioned yesterday, this game against Green Bay, Lions opened as a 5.5-point favorite, and it quickly moved to Detroit being a 2-point favorite. Moved by 2 points to Detroit being a 3.5-point favorite. A lot of money came in on Green Bay. And it's kind of understandable why, given the injuries and the way Green Bay's been playing. So, if Detroit happens to lose this game on Thursday night, is it going to feel like, end of times kind of loss? Are people going to freak out? Or are people going to chalk this one up and say, no, they weren't going 16-1. It's okay. It's okay. It probably depends a lot on what happens in that game. But don't be fooled. This is not a punch button win. I think most people would recognize that. Okay, let's swing around the country. College football stuff next. 97.1 The Ticket. Did you run the turkey trot? Are you trying to burn off some extra helpings of stuffing from earlier this week? I respect that, and you should be running, walking, and lifting in workout clothes from Show Some Respect, a Michigan-based company with a mission to make the highest quality workout clothes. And I got to say, the long-sleeve performance T-shirt that I wear, I absolutely love. Show Some is founded on respect. Respect everyone with the courage to compete on the field and in life. Go to showsomerespect.com and use the discount code Doug at checkout. Showsomerespect.com. SHOSUM respect.com. No spoilers. Gator and I both got caught up on Yellowstone. Is there only one more episode?
I believe so.
Yeah. Interesting to see what they do with this. Good show. Good show.
It's a great show.
It's been a recommendation.
Been a pretty emotional half season.
That's not. There's no. We're not saying.
I'm just saying. Lots going on.
Yeah.
Every season has been.
Yeah, I mean, it's typically Yellowstone. Wings in Boston tonight. So Kosa's suiting up. Sebastian Kosa, the netminder, suiting up. But he's not. He's just the backup tonight.
I haven't seen anything that says he's starting.
I thought the update said it was Husso that's starting, right?
Yeah, I saw Husso starting and Kosa's the backup.
Okay. But they bring him up for a reason. They don't have back-to-backs. Does he get the call at Ottawa on Thursday?
I think he might.
Because we really need something to watch Thursday night.
Yeah, how about we switch this up? Can we make him start? Have him start tonight,
so we can watch the Lions without. Yeah, I think Lalone should be particularly worried about what we want to watch. And
I think he should too. Yeah,
but I don't think he should.
I think he should.
Curry favor with the. Yeah, I mean, look, hardcore Red Wing fans are going to watch the Red Wings over the Lions anyway, but
it's got to appeal to the other fans.
So
get more eyes watching.
How would you describe your level of interest in seeing what Sebastian Kosa, former first-round pick netminder, brings to the table?
I'm all in on Seabass.
Are you?
I want to see him. I mean, when that draft came around, and I did some research for that particular draft, and I'm looking at players, and I believe there were 2 goaltenders that year that stood out, and he was one that really stood out because how big he was. I think at the time he was like 6'6", but now he's 6'7". He's just massive. And the numbers, the stats that he put up for, I think he was playing with Edmonton out in the Western League, were amazing.
The Oil Kings
were absolutely amazing. Like, this kid was incredible. So, got excited about it. They were able to draft him. Okay, let's go. Let's see it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they trade to draft? They moved around. Kenny, is that right?
He was a second first-round pick there.
Yeah, they traded around to get him. They traded with, I believe, Dallas.
Okay.
They have 2 first-round picks that year?
They may have, but the pick that they traded away to Dallas turned into Wyatt Johnston. So that's not great.
Great. Yeah, they took Simon Edvinsson at 6, and they got Sebastian Kosa at 15.
So you're hoping what you get is a goaltender that's going to be your goaltender for the next 12 years, right?
Yep.
Goalies can play a long time, and he's only 22 years old.
It's funny because I would have guessed he was a little older than that. That's one. 2 is a wise hockey man in the game I know once told me goalies have long runways. So at 22, this is kind of early. A little bit early for a guy, and not there's anything wrong with what they're doing, but it's not like he's, if he has a long run when he's playing well enough to get this call up. I'm intrigued. So we'll see what goes down here, but you're fired up for it.
I am, for whenever he gets his chance to play. Yeah, I mean, I always get excited about the first round picks that they've had. Same way when Casper was brought up. The same way with Edvinsson brought up, and Sider and Raymond getting their chances. Yeah, I'm all about it. I can't wait to see this guy play.
Yeah.
And I hope he can live up to some of the billing. I wouldn't expect him to be consistently amazing to start off. And look, young goaltenders in the league, the success rate isn't huge right away. It takes some time. You got to get used to what the league is like. The speed, the size.
I know when we went from
different.
D League to C League, the jump, it's hard to get used to.
In your beer league?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's hard to get used to.
Well,
So I can relate.
You can totally relate.
Do we know how long Alex Lyon and Talbot are out? Kenny, do you have anything on that?
They're out for they didn't rule him out for Saturday. So Cam Talbot could play Saturday.
Okay. So this could be quick.
It could be, but it could also be, a road trip away. You don't know.
Listener just said in hockey, it's not a cup game, so who cares? That's funny. No, it's not an NHL Cup game.
Well, no Seabass tonight, so, I'm going to be splitting my time with the Pistons and Red Wings anyway. But the Cup game may have more appeal if there's no Seabass.
No, it could. NBA Cup tonight, chance to clinch a spot in the bracket for the Pistons. Yeah, I got to tell you, it's fun just to say clinch a spot for the Pistons. I don't even if it isn't this ridiculous thing. Keep in mind, if the Pistons lose tonight, rest assured, they are not eliminated from Cup contention. They could still be a wild card. We do have college basketball. Michigan's at Wisconsin tonight. Michigan State is at Minnesota. Is that tonight or tomorrow? Apologies. I believe it's tonight, right?
They are tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
At Minnesota.
Gotcha.
8:30.
Playing on the raised floor there. I kind of want to see a game there. They got to get rid of that place eventually. The old barn in Minnesota. It's like that's one of the few arenas where you harken back to a previous era. It's the Williams Arena in Minnesota. Michigan and Wisconsin tonight. Wisconsin is undefeated, so a chance for the Wolverines to get right now undefeated, ranked number 11. It would be a quad 1 win, Gator.
Here we go.
Start building the resume. Get a quad 1 win to go with their win, a quad 1 win over Xavier from earlier.
It's my annual feeling here the first week of December about college basketball.
Is what's Joe Lunardi think of this matchup?
Yeah. Where are we at, Joe? My take a give a crap about college basketball is always low in the beginning of December. It's just not ready for yet.
So I'm intrigued by that because
football is winding down. We're not done with it yet. College football, anyway.
But at the beginning of December is when Michigan State is usually playing their gauntlet of games.
Yeah, well, that gauntlet's kind of done now that they're getting ready for a different part of the schedule. So
they didn't really play a gauntlet.
No, not. I mean, they played some blue bloods there. We played Kansas and North Carolina, right? Played North Carolina.
Yes, North Carolina was in a tournament. But,
yeah. Yep. So, I mean that part's come and gone. So I don't care about college basketball for a while.
Well, Big Ten. Don't you care about a Big Ten game?
Yeah. It's gonna take a while.
Is it?
It's going to take a while. Probably the Michigan State game before piques my interest again.
I'm not sure they play until February.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. But hey, that'll coincide right after the Lions win the Super Bowl.
Is that what you're looking forward to?
Then football's done, and we're not all in for the draft like we have been in the past because they'll be picking last.
So to be clear, Gator won't be checking in on his Spartans until February 21st when they play at Michigan. You'll be a little late to the party this year?
I don't care. Does it matter if I'm late to the party?
Well, I think they're going to carry on without you if you aren't.
Look, I mean, will I pay attention? I'll pay attention. It's just I'm not going to be, on the edge of my seat for every game. I've never been that way with college basketball anyway.
Maybe if in the middle of the Big Ten season they introduce like the Big Ten Cup.
Now you're talking.
Now you care.
You got something.
I think it's the next move Tony Petitti should make. Big Ten Cup basketball opening round matchup tonight, Michigan and Wisconsin. The winner advances to take on the winner of Michigan State, Minnesota in the Big Ten Cup.
I think you're onto something there.
Yep.
Clearly.
Yep. Works for me.
Brilliant.
I know.
Absolutely brilliant.
All right. So Stoney's made his way in studio as he is filling in today. Mike will be filling in for Mike.
Hello, boys.
How are you?
Hi there.
I'm doing pretty good. You?
Hanging in there.
Good.
Enjoyed
snippets of your call on Saturday.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We had some fun. That was one of those games you're kind of looking around going, is this really happening?
Yeah. It was. Look, I was thrilled beyond belief of the result, but I got to say, that was part of a lot of bad football was being played over the weekend, and that was one of them. But I love the fact that they won.
Yeah, you get some of those games like Texas A&M. I just like seeing them on the field again together. That meant a lot. It'd be like watching Oklahoma, Nebraska, like games and rivalries I grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
It's a backbone of what makes college football appealing to me.
Hey, the 2-point conversion bowl in Athens.
That was weird. I hope they get rid of that tiebreaker.
Oh God, it's the stupidest thing.
There's really one simple way. I like college. Oh, by the way, hi, guys.
Hi. Hey, what's up, Rico?
Very simple. What do is you almost had it. You went the wrong direction. If you're college football, start the game, start the overtime off at the 50.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
So nothing is guaranteed.
Nope.
So even a field goal is now,
Yeah.
okay, you know what? I don't know if this team could do anything, but
It's exactly what Doug said yesterday.
It's 100%.
okay. You know what? Hey.
Attaboy, Rico.
Hashtag 516.
Was that your room number?
It was.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
That's great that you still remember it. I remember mine too. So
What was your room number?
Let's Hall, room 422. Then sophomore year, Anderson 319.
Have you gone back and visited your old dorm room?
Yes, I have. And the house where I lived for a few years after my junior and senior year, and then even after.
We had an old apartment that we put a hole in the drywall, and we decided to write a bunch of notes, put some beer in there, some coupons to McDonald's, a newspaper from the day that we put the drywall up and did it. And I'm, I have no idea what
the
happened.
Doug Karsh version of the Karsh version of
Oh, by
Message
the
in a
way,
Bottle.
I went. The Acres rooms seem so tiny now.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
I was just like,
Because they are.
Was yours a double or a triple?
They were all kind of doubles.
Yeah.
But it was just like, wow, we put 5 people in here.
We had, bunk beds and, allowed for 2 posters, Bobby Clark and Farrah Fawcett. I mean, it was just...
Probably in that order, too.
They got to go, Stone.
All right, have a great show, boys.
Thank
Stay
you.
safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions coach Dan Campbell says he does not feel good about Taylor Decker's availability for Thursday's game with the Packers. He said the defensive lineman DJ Reader is day-to-day, and they should know more about Pass going on to workday tomorrow. The Bucs were just 3-9 heading into their last matchup with the Pistons, since they've dropped just one game in a 7-game stretch. TV broadcaster Lisa Byington on what changed. It's simple for both teams. Win and you move on to the next round of the NBA Cup. Lose and it comes down to point differential plus what other teams do tonight. Hear the game on Alt 98.7. Pre-game at 6:35 with Chris Fillar. The Red Wings are back in action tonight as well after an overtime loss Sunday. Coach Derek Lalonde rolled out goalie Cam Talbot for this 2-game road swing. Begins tonight. The Bruins on tap today. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game at 6:35. Michigan kicker Dominic Zavada has been named the Big Ten Kicker of the Year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Why are we opening up with that? Well, there's a reason for that. Cup fever! That's Michael Stone sitting in for Mike Valeni. I'm Rico Beard. This is the Valeni Show with Rico. We're going to be here with you till 6 o'clock. The Pistons. I'm going to start off with the Pistons. Pistons have a chance to make it to the in-season tournament. Like they can actually play their way into the tournament with a victory tonight at Little Caesars. From what I gather, Stoney's going to be there. David is all in. I need you guys to convince me to be all into this too. I need you to convince me to actually grab my credential and go down and watch this game tonight. Because for one, David, I blame you. You told me this was meaningless tournament. This didn't mean anything. This was just set up so LeBron could win something because he can't win a title. And the Lakers won it last year, so you were right. People, does this in-season tournament mean anything to you? Does it mean that the Pistons have maybe gotten ahead of schedule? And depending on what the Pistons do, does this change your expectations for the Pistons this season? 248-539-9797. My Pistons fans out there, are you into this? Are you excited? Dare I say, to quote Wojo Stoney, is this a big game?
Well, in the realm of Detroit Piston recent history, it is a big game. I don't think people are going to lose their you-know-what if they lose tonight. Oh, my God, we lost the chance to get into the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup. But what I'm as excited as a Piston fan to see, something that we haven't seen in, I don't know, pick your amount of years, them actually playing a somewhat important game, that there is actually something on the line. No matter what you think of the NBA Cup, it is now they can get some help if they still lose, but it's kind of, I want to see this young team, compete for something. Granted, it may not be that much in a lot of people's eyes, but I still look at, I want to see Cade and Ivy and all, the rest of the team. These guys, how they play under, there's going to be some pressure, whether you believe that there is or not. I believe there will be pressure. And they're the underdog at home, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't looked at the line, but I would assume they are. And they're playing against a really good team who has a really crappy coach. But that said, it's just going to be interesting. I think people, I don't think it's going to be sold out or anything, but I think people are going to get into it. And if they play well and win, that'll be cool as hell. They've given us nothing for almost, really, if you think about it, 15 years.
Yeah.
So this is something as far as to get you excited about seeing a competitive game that has some sort of stakes in it. That's all. But I'm looking forward to it. I want to see the crowd reaction. I want to see if it's a close game, what Cade can do, when there's the game's on the line.
But see, that's what I mean. Stoney, are Pistons fans going down there, rooting for your team, knowing that there is something on the line for the first time since I can remember?
Right. That's it. It's a meaningful, you can argue how meaningful, but it is a meaningful basketball game tonight. A professional basketball game in that arena, which we have not seen in
Because the
years.
only thing this tournament meant to me was those ridiculous-looking floors.
Yes.
That I'm just like, oh, these are so awful. Why do we have to keep watching this? But now the Pistons have an opportunity to the quarterfinals?
No,
They
would
would
make the quarterfinals.
They would make the quarterfinals if they win this game. If you're a Pistons fan, are you excited for this? Is this something that's must watch, or you got to get up and you got to go down to Little Caesars because the game is here?
Yeah.
So you got a chance to influence this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who tell me, well, no, I've seen what you do at Ford Field. Imagine if you actually went down to Little Caesars, minus the Jared Goff chance, and go in there and cheer this team on. David, you told me this was nothing. Now you're trying to tell me this is something.
Oh, it's everything. It is everything. It's more than something. It is everything.
I won't go that far.
Well,
but yes.
here's why I say that. Because the Detroit Pistons have 9 wins. We didn't get 9 wins until sometime in February.
Like late February.
Yeah, very late in February last year. As Black History was ending, we finally got win number 9. And so here's what it is. Yes, it is everything because we are there's a chance we can get a banner for this thing. And I know people are like, oh my gosh, the NBA Cup, you put a banner.
They shouldn't have
If
done
the
that.
Lakers did a banner, I'm going to put a banner up.
Look, if they would win this thing, and they'd have to beat either like the Knicks or Orlando in the next round.
Correct.
And then beat some decent teams, obviously good teams in the West when they get to Vegas. I mean, if they win the next 2 games, our company's going to send us to Vegas.
They should. They should.
Cover it.
Because we're going for a NBA Cup championship.
Yeah.
It's important because we haven't had anything, okay?
Right.
We haven't had a thing. We haven't made the playoffs in 5 years, haven't been good in 10+ years, okay? It's been a long time since we had something, and I'm holding on to this being everything.
You know what? 248-539-9797. More importantly, the fact that we're having this conversation, does this change your expectations for the Pistons this year? Because let's face it, I don't think anybody had high aspirations for this team.
No.
And the fact that we're talking about, hey, they can make it into the quarterfinals of this Cup game, which means that you won some games. Because as David just said, they didn't win. Like, I will remember the day that they ended their losing streak last year because it meant the Lions had to lose in Dallas in football. It was the same day.
That's right.
It was a matter of fact,
The
it was
Toronto
hours apart. And it took, that's what I remember. I was actually rooting for them to just keep losing to get the record all by themselves. And now we're talking about them winning a game. So Pistons fans, couple questions. 1, are you into this? Are you into this Cup series? And 2, Pistons winning more games, does this change your expectation for this team this year? 248-539-9797. Kenny, are you going to the game?
No, Rico, but I do want to sell you on this game because David, I guess, gave you the soft sell earlier. But I want to tell you this. I will be watching tonight. So if that means that you should be watching, if I'm watching, you absolutely should be watching. That's right.
Okay.
Noted elite guy right now. I'm a basketball elite. That's what I am right now.
You know what, Kenny? It looks like you may be the only one watching. Oh, no. I actually was like, hey, do I actually need to go down to this game? Do I need to grab my credential and go down there and meet up with Stoney and sit here and watch this game? Because the next time I was going down there was to watch Kenny's alma mater take on my alma mater. That was the next time I was headed down to Little Caesars, but now.
No, you can go watch good basketball tonight. Not that.
Oh,
Good
wow.
basketball tonight.
You get to see some Hall of Famers tonight. At least 2 of them.
And yes.
Yeah.
And yes.
Not playing for the Pistons.
Correct.
And trust me, if they win or if they even come anywhere close, they'll put up a banner because Lord knows this organization puts up banners for any and everything. So
That's true.
I'll leave it at that.
But you might want to go because,
Yeah,
hey,
Chuck Daly's chewing gum. There's a banner going up.
if J-Mo was at the state high school football
Yeah, the
championship,
Cass Tech Hudsonville game.
you know he'll be there tonight.
What was he there for? Cass Tech, Hudsonville.
He supports a few of the players on Cass Tech's team.
Oh, okay.
Signing autographs for kids in the
they're on
audience.
the J-Mo version of NIL for Cass Tech. Is that what that is?
I think so.
Okay.
Free conies? All right.
I just think it's fun. It's basically if in 2 nights we have a real game downtown Detroit against another team from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be that stupid to ask which, if you can only win one game, which one do you want? Obviously, it's going to be the Lions.
Tonight. You want this win tonight.
No, you don't.
I'm not a Lions fan. So.
Okay.
Yeah, he's Russell Wilson.
I know. He loves Russ now.
Yeah, I mean, or like I said, maybe Pistons fans just don't even care. They've already cashed out on this season. Dave, we got any ticket texts before we get to the
Mike
phone?
from Sterling Heights says, if Pistons win tonight, I go to next week's home game so we can make it to Vegas. They win, I'm going to Vegas with them. Go Pistons.
I'm not sure whether they'll be home or not. That's all TBD.
If they win it, well, it did. Yeah,
because they'll be playing another team with the same record.
we'll see. The Pacers also used the NBA Cup last year to springboard their season. The Pistons won't get as far as the Pacers, but it matters for these young guys to play for something other than development. Very true.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
They're playing for $500,000 each. That's what they're playing for.
But does this, as the thing says, does this springboard the season where all of a sudden expectations have now changed? It kind of how I'm not saying they're going to have the Tiger voodoo, but remember, we pretty much wrote the Tigers off and said, yeah, see you in football season. And then they started winning. And, they sat Javi down and they started winning. And then things got interesting. The pitching voodoo happened. And the next thing you know, they're in the playoffs. Wait, they just won a series. Wait, could they actually go to the World Series? Are we going to be talking the same way about this Pistons team? Now, let's face it. I don't think many of us had that many. Well, the Vegas over-under wasn't it like 21?
It was 21 and a half, something like that, yeah.
Out of 82 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've played 22 games and they've won 9. And right now, if the season ended today, I hate that damn cliche, they'd be the 10th seed, which means they'd be in the play-in game. And that's all you could probably even hope for going into the season. And you look at the teams that are behind them, with the exception of Philly, if they ever get their active, who the hell knows?
I don't even know what's wrong.
I mean, Embiid, whatever. I mean, they're as good as Brooklyn, who's below them. Charlotte, they've lost to them twice already with 2 close games. Toronto, they're better than, and they're better than the freaking Wizards. And ahead of them are Chicago, Indiana, Miami. So I don't think they're going to get, to the real playoffs, so to speak. But they'll be if they can make the play-in game, that would be a major accomplishment.
I say the same. 248-539-9797, or maybe fans in this city only care about the Lions. We'll find out. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket texts. Next, 97.1. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio, TV, or graphic design artist? Let Specs at LTU get you started on your path to your new field. It is very simple. You just got to be curious. You got to go and visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. You're like, Rico, what does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in your respective business. So with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. But it's very simple. You got to make the first move. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. So tonight is the big night for the Pistons. A win, and they are in the Quarter Cup final to go up against to make it to Vegas for the the Emirates Cup in Las Vegas. The Lakers won it last year. The Pistons have a chance to actually win something this season. Now, will it mean they'll win the NBA title? No. Will it mean they make the playoff game or make the playoffs? No. But we haven't seen winning basketball in downtown Detroit in a long time.
No.
And this is a chance that you may actually have your Pistons team competitive, trying to win something, especially after the disgrace that was last season. So Pistons fans, are you excited about this? Does this mean something? Does this change your expectation for this team? Should I actually go down to this game? Should I make it? Kenny Cott, Mr. Hockey, is watching the game tonight.
Well, he's probably got 2 TVs. You can watch the Cup game and the Red Wings Bruins, too.
Why would you ever want to watch the Wings tonight? They're going to get destroyed.
No, they're not going to get destroyed. They might lose.
It's all about the NBA Cup. Who cares about anything else? All about tonight for the Pistons.
It's cool. It's really, really cool. But they have a big game, and they're previewing the NBA Cup on ES Sports Center right now. And the first game was Bucks Pistons. Of course, every highlight was Giannis and Dame. There was nothing from any of the Piston players, but whatever.
I mean, this is
disrespect. We're disrespected, baby.
It's just they just continue to disrespect Detroit.
I guess, it's got to be good for this young team. Look, I had zero expectations for them, and now it's intriguing. And maybe a lot of people didn't even realize, a lot of casual Piston fans, because I'm like, wait. Because all I knew about the Cup was they painted the floor ridiculous colors, no matter where they were at.
It's blue at the LCA.
And now the Pistons, they win tonight. They're in the quarterfinal with a chance to win the NBA Cup. The players get money. I mean, it has changed a little. Like watching this team, Stoney, I was ready to write them off. And then all of a sudden they started finding ways to win close games. I was like, okay.
They lost a few of them, but they were all there. Most of the games they've played have been pretty close.
Right. Last year, it was fourth quarter. You could pack up and leave. It was gone.
Yeah.
I mean, people would come to Detroit, basically hit their average and then put on the warm-ups and say, I'm done. I remember I was watching Ja Morant. Ja went out there, got his points, hit his season average, and then, you know what? I'm good. Play the bench players.
See, and I think that may be the issue here. I think that not only people don't care about the NBA Cup, but the Pistons are just not on their radar.
No.
At all.
Until they do something.
They're on my radar. I watch them every game. I love watching the Pistons. I want them to win, and they've looked better this year. But the NBA Cup, making it's something.
Right. Look, they're not a great team. They're not a good team. They're an up-and-coming team that are still a few years away, barring some miracle of being a NBA championship contender. But as a NBA fan, as a local sports fan, this is cool. I mean, it gives you something to watch, to cheer for, and maybe even have the dangled carrot of hope out there if all the young players play well. But again, what I don't want to see happen tonight is it be like 18-3 to start the game. I mean, and just take the whole crowd out of it and all that stuff. I want them to compete early and be in there, and if they screw up in the fourth quarter like they've done before, okay, I can deal with it.
Stoney, I'm interested because I want to see what the crowd looks like. I want to see if the crowd actually shows up, because looking at some Pistons games, you're like,
well, it's been better, but still.
Right, but it's still like, I've seen that place packed. It can get loud. Like, we talk about Ford Field. When the Pistons get good, I mean, like really good, like championship caliber good, it's going to be a house of horrors for people to come to downtown Detroit. Similar to what you see down at Ford Field, where, I mean, the crowd has the advantage. Where, yes, it can get loud. You have an opportunity to affect this game. 248-539-9797. Dave, a couple ticket texts and we'll hit the phone line.
Parade down Cass Avenue if the Pistons win the Cup. That is John in Lake Orion. Someone else says, screw the Pistons. This game means nothing. The Pistons still suck. I'll be watching Michigan basketball tonight. That is from Mike.
Okay.
From Jeff R.
Yeah, exactly. I placed a $50 bet a couple weeks ago for the Pistons to win the NBA Cup. fully invested. Brendan from Fenton.
What was the line on that?
Oh, my.
It's probably at least 2,000.
Yeah, text back and let us know that, Brendan. What was that? That was, Guys, the Pistons need to lose. They need to lose because we need to draft guys. The draft is what matters. Then they can start winning.
So let them win the NBA Cup and then lose.
Yeah, they can do that. You're
You
right.
can still do that.
So you want Cooper Flag. You don't want the cup.
You want to sag for Flag.
Is that what we're doing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll tune into the Pistons when we're about halfway into the season. Team hasn't earned buy-in this early. I'm pretty excited about the game tonight. It's nice having a basketball team worth tuning in for.
Exactly. That's it. Nobody's sitting there saying, oh, you got to watch because this is a great team. No, it's something, granted, it's minuscule, but it's something that they're playing for. It's somewhat intriguing. I mean, I'm a hockey guy too, and like, you watch another Red Wings game where they get 11 shots on goal after 2 periods. I mean,
you just made Kenny depressed.
It's true. I watch them all. You know.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to my man Terrence. You can kick it off for us. You're on 97.
Hey, Stoney. Hey, Rico. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, man, Rico, I got to say, you got to get down there, man. I'm going, and I'm full swing with David here. It's excited. You know, hindsight, at first I was like, it's useless. The Lakers won the play, and then they got destroyed in the playoffs, but that's not where my mind is. You know, first the upside was they said that was the first December that LeBron and AD both combined to play over 60% of their games. So I guess that load management thing isn't a thing, or quote-unquote, as much as it used to be. But for the Pistons to be 9-13, but 3-0 in the Cup means that they're winning when it matters. So I'll take any type of proof at this point that we're capable of winning a play-in game. We might not win a 4 out of 7 series, but if we can get a 7th through a 10th seed, that means we just have to win one game when you're in. And this Cup is going to help me focus on that. Like, just get me one game. And tonight can prove if we're capable of that first step. So I'm excited.
So, Terrence, with the Pistons having their marginal success, has this changed your expectation for this team?
Expectation, no. We're still a below 500 team, which is why I said the 3-0 means that they're winning the games that matter. I just want to see that we can be competitive with playoff caliber teams. If we're winning against scrubs, that's one thing. If we're winning after they took their starters out, that's one thing. But we are right now, of those 9 wins, we're beating playoff caliber teams. And that tells me that if we make the play-in, I'm confident that we can at least make it to one of the final 8 teams in the actual playoffs. And that's my first step.
I don't know how many playoff caliber teams they beat.
Appreciate the call.
I mean, they beat the Lakers. There are teams that are vying in the same line like Brooklyn that they are, but they were lucky they beat Miami thanks to Eric Spoelstra and Chris Webber. But I mean, so they lost to what? Was it Memphis? They got beat pretty badly by.
Yeah, they
lost to Chicago.
To Charlotte.
The Knicks was a disgrace.
Yeah.
Boston, they played well and lost, but they haven't beaten. I think the best team they've beaten out is the Lakers, probably, right?
Let's see. They beat Washington, Toronto, Miami,
They
Atlanta.
beat Indiana.
In Indiana, yeah.
And
Friday
Cleveland.
night.
No, I'm sorry. They did not beat Indiana.
No, they
Yes,
did
they
beat
did.
Indiana.
Oh, yeah, they did. The
130
Yeah, that's what I thought.
106.
Friday night they really played well.
Yes.
And then they had the sad sack Sixers come in, and we decided to load management Cade, too, and you saw what happened in that game.
All right.
I don't know if it's load management. He does have a hip problem, but he played really well on Friday.
So, yeah, I just wanted to know, should I actually go down to this game? Is Detroit into this cup?
I'll tell you what's going to happen. There's going to be so many times in that game where the Pistons are going to be like, 1 possession down, maybe 2 possessions, they'll score, and then they'll come back. And Giannis will drive, and they'll collapse on him. And Brook frickin' Lopez is going to hit, like, big threes again. I just hate that. He could be one of the most underrated players in basketball.
Stoney Damas. We'll have more on this. Plus, we got some we'll have some football talk later on this hour, 97.1. Talking a little football a little bit later on in this hour. David, a couple ticket texts, please.
As a Pistons fan, yes, the NBA Cup games mean something, and I'm excited to watch. This franchise hasn't played in meaningful games in 15 years. JB has his young group playing a decent brand of ball and has emphasized the importance of this tournament for their growth. If the Pistons win this cup, it just proves how little this means. Maybe if there was automatic playoff bid at stake, I'd actually care. That is from Keith. I got 5,000 to win 400 grand on the Pistons to win the NBA Cup, 80-1. Ticket is posted on his X account and can be verified. That is from Greer.
Let me tell you something. If Greer is betting $5,000 on the Pistons to win the NBA Cup, either Greer needs his head examined or Greer is Larry Ellison.
Now we know why we got Bryce Underwood. Got you.
Yes, it was Greer.
It was Greer. Not anything else we read. It was Greer.
That's
right. Wow.
Can you imagine betting that much money on a long shot like that? No, I can't.
That's wild.
No.
Give me a break. This is a joke and a horrible money grab. That is Tim in St. Clair.
It's not really a money grab because these games would be played anyway except for the ones in Vegas. This is a regular season scheduled game no matter what. If there was no NBA Cup, the Pistons will be hosting Milwaukee tonight, and we wouldn't be talking about them. That'd be it, really. So there's not going to be that much money involved. Now, once they get to the Final Four in Vegas, yeah, because those games are not regularly scheduled.
Because I guess, Stoney, like, for Pistons fans out there or Detroit fans, what needs to happen before you buy into this team? Like, this team has turned apparently they've turned fans off so much. I thought this would be a good first step.
Yes.
What does the Pistons need to do to get that fan base back, to get people excited about this team again? Is it make the playoffs? Is it, knock off some top teams?
There's your answer. If they go like on a West Coast trip or something where they go and they beat some good teams and Cade looks like, okay, or Cade and Ivy, whatever, wow, they could be stars. Because, not to go back all those years to the Bad Boys, the Pistons had Isaiah in 81, so you had at least a star, and they would build, and there was reason for optimism. You knew they weren't going to be really good right away, but after 4 or 5 years, they were there. That's what I think. That's what we're hoping for. We just want some hope. We want to see a foundation that's being led, not to give our podcast a little plug. We want the floor restored the way Troy Weaver promised and didn't do any restoration. That's what fans want. We just want to have hope and see that, down the road, a couple of years, we could be playing for something. That's all you want.
Well, here's your hope. The Pistons have according to the odds, the longest odds to win the NBA Cup. It is plus 4,700 right now.
Okay.
So there's your hope.
Greer double down?
Maybe he should.
248-539-9797. I guess I thought there would be a little more excitement in this town for this because you haven't had much to cheer for this team. The only thing you had to cheer for was losing. You were on that bandwagon because you wanted to get a top pick. And maybe, we had a ticket texter saying, hey, maybe they believe in Cooper Flagg out of Duke. He's going to be that top draft pick. I've watched him in a couple games. He's good.
Yeah.
He cannot finish. He's played against he played against Kansas and he played against, was Kansas? I forgot who, Alabama.
It was in one of the other tournaments, yeah.
Yeah, it was another tournament, and he found a way to just turn the ball over.
Yeah. He was,
twice.
He's a freshman. I get it.
I got you. Yeah. All right. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Good, thank you.
Good. So I had two things. One was just a general PSA for anyone out on the roads. Southfield is like completely shut down. I don't know what happened out here, but I've been in a parking lot on Southfield for about 45 minutes. So steer clear.
Appreciate that.
Traffic tipster Chris.
Secondly, just a quick comment on the NBA Cup. I think it's a little silly conceptually, but If you're cynical, you think it's a cash grab, but I'm more thinking that, like, hey, why not? We were historically bad last year. Like, why not have a little something to be like, hey, it's something to make you feel excited about a team that's trying to, get over the stuff that they went through all last year. So, hey, more power to them. Let's go get it.
I agree with you. And I think the impetus to this obviously was what happens overseas in soccer, where they have what the Champions League and the Champions deal that they have in the middle of the regular season, or the Euro. They have these things in the middle of the season to get the more interest. And look, I don't think that many more people are going to be paying that much attention to it. Now, if they win tonight, I think people will be focused on it a little bit more. No doubt about it. It's just basketball has been so bad around here for the last 15 years. I mean, yeah, they went to the playoffs once. Whoop-de-frickin-do. A playoff that most of us didn't even want them to make it. Mm-hmm. And we saw, because Blake Griffin played his ass off in that season to make sure that they could get to the playoffs, and he played great in this year. Then he got hurt, and it was like, but those games where they got killed by Milwaukee, games 3 and 4 at the LCA, the places were packed, they were loud. I mean, we know, like you mentioned, Rico, and rightfully so, this place, if this team was any good, would be great. So this is like the one game maybe we have all year that we can do that.
And here's the beauty of it. If you win the cup, doesn't cost you the draft pick, because you can still suck bad enough.
That's right.
To get into the lottery.
Yes.
So it was interesting. I'm still trying to figure out. I walked in and Dave was like, yeah, he was fired up for the Pistons. Stoney's going. And I'm like, wait, should I actually go down to this thing? Leave work, head straight down to Little Caesars to watch this game. Kenny's watching the game at home. That's what really has me.
Yeah, if I didn't have
Apparently that's where some Pistons fans are at. They'd rather talk about Kenny's possum stew. Go ahead, David.
I know what Hatchett's watching tonight.
What?
Episode 1, Hard Knocks, AFC North.
Thinking about it.
I know.
Who cares
Thinking about it. It was interesting going into that locker. I didn't go into the locker room, but seeing them go into the locker room after the game and hearing one of the players ask the coach, "Oh, you were mic'd up, weren't you?" Yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see that scene on Hard Knocks.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares about the AFC North? Go Ravens. I haven't had fun watching the NFL or college football all year. Okay,
that's true.
You get nothing from me.
And the Braves didn't make the playoffs, right?
You know why? Because every team that I like, everybody got hurt.
Sure
Yeah,
did.
it's true.
Sure did. Your offensive line from Michigan State, defensive players from Michigan State,
Ronald
everyone for the 49ers.
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Dead.
Pitchers, you name it, gone.
Yeah.
So
Well, your big NBA team, right, I think is Phoenix, right? They're playing pretty well.
No, you know what? Honestly, when Ishbia got there,
no, it's nothing to do with Ishbia.
No. He gutted the team. He took away all my favorite players, so they were all gone. Like, I like Bridges. They're all playing for other people.
Oh.
I don't like Durant. Okay. I don't. I just don't. So
you don't like D-Book?
I do, but I don't like the surrounding cast around him. So anyway, football coming up next. 97.1. All right, every hour we like to touch the table with a little bit of football. David, what do you got for me?
Let's start with last night because last night's game was a roller coaster. Broncos won the game 41-32. Jerry Jeudy returned back to his former team and had a career high 9 catches for 235 yards and a touchdown. But I think the story was Jameis Winston. Threw for 497 yards, a lot of touchdowns, but he also threw 2 pick sixes, which went for 171 yards. So combined, he had 668 passing yards when you include the interception yards.
Yeah,
what in the world?
The second pick six, the guy got it, and then if it was college, he would have been down, but he realized nobody touched me. I could get up and run. And I think at that point, the Cleveland players were like, oh, man, I guess somebody should have ran up and touched him. David, I got a better question for you. As a man of the cloth, a pastor.
Do we have that soundbite?
Do we have the soundbite?
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay. Because Jameis, and I love Jameis.
Yeah.
He's filled with quotes from the E to W to everything that he has done. I mean, if he was here, it would be so much fun to cover him.
Yeah.
But David, I got a question to ask you about this, what Jameis said. You, as a pastor, you were always told you can go to God for anything.
Not this.
For, you know, if you got an addiction, if you got something wrong,
right?
You know, for healing.
God gave you Cade Cunningham, for crying out loud.
Right. He blessed this city.
Yeah.
He
can't
does this still count as anything?
No.
I know. Hey, God, I know we got problems in the Middle East. Hey, God, I know we got a lot of things going on.
But deliver
People
me
going
from
to bed
pick sixes.
hungry.
No.
But could you take a couple minutes and deliver me from throwing pick sixes?
No.
Hey, guy, it's Jameis here.
God said, Jameis, you're on your own.
People going hungry,
right?
But this,
Jameis,
no,
really,
man.
God had Denver.
God, who this? I said Jameis again. Oh,
I could not believe when I heard it because he had a pregame speech that was also crazy. This guy, just play better. You don't even deliver it from pick sixes. Just play better.
Would you ever want him as your starter?
No.
He's perfect backup.
You know what? I would.
Backup,
honestly.
yeah.
Here's the thing, and I could be on an island. I do believe that if Jameis actually had a team and you built around him, you're going to endure some problems, but I think you'll win more games than you will lose because he's that gunslinger type of mentality. Reminds me a lot of Brett Favre back in the day where people don't remember Favre in the Super Bowls, but Favre was known to throw a lot of picks.
So you mean if you put a team around him like the Bucks, when you have weapons and you have defense, and all you have to do is be a game manager, but you keep throwing interceptions.
No, but you have to have an offense and a coordinator who builds and plays for you, and not because as a backup, David, the system's already set.
But he
Run
had
my system.
He had Mike Evans.
He had Mike Evans. He had Godwin.
No. But they had I'm talking about look here, where Ben Johnson said, "Hey, Jared Goff. Me and you are going to sit in the room, and we're going to create an offense together." I'm saying if somebody took the time to create an offense that takes advantage of his strengths, I think that he would be a better quarterback. That's just me.
I don't know, man.
If Russell Wilson can go to Pittsburgh and revive his career, come on. Yeah,
that's why it's working for him. All right, let's get to this next thing here. There's a lot of layers here, so we're going to go layer by layer here. Texans Azeez Al-Shaair was suspended 3 games. Everyone saw the hit that he put on Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is going to slide, and he continues to go after him, and he hits him, and he knocks him out the game. Well, he's been suspended 3 games, and this is what NFL VP of Football Ops John Runyon wrote in the a summation there. He says, your lack of sportsmanship and respect for the game of football and all those who play, coach, and enjoy watching it is troubling and does not reflect the core values of the NFL. Your continued disregard for the NFL playing rules puts the health and safety of both you and your opponents in jeopardy and will not be tolerated. So first player, 3 games, too much, not enough. I mean, the way he wrote here, should have been suspended for the rest of the season, right?
Well, it's not his first rodeo.
Right.
Like, he's been in a lot of trouble, and it sounds like he's been called to the principal's office quite a few times. Now, if you don't – look, I'm not going to kill the Texans' season, but do it again, and you're done. This is kind of one of those where now DeMeco and everybody's going to look at him and say, hey, you're affecting us now. You're doing stupid stuff, and we're on the verge of making the playoffs and actually doing something. Kind of needs you to get your head on straight.
There are people who defended the hit, saying it was too fast, and Lawrence needed to slide better. I don't know. His head was so vulnerable.
But it's a bang bang type of thing. And
Yeah, I
yes,
know.
Stoney, quarterbacks have learned. We see it the same with Mahomes when they hit the sideline, because if you touch a quarterback, you're in trouble. So Mahomes has learned, run towards the sideline, and people will stop and then fake it and keep going. And then you're like, Coach, I didn't want to get a 15-yard penalty. When the quarterback slides, if you're already in the air, this ain't the Matrix. You can't stop and shift and turn. You're going to hit the guy.
Well, that is the second layer to this. Hall of Famer Joe Thomas wrote on Twitter, this hit was malicious and has no place in our game, but the NFL needs to get the weaponized quarterback slide out of the game. As dangerous as hits on quarterbacks are, when the quarterback chooses to slide, we need to stop allowing quarterbacks to fake slide or late slide. Richard Sherman has agreed with that on Twitter. So what do you do with the quarterback slide?
You know what you can do? Because I do think that some quarterbacks, and you even had Kenny Pickett, it was college.
Well, that's what changed everything.
But he did I didn't.
Right.
Quarterback, they're smart. Every quarterback is looking to have that advantage. Here's what I would do, just thinking off the top of my head. Okay, when you're ready to give yourself up as a quarterback, you could just throw the ball down. Okay? You can stand, you just throw the ball down, play is over.
So no intentional grounding, no over the line.
It's not over the
illegal
line.
throw.
It just means that you are down right there at the spot where you just dropped the ball. It's not a fumble. If you get hit and you drop it, that's different. But if you're all running by yourself, you can just go ahead. I got the first down and just spike the ball right there. I like that. Therefore, you don't have to worry about, it's unintentional hit. Because when you slide like that, the problem is because you can only hit them, it's almost like the strike zone. You can only hit them between here and here. And if you go too high, you go too low. And I went right to that sweet spot, which, by the way, when you slide, it's your head.
I know it's such a bang-bang play. I agree with that. But I think in this one, was so malicious. The NFL, and with the track record, they had no choice.
So let's close it out with this here, because Pro Football Talk put this out, and I want to know what you think on either side. This is regarding the Bears. It says, forget the same old approach to hiring a coach. The Bears, if they want to shake things up, they should go call the 49ers to see if Kyle Shanahan is available. So on one side, which Kyle Shanahan want to be gone from the 49ers and be traded to the Bears. Secondly, are they going to give up on Kyle Shanahan?
Well, Rico,
because it makes sense for the Bears. They need a coach.
Yes, and he'd be really good working with Caleb Williams. But as Rico can attest, and Atlanta Falcon fans can attest, sometimes he's he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Sometimes he is, and it costs his team. I don't know the relationship between Shanahan and Lynch, what it's like right now, but I think he's done a really good job with Brock Purdy. Obviously, Caleb has more talent than Brock Purdy.
I will say this. I think he could be on the verge of being where Andy Reid used to be. Andy Reid was a coach that could never win the big game. Andy Reid was a coach that could take you to the championship game, take you to the Super Bowl. Don't ask that man to win a Super Bowl. He got a special quarterback. He started winning. Now he's a genius. He's the smartest coach. If for him to go to Chicago would probably mean Chicago's going to have to trade some picks.
They will. It would be a trade, yes.
You're trading first-round selections to go back that way. I think the 49ers are on the verge of a reboot because right now their biggest concern is what do you do about Brock Purdy because he's going to make some money. It's just how much money. You've paid everybody else. The team is getting older. But the problem is, David, it's not like they're bad because they're bad. They're bad because they have half a team.
Right.
Let's just call it what it is. If he had Christian McCaffrey, if he had all of his players, if he had Debo, if he had all –
they've missed Ayuk terribly.
Right, they would be winning. But right now –
I forgot about him being gone Ayuk.
I know. What you're saying is, Greenlaw hasn't played all year since popping his Achilles in the Super Bowl. They're missing a lot of players. I think it would be ridiculous to get rid of him now. But if you're going to send back, 3 first-round picks for him, if I'm John Lynch, I'm listening. I may not make the move, but I'm like, Chicago's 3 first-round picks are going to be pretty high that you can rebuild a team on the fly if you're John Lynch. So I don't think it's going to happen. I honestly, if I'm the Bears, I look to the team that I just played, and I'm talking to Ben Johnson right now, whether you're meeting at some secret Starbucks with his agent.
Somewhere off 94.
What is it going to take? Off the 9-4.
Yeah.
What is it going to take to get him to leave and come run this offense and win teams for us as our coach?
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions-Bears Thanksgiving broadcast Thursday drew 37.5 million viewers, a Turkey Day record. Taylor Decker missed practice today, and his availability for the Packers game is looking a bit more dreary. Dan Campbell said corner Carlton Davis looked really good in practice yesterday, however, and barring any setbacks, he should be good to go. They're considering DJ Reader Day today as well. The Pistons and Bucks battled tonight for a spot in the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup. A loss for Detroit means they would need some help from other teams, plus point differential factors on their end. Pregame at 6:35 on Alt 98.7. The Wings have the Bruins tonight in Boston. Derek Lalonde addressed the tight losses lately. After he decommitted from Michigan and landed with Auburn, four-star edge rusher Nate Marshall is flipping back to the maize and blue. 16 Michigan football players received all Big Ten nods today. 3 held first-team honors, including kicker Dominic Zavada, long snapper William Wagner, and defensive lineman Mason Graham. Zavada also earned Kicker of the Year in the Big Ten. Michigan State had 6 honorees, but were shut out of the first team. Jonathan Kim and Ryan Eckley were Tab's second-teamers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, 3:05 to be exact, on a Tuesday afternoon. Rico Beard, Michael Stone in for Mike Valenti. We're going to be here till 6 o'clock, getting ready to talk some Lions. Stoney, it's funny, you brought this up to me in the break, and we were about to talk about Lions in a second, but David, take a listen to this. Stoney, take a listen to this. So the first person has left Michigan State, Ken Talley. He left.
And Tyler Morris left Michigan.
Yeah.
Wide
So,
receiver.
yeah.
Right.
Ken Talley left Michigan State. Why? Who cares? But listen, tell me about this. Because, a lot of times they post on Instagram. First and foremost, I want to express my gratitude to Mel Tucker and Michigan State University for giving me an incredible opportunity to be a part of such a prestigious program and institution. That being said, I've decided to take my talents elsewhere and make the most of my 2 years of eligibility I have remaining. Thank you, Spartan Nation, for your unwavering support and love. I will always be proud to call myself a Spartan dog. Much love, Ken Talley. What was missing?
He didn't mention Jonathan Smith at all.
Well,
I understand he wants to say thank you for the opportunity,
Yeah.
but continued opportunity from Jonathan Smith.
Well, maybe that's why he's entering the portal. He didn't like his coach.
There it is.
All right. You two win the prize.
Yeah.
Thought it was funny. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't think that? Wow. Okay. And maybe that's why he's in the portal. Okay.
Yeah.
We now move on.
Mhm.
I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Wanted to bring it up.
Thank you for Brady Hoke for the opportunity, and that's it.
I should tell you everything that you needed.
All right, for somebody who follows it a hell of a lot closer than I do, is they going to miss him? Was he
No.
good player?
He made plays every now and then. They were 5 and 17.
I know.
Okay, let's be real. There's only one player that Michigan State fans will freak out if he entered the portal.
Yeah.
Aiden Childs has already come out, put his foot in his mouth, and guaranteed next year's going to be good.
Yeah, Marsh.
So I don't think you got to wait for him.
That's Marsh.
If Nick Marsh walks into the portal, you will. It'll be like the old Flames. It'll be smoke signals coming out of East Lansing, like, oh my God, what just happened? What's going on? That's when everybody will get angry. Anybody else? Huh? You're like the security guard that played Michael Jordan.
All right, so since you brought it up, let me ask you this. What is the likelihood of, pick your power school? I'm saying not in the conference. So I didn't want to think about what would happen if Michigan would poach him or Ohio State. But, Alabama, Ole Miss, any Texas. What is there a likelihood there? Is it a money situation?
Nah, I mean, I think in talking with people close to the situation. Right. Now, this comes from people outside the family.
Right, I know.
So I haven't talked to Mama Tron, but it sounds like there's a good chance he will be back.
Good.
You just need Michigan State to come correct with a good NIL package, and he'll be there. Doesn't have to be a blowing his socks off package, just enough that, you know what? Okay, we're good because they like it in here. They like the area. They like the fact the proximity of from River Rouge to East Lansing. You just can't come in there and be cheap.
Right.
So, but from what I gathered, it's more likely than not likely that he will be back.
Good.
He is the only person. I mean, if Chuck Brantley goes into the portal, he'll be like, what, this is your 7th time? You got a condo in the portal. You've been there so many times. Seriously. David, Chuck Brantley has been in and out, the portal. Like, Chuck, where are you going to go? The last time he went out, just stay. You don't want to be here.
Up until, I thought Jordan Hall's a pretty good player. I would be upset if I was a Michigan State fan if he left.
Was he, though?
I know he wasn't as good this year as he was last year. But I still think he's a really good football player.
He's got a lot of hype. He fits if you were casting a movie, yes. But just actual plays in the game.
And the other one who I don't know, be upset, and I think that's because he was underutilized, was Velling. Because he was underutilized.
Right. Right. Once again, congratulations. You caught a touchdown in the last game.
I know.
Yeah, I don't understand the usage. I don't get it. Like,
David,
he can be a weapon.
David, you don't have an offensive line. You know what? We were really going to talk to the Lions.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Go with it now.
I'm going to give you this. We'll go to commercial break. We're going to wipe the slate clean. Kenny, I feel like you right now. But let's just get this out the way.
Do you at least get the hair off the possum before you put it in the stew? Or does it look like
no possum stew? It's not real.
Or does it look like your beard? Meat with the beard on it.
If this team does not go out and get 4 offensive linemen and 4 defensive linemen, you're looking at this in the portal. They're so bad that I don't think an incoming freshman can turn this thing around. You need some instant help right now. If you don't get 4 offensive linemen and 4 defensive linemen to mix with the players that you're bringing in, because your recruiting class is just ass. It's 61st right now. Not good out of 120 teams.
Tomorrow's National Sign Day.
And you know what? You're not going to get anything.
Be a light push tomorrow.
Nothing. Hey, congratulations. You flipped the guy from Western Michigan. That'll get you to the title. It won't. If you can't do that, then this team's going to be right back in the same spot. You're going to be 5-7, 6-6. If, Nate Carter catches the ball in Boston College instead of dropping it off his face mask. He pulled a Vilder. Like, literally, the ball was right there, bounced off his face mask, they lose. Right now.
So they need to go in the portal, get an offensive lineman that's better than Jared Horst was when they went into the portal and got him.
Jared Horst was good. He just had some anger issues.
Oh, okay. But he didn't have them against the opponent.
No, he did, but he was good for yes, Jared, go. No, not that. No, put his helmet back on, Jared. No. Don't punch him in the face, Jared. Just block him. Yes, like that. He had anger issues, but other than that, he was good. He just, yeah. You had to. He was the type you had to constantly watch the entire game. Got to get some offensive linemen. Got to get some defensive linemen. Or this is a topic for another day. You're 5-7. You're 6-6 next year. Then you brought in the wrong coach, and at this point, you got to let him go. That's just me. That's not coming from the school.
I know.
You have Stoney. They've only had 1 year where they were good since 2017. They haven't they made the bowl once. That was the miraculous K9. You had Reed. You had Naylor. It was a magical year. That's it. Take away that year,
right?
And it's just been nothing but disappointment. year after year since 2017, the good old days when they went. Brian Lewerke led them to a victory in the Holiday Bowl. That was it. Other than that, this team's bad. You do this again next year, goodbye. Start over again. So, David, I'm sure you're happy about this.
Oh, I'm smiling. I'm loving it.
I see the look on your face. Okay. You happy? You're proud of yourself?
I am, man.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lions.
Yes.
Next. Lions fans, I have a simple question for you. I'm going to give you that next. 97.1. Holiday season is here, and I need internet service that will allow me to stream all the football playoff and bowl action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers me the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. I actually just started rewatching Game of Thrones. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats during football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or simply drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds. All right, let's talk some good football, not what we just talked about in the last segment. The Detroit Lions. Lions fans, I got a question to ask you. If you've been watching the game, and I know you have, it's a mass unit out there. Injury after injury after injury. The D-line just appears to get decimated. I just read that, 3 of the people did not practice today.
Reader didn't practice yesterday. I don't know if he practiced today or not.
Sounds like it's trending towards you're going to be missing a lot of people on the defensive end, especially on the defensive line, the Thursday night game against Green Bay. Lions fan, the question is simple. Have all the recent injuries changed your feelings about this team? Meaning, it was you got to get the number 1 seed. You're going to get the number 1 seed. We're going all the way to the Super Bowl. With the rash of injuries, do you still feel the same confidence about your Detroit Lions, or have you lowered the bar a little bit? Not to say that this team's horrible, but you know what? Maybe this team with this defense isn't good enough to win the Super Bowl, or maybe we're not good enough to get the number 1 seed overall. 248-539-9797, because your offense can score like nobody's business, but if you cannot stop teams, and you're about to play some tough teams coming up, especially the next 2 games, you're going to be a little bit of a trouble. So for Lions fans out there, has the rash of injuries changed how you feel about the direction of where this team is going this year? Stoney?
Yeah, it has, because I do not expect them to win both the next 2 games. And except for Philadelphia's game with Pittsburgh, which is a home game for them, I think the Eagles will probably surpass them, let alone the Vikings. I don't want to have to play the Vikings the last game of the season with the North on the line. And then if they lose Thursday, they're only a game ahead of the Packers. It's not a lack of faith in coaching staff. It's not a lack of faith in the team as a whole. It's just do the math. Great teams. And the Lions are a really good team. 3 weeks ago, I thought they were the best team in the National Football League. I don't think so anymore. And why? Because they've been decimated. Just look at who started defensively from the beginning of the season. Hutch, gone. Davenport, gone. Pascal, who was a key reserve, gone. Uzarike started, gone. Let's keep going. Anzalone, gone. Rodriguez, gone.
Reader.
Eric
Barnes,
gone.
Right. Reader's going to be
back. Right, but I'm just saying, but
right.
Injured
at times, yes. But the other ones, they could be gone for the playoffs too. So, yeah, I know the whole next man up. I get all that, and that's been really...
But after a while, you start running out of next man.
Right. I give Holmes credit for the guys that he went and acquired this week. Jamar Adams, does he have something left?
You bring him in to be a linebacker.
Yeah.
He was a safety.
I know.
This is how desperate you are.
Because thankfully your safeties are really, really good.
Right.
But yes, they've gotten some really good contributions from people you wouldn't expect. Mohammed, they got players. They're going to have to, score 40 points a game, maybe. And you can't live off of that. So, no, I don't expect them. I never expected them to go 16-1. If they go, 13-4, would it be the worst thing in the world to go 2-3 in the last 5 games? I don't know.
Well, just to put things in perspective, doing research with Rieger this morning, hypothetically speaking, they lose to Green Bay. How quickly things will change. They lose to Green Bay, and I think Philly is playing the Carolina Panthers, and they beat the Panthers. Mm-hmm. You're now the number 2 seed.
Right.
Because you're tied with Philly, but Philly would have the tiebreaker. Philly now becomes the number 1 seed. You're the number 2 seed.
Right.
And, you hold the tiebreaker over Minnesota. So, yes, that's the only thing, which means that if you played in the NFC title game, if the season were to end, you would have to go to Philly to play. With the rash of injuries, I'm with you. I look at this team. I didn't think they were ever going to go 16-1.
No,
but the problem is how quickly and if you're going to be getting people back on the defensive side. That's the big key, because when it comes to the playoffs, offenses are great in the regular season, but it's a reason why the Miami Dolphins never win the Super Bowl. They look great. They look fun. But if you can't stop anybody, I'm looking at like the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow puts up tons of stats. They can't stop anybody.
No.
And if you get to the point where teams realize, you know what, you can't stop. When I look at, man, if Chicago had a coach with half a brain, maybe you come out of this Thanksgiving Day game and the results are different. Going up against some tougher teams to finish out the season, I have changed the expectations where I don't think they're going to get that number 1 overall seed anymore.
I want to see what happens after the Buffalo game because I don't expect, we'll talk about it. Actually, I'm with you on Thursday. The actual breaking down that game on Thursday, the way Green Bay's playing and actually running the ball really well, if Reeder's not playing, I do not expect the Lions to win that football game. Then they get the 10-day break before the Bills come in, and they'll get a few of these guys back. Not all of them by any means. I mean, because I don't think Pascal and Unzareke are going to be, and obviously Rodrigo's out for the year, but they'll have some time to play together a little bit, these guys. So I'll wait till after the Buffalo game before I really get nervous if they lose those two.
248-539-9797. David, what about you? Better yet, Kenny. Kenny is the Lions fan. Kenny, does this change your expectation on this team with the rash of injuries? Does the bar stay the same, or are you lowering the bar a little bit because reality's starting to kick in?
It's hard to keep the bar in the same place considering all the injuries. I mean, as much as I want to be on the hype train and say, oh, they're the best team in the NFL or the best team in the NFC, I mean, I think the Reeder injury really put it over the top for me. It's like this team banged up. We're going to have to play some big boy football now. And I don't see how they can do that with a banged-up defense the way they are. Their offense will be just fine. I'm not worried about their offense.
Yeah, I mean, Decker's been out before, and they've won games.
We've seen it all of last year. It felt like they were always missing an alignment.
Yeah, I mean, Decker's been out, but the offensive productivity when he's not there, it's down a little bit.
A little bit.
You're not going to be playing the Cowboys. You're not going to be playing, bad teams where you're putting up 50, 60 points all the time.
Right.
You got to be able to stop somebody on a key third down play.
And having your expectations lowered a little bit because of injuries does not make you a weak person or a lack of faith. No, it's basically it's right in front of you. You can read the injury list. It's unbelievable. I mean, there are other teams who have maybe just as much injuries, but they're spread out. The Lions, it's only on one side of the ball, obviously the exception of Decker. And it's in one position, basically, the defensive line, and then again, two of your.
Glad they made the trade.
Oh, hold on, I forgot Derek Barnes too. I mean,
no, you
come
said
on.
Barnes. You said Barnes. No, David said Barnes.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. Your front seven, you have basically McNeil's the only one left from who started the season.
So, Lions fans, are your expectations still the same? Bar is still in the same place? You believe Dan Campbell and Jared Goff can lead this team to that number 1 overall seed? Or are you changing things up a little bit because, defense not quite the same?
And this is why they can't continue to do what they did in the first half Thanksgiving is when they get down to the damn red zone, they can't rely on Jake Bates. They got to score touchdowns.
248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts.
We are going to have to rely on the offense to score 30-plus points a game and make everything a shootout. That scares me. The fact that a rookie almost took us out tells me the defense is at a critical point. Time for the offense to wake up. No, this team is coached different than any other team. They play harder than any other team. Nothing can stop them.
No, hey, that's his. I want to know because some Lions fans may feel that way. I'm not judging anybody.
Nothing can stop them.
Hey, David, the way this team is going, they do have a little bit of that Tiger voodoo where they're catching. It seems like they're catching every break. Heck, the end of the Thanksgiving Day game has to be voodoo because I have no idea what happened. Nobody knew what happened. Everybody was just silent like, are you kidding me? So we'll get more ticket texts. We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Cam Talbot will miss the 2-game road trip for the Red Wings. It starts tonight in Boston. Billy Huso will get a scheduled start with the youngsters Sebastian Cossa backing him up. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Lions coach Dan Campbell provided the latest on his team's injuries. He also said DJ Reader is day-to-day at this point. The Bucks are favored by 3.5 to pick up their 7th straight win tonight as they face the Pistons at LCA in the NBA Cup. Cade Cunningham missed the last game for Detroit, but he's good to go today, not on the injury report. Hear the game on Alt 98.7, pregame at 6:35. Michigan wide receiver Tyler Morris has entered his name in the transfer portal. He logged 23 catches for 2 touchdowns this season. Michigan State's Ken Talley is joining him. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
So, Lions fans, very simple question I ask of you with the rash of injuries going on with the Lions. Have your expectations changed? Is the bar still the same? Were you feeling like, you know what? Doesn't matter. Dan Campbell can lead this team to a 1 seed overall in the NFC, Super Bowl or bust? Or is reality kicking in a little bit and now you're saying, hey, I don't think we're going to be that 1 seed and maybe I need to lower the bar a little bit and temper some expectations? 248-539-9797. David, let's just go straight to the phone lines. Phil, you're on 97.1.
What's up, gentlemen? How are we doing today?
Good, Phil.
First-time caller, long-time listener. Calling you from the semi today.
Hey. How are the roads?
Yes, sir. They're good. I mean, everywhere I traveled, I just come eastbound 94 from Jackson, Michigan, and we're clear sailing.
Beautiful.
But my expectation about our Lions here, so they've already passed my expectations so far. These injuries, you know, they got me a little bit worried, especially this defensive line. Where they're going to get me is this Thursday game against the Packers. So I see them, if we win against the Packers, I see us beating Buffalo. I see us beating everybody else. I see us going straight through the playoffs like a hot knife through butter. So that's my expectations right now about our team.
Let me ask you this. Suppose they beat Green Bay but win 42-38, so to speak, okay? And your hot knife through butter basically represents the Lions' defense. You still think you can go and run the table with that defense?
So the next game that I'm going to be looking at is that Buffalo game. Okay. If we beat Buffalo, I think we're clear sailing. We finally bring the trophy back home. Ever since I've been watching the Lions with my dad and my grandfather, since I've been 6-7 years old, since I can remember. You know, my expectations are high. My hopes are even higher. So it's a fine line between hopes and expectations with me right now.
All right. So what if you see, Phil, on Thursday night that they lose, 31-27, and the defense plays that the way many of us expect because they're so depleted?
Yeah. If they do lose and it's still a close game and we see, good things from this defense, the new guys coming up, and, our coach is all about grit, the toughness. You can see at every press conference, veins popping out of this guy's head. He has heart, and he's wearing all of our hearts on his sleeve. I know he can feel the pressure. This team's starting to feel the pressure with the injuries. So this game is where we separate the boys from the men. And I say, go Lions. I think we got this win. I think we got the rest of the season. Let's push it through the playoffs, and let's bring this trophy home.
That would be wonderful from your mouth to God's ears.
Appreciate the phone call, Phil. So, Phil, it's more of a let's wait to see what happens on Thursday. Then, not going to say panic, but like I said, it's not full panic because I think this team is good enough. They will make the playoffs, but they went from being a team that, Stoney, I don't think anybody could beat.
Right.
To now, you're in the mix with a lot of teams that could win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it's not to say you're not a Super Bowl team. You just went from being the heavy favorites to you're in about a group of about 5 to 6 teams that I think if the ball bounces your way, you can win this thing.
See what it is, and he used the butter and the hot knife analogy. What it's going to be now a regular knife through cold butter. So you may still eventually get through it, but there's going to be a lot of resistance there.
Won't be smooth.
It won't be smooth
No.
at
Yeah.
all because of these injuries. It's a lot of worry there, man. A lot.
There's a lot of teams have flaws. I mean, look at, people always love Baltimore, but their defense is awful. I mean, and that's the Chiefs, they've only lost one game as well, but they look completely flawed, but they just do what it takes to win games. Right. Philly's playing great right now. And I remember a few weeks ago, I said, if you compare the rosters and units, I mean, it's pretty even. Now with all the injuries and the way all of a sudden, Philadelphia's been reacting to the Fangio defense, they've been tremendous.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. And eventually, Lions are going to have to make that stop on a 3rd and 3, 3rd and 8. They're going to have to make and get off the field, a 4th down play. And with the defensive line depleted the way it is, I don't have that same amount of enthusiasm that, yeah, this is going to happen. Oh, you know what? You're going to find a way to win games. Now it's more of a, okay, let's see how this. I think you're going to be experiencing a lot more anxiety like you did early in the year. I know. Mm-hmm. Remember back in the old days when the Rams took you to overtime and basically you won the game because you won the flip of the coin.
Right.
And then the Bucs beat you. You outperformed them, but they found ways to get stops and to just outscore you. I kind of feel like you're going to regress back to that stage with the lack of depth that you have on the defensive line. 248-539-9797. Let's go to my man, Richard. You're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
I'm still high on them, and I think they will pull it off. It's going to be a struggle. Things in life ain't never been easy.
Right.
I've been waiting all this time, and I'm not going to put jerseys in the closet that get spider webs on them. I'm going to believe in what we got. Same way Michigan believed in what they had. You put players in position to win. You take Azalone, he's out, he broke his arm. You look at him and you look at Jamal Adams, the same player. Put Adams at linebacker. He can cover on both. I'm not going to get panicky. I know injury's part of the game, and we got ours right now. Who knows within the next 5 weeks what might come down the road to other teams who won't have time to fill them slice up.
Well, that's a good point. Every team will have injuries,
I understand what you guys got to take that road just see panic. I'm not going to panic.
I'm not panicking.
No, Richard. I didn't say panic. I didn't say panic. I said, have you lowered your expectations?
Oh no, I'm still high.
Right.
I'm still with Bad Jersey, and I still will wear my lion head and everything with pride and hold my head up.
I do
like
too.
I said, within the next 5 weeks, you don't know what may happen to another team that won't have time to regroup.
Richard, you can still wear all your stuff and be a biggest fan as you've ever been before. I'm with you on that. But you have eyesight,
right?
And you will look at injury lists. I mean, it's incredible. You're talking about your front seven. You're losing 5 of your the best players. Not to mention some of your reserves in the top 7. There.
Yeah, not talking full panic, people.
No,
we're saying, did you go from being the team to you're in that group of teams that could win the Super Bowl? That's all I'm saying. Lowering the bar a little bit. Not saying, oh, my God, you're going to go full Philadelphia Eagles last year and not win another game this year. I'm not saying that. We're going to get more of your phone calls next. 97.1. Got Michael Stone joining me today. We're gonna be here till 6 o'clock. Lions fans, we've asked you this question. Is the bar still the same? Do you still believe that this is the perennial team to win the Super Bowl, or has the bar been lowered? Not panicked, but lowered, that you are now amongst a group of teams that can win the Super Bowl.
And lowered not because of performance, but because of injuries.
Life has happened to this team.
Yeah.
Your defensive line is being decimated. Do you think that you'll be able to continue winning the way that you have? Or is there a little bit of concern that you feel like, you know what, maybe we lower the bar. Maybe that 1 seed it was a nice thing, but we're going to have to go on the road and win some games. 248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts. Oh, go ahead, David.
Yeah, let me give people an understanding here, because what happens is the Packer loss could be a double whammy, because it hurts you in the division record and it hurts you with common opponents with the Eagles.
Right.
They beat the Packers. So if that becomes one of the tiebreakers, you split with the Packers, they won 1-0, that could be a factor here. So people need to pay attention, okay? Yes, you want to beat the Packers for multiple reasons, though. Don't just start thinking division. Think number 1 seed.
Right. They both lost to Tampa.
Yes, correct, which is crazy.
Right.
From Terrence in Southfield, it says Jared Goff is not playing well. He has to step it up and play like a $200 million quarterback.
I thought he played pretty well against the Bears, didn't you?
I thought he did.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're judging Jared Goff off of Jared Goff, because we remember the perfect game. We remember the games where they went out there and they just shellacked their opponents, and he had a bunch of touchdowns. Now, if he goes out there and just 2 touchdowns, 250 yards, oh, my goodness, what's wrong with Jared Goff?
He has 5 incompletions? What are you doing?
Oh, no, he's just throwing the ball in the ground. What's going on? Why is this happening?
And the game where he had 5 interceptions, they won.
So
Sure did. Wow.
Like
a Madden game right there.
I still say if you play that game 10 times.
No, I know.
Yeah, that's not going to happen ever again.
Health is what matters. Just get in healthier than we are now and handle business. Don't worry about what Philly's doing. But if that's the path, so be it. This team is built to travel. Just get healthy.
Look, it'll be harder to beat the Eagles at the Link outside than it will be to beat them here. But they showed, granted it was regular season, that when they went to Green Bay, they were able to win in the elements, and Goff had a decent game. They can win on the road. It's just a little easier if it's here.
All right, let's get back to the phone calls. Ryan, you're on 97.1.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, man.
Go Blue. Hey, first time, long time here. So I'm calling you from beautiful Southern California. I just watched the LA Dodgers go through a season of being the best team in baseball, having so many injuries, and they went through in a tight division race. They won that, got the 1 seed, and they went on to win the World Series despite having just 3 pitchers as starters. The Lions have those injuries, but they have 3 dogs in the front 7 who are healthy. They have a healthy secondary, healthy offense, and it's a lot to overcome, but they can do it. They have the offense too, to outscore as they need to, but they're going to go through and do what the Dodgers did and finish the job.
Who are the 3 dogs in the front 7 that are healthy?
Zadarius Smith, Lee McNeil, and Jack Campbell.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
I appreciate the phone call, Ryan. Oh, go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I thought he was done.
Yeah, I
was going to ask him if he was going to go see the Tigers take on the Dodgers in the season opener.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
If you're listening, Ryan, I'm sure you're going.
Yeah.
Scott, you're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
I think going into it, I mean, obviously you have to acknowledge most of the injuries. I don't think it changes anything. The Detroiter in me, it's us versus everybody, and what these boys and Dan Campbell have managed to do over the season. I see these boys still in the Super Bowl conversation. Now, the injuries do play a role, and we're looking at dogfights. I mean, looking past the Packers, we have the Bills coming up, who have been on a resurgence in their division. I think that's going to be the real test and determiner of whether we're going to see something pretty incredible. These boys do something incredible come Super Bowl. I think they still got it in them. Most of the injuries we're looking at returns week 16, week 17, so right at the jump of the playoffs. I think we're looking at dogfights going into the playoffs. If these boys can maintain, now that doesn't mean or look like win every single game. There may be a couple losses in that. But if they can maintain and not lose that enthusiasm that they've managed to build over this season, by the time those guys come back, I mean, I see us winning it all.
I hope you're right if they can all come back. I don't know if that's going to happen. I know, when Hutch got hurt, people said, oh, he can come back for the Super Bowl. Even if he came back, he wouldn't be 100%. By the way, the Lions injury report after practice today is out. Here we go. Emmanuel Mosley, full practice with his hamstring. Carlton Davis, full practice. Josh Paschal, no practice. Levi Onwuzurike, no practice. Taylor Decker with the knee, no practice. DJ Reader, shoulder, no practice again. So if Reader doesn't practice Wednesday, chances are he's not playing Thursday. So you're looking at a front four of, Smith, I was mentioned, McNeil. Are we talking Broderick Martin? Is that what we're talking here?
Yeah.
You got Mohammed, who played well. Don't forget Wingo's out for the year. I mean, we didn't even mention him. He was starting to play well, and he's even out for the year now. That's incredible. But you know what? Stranger things have happened, Rico.
All right, 248-539-9797. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I'm Jim in North Carolina here. Good to talk to you, Rico. Sorry you guys are getting all the snow, but, this is why I moved down here. I don't miss it.
Smart man.
In regards to the Lions, I'm a little concerned with the injuries, obviously. I mean, the last couple of games, we haven't been exactly clicking on all cylinders on both sides of the ball, but we've been finding ways to win, which is what good teams do, clearly. The biggest thing for me, especially getting to the playoffs, is one thing you can help with the defense is to really utilize that running game with Gibbs and Montgomery even more. Long, sustained drives, kill the clock, give that defense as much rest as possible. Because if we get that 1 seed, we're talking about potentially 3 weeks of rest for the starters if we don't have to play the final game of the season. And one question for you guys, really quick, before I go, is that I've been to plenty of games at Ford Field, but when the teams weren't very good, 500 at best. Why is it, do you think, and I'm not sure how many people from the ticket get to go to the home games, how is it that the crowd noise is not affecting the other team on the field? It's baffled me because you see so many games on TV where there's false starts, pre-snap penalties, and yet everybody talks about how loud Ford Field is, but we're not causing any teams to have a lot of pre-snap penalties. What do you guys think about that?
Well, there's been a few.
Jim, there has been.
There has been.
I recall very little.
No,
all the games I've watched this
there have
season.
been a few, and they've had to hurry up snap counts. Right. It's not like the old Lions-Jets game at the Silverdome the year Barry got in 2000, and it was the last they clinched the playoff spot. It's nothing like that. But yeah, it's been really loud. These teams are doing silent counts too, and you talk to other players around this league, and they say, look at the playoff games last year.
Well, I also look at it as, man, they're affecting, like in Houston, the Texans had to go to silent count in their own stadium. Right. So I will agree to disagree. More of your phone calls next. Lions fans, are you moving the bar on this team? Plus, we'll talk a little college football in the next hour. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions coach Dan Campbell said he does not feel good about Taylor Decker's availability for Thursday's game with the Packers. He said the defensive lineman DJ Reader is day-to-day, and they should know more about Pass going on to work aids today. Carlton Davis participated in practice in full after being limited yesterday. Some may be wondering how much the NBA Cup means to the players. JB Bickerstaff answered that question ahead of today's game on the air earlier. Win and you advance to the quarterfinal, lose, and the Pistons are at the hands of tiebreakers and how other teams perform tonight. Follow Mark Champion's call on Alt 98.7 at 6:35. Philly Huso is in net tonight for the Wings against Boston. Kosa will back him up with Talbot unavailable. Face off at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Red Sox have inked back end bullpen piece Aroldis Chapman to a one-year $10.75 million deal. Chapman will be 37 by opening day. He spent last year with the Pirates, logging a 3.79 ERA. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get back to the Lions talk in just a second, but for right now, it's that time of the week. We preview the college football playoff. David, music, please. All right. Technically, the real ones will come out tonight, but who cares? You're more interested in what I have to say and what my top 12 are. So I'm going to give you my 3, just missing the cut at 15. We got the University of Georgia. I was just saying if Kenny was paying attention. No, at 15, Ole Miss.
Okay. Losing to Florida really crushed them, right?
Yeah.
They lose to Florida and South Carolina?
3 losses. It's hurting them. So they're on the outside looking in. They're going to be one of those teams that really you're going to need a lot of help. You're going to need a little bit of chaos to finagle your way in. And I think it's almost like the perfect storm would have to happen for Ole Miss to make it into the college football playoffs. David, you got anything?
Not on that one. I'll have something, I'm sure.
Yeah, Ole Miss sitting there at 9-3, outside looking in. Also at 9-3, South Carolina. South Carolina may be one of the hottest teams going into this, but losing your games, 9-3, that's what's going to hurt them is, the 3 losses to LSU, Ole Miss, Alabama. If you would have won one of those games,
well, the LSU one should have been a win. Right. That should have been a win.
Should have.
Thanks, refs.
Well, mistakes were made. And at 13, dropping out of the top 12, University of Miami. Miami's been living dangerously all year long. Miami has, let's face it, a lot of the games they should have lost, but they found ways to come back. And now, as of recently, they lose to Kyle McCord and Syracuse at Syracuse on Senior Day. And it really wasn't as close as the score makes it seem. Like Syracuse had that game well in hand. Miami loses 42-38. Miami's sitting there with 2 losses, but 2 out of the 2 losses that happened in the final 3 weeks of the season.
Right.
So,
but look who they lost to. Okay, they lost to a really good Georgia Tech team.
Right.
And they lost to a good Syracuse team.
Right. But you're stumbling going into the playoffs. And Stoney, let's face it, a lot of their wins, I remember going to bed thinking that Cal
the
beat
Cal
them.
game. Yeah, they won.
And I woke up because that was the day everybody got upset that weekend. I'm like, well, where's the Cal game? Well, they found a way to come back. They found a way to win. Louisville, they found a way to win the game.
But Louisville's a decent team. And the one, everybody talks about the SEC, and I get it. Okay? And I know it was early, but they just, bitch slapped Florida. And I think that means something, especially the way Florida's played later. I think we're looking too much on Miami's defense.
No, we're looking too much on the fact that Miami.
That's everything for them. They can't play it.
I understand that.
Miami has not been as dominant as their record makes them seem. You know what they are? They're the Kansas City Chiefs of college. They win.
Yeah.
But do you feel good about their wins? Or you say, man, they got lucky again, which is why I got them out. At number 12, well, it's simply because of their record and who they did beat. I got Alabama. Alabama's sitting there at 9-3. But when you look at it, the Vandy loss hurts them. The Oklahoma loss hurts them. But you look at their wins, they went out there and they beat Georgia, and I think that's going to be the reason why Alabama still gets the nod, and they're going to get in. They also knocked off Tennessee, but they lost to Tennessee, but they beat LSU, beat Missouri. But that Georgia win.
Missouri's garbage. I don't care what their record is.
It's the Georgia win that I think is keeping Alabama around. Let's be real. It's also the name brand.
But if you're going to penalize Miami for giving up a lot of points defensively, the fact that Alabama scored 3 points against Oklahoma has to be held against them.
It does, but you're like, but we beat Georgia. That counts for stuff. Miami, what's Miami's best win?
How much does that count for, beating Georgia?
It does, Kenny.
Okay.
I know you're down on your team. At number 11, the other hottest team in college football, no pun intended, the Sun Devils of Arizona State. Arizona is... They've played. They were picked to finish last in the Big 12, and they are in the Big 12 championship game with an opportunity to guarantee a spot in the college football playoff. Now, I do believe they have to win that game. If they lose, they will be left out of the playoffs. But if they win,
especially when you look who they lost to Texas Tech and Cincinnati. Granted, both on the road, but those are bad losses, yes. If they win, obviously being the Big 12 championship.
Well, also hurts that you play in the Big 12 and it's not a ton of great
teams. By the way, Rico, who's their quarterback?
Oh, Levitt, Sam Levitt.
Yeah, where was he last year?
Yeah, he was at Michigan State.
Yeah, and he didn't. He
was never coming back.
I know because Jonathan Smith didn't recruit him, so he got butthurt and left.
Yeah. Okay. You know what?
I know.
I think he's living pretty good.
I know.
If that's what you're considering butthurt, yeah, I think the world wants to be more butthurt.
I know.
He's living nice out in Tempe. And you know what he doesn't have to deal with? Snow.
That's true.
Okay?
Basically, he's on the Rico plan. He spends time in Arizona. He might play time in East Lansing.
All right. At number 10, because somebody has to be there from the group of 5, it's Boise State. I mean, at number 9, University of Indiana. Probably, to quote Drew Sharp, the worst one-loss team ever. Because they really don't have their signature victory is losing.
Michigan.
Losing
is. That's why South Carolina should be in over them. I know South Carolina has 3 losses, but they're a better team than Indiana.
Right.
Better resume.
But you know what helped them? Michigan did help them.
Because
right. Now you got
right.
a quality victory. At number 8 is Tennessee. At number 7, The Ohio State University.
Any team that loses to Michigan on their home field and can only score 13 points should not be in the playoff. But I understand why they're there.
And Kenny, I know you're waiting for me to say Georgia, but think about it. A lot of teams lost. A lot of teams look bad. But rest assured, at number 6 is the University of Georgia. Georgia and Miami, a little bit of a, I mean, Georgia and Alabama, a little bit of a Spider-Man meme, because some weeks I think this team could win the national title. And in other weeks, I don't know who you are. I don't know what your game plan was going into this thing. I don't know. I mean, you should have lost to Georgia Tech a couple times, but you managed to win in 8 overtime.
It seems like a couple of these games, they just play with their food a little bit too much. And the difference between this Georgia team and the ones that won back-to-back natties, they don't have the horses to play with their food anymore.
Kenny, they don't play with their food. It's almost like they come into the game hungover. Like, they're a step behind. They're slower. It's like the mistakes. Carson Beck, like, how many games has he thrown multiple interceptions? Think about how much grief we gave Aiden Childs at the beginning of the year. You're Carson Beck. You were supposed to be up and sitting in New York for the Heisman. And there's games out there, dude, you just stink. There's no way to sugarcoat it. At number 5, you got the other team in the ACC championship game, because nothing says ACC like SMU.
Smooth.
The Mustangs sitting there at number 5. At number 4, because you are just lucky, you have avoided everybody, and nobody's really talked about you all year, but you're about to get your doors probably kicked in on Saturday night. Penn State University. Penn State was probably the most upset that Ohio State lost, because Penn State just wanted to sit off to the side, make the playoffs, and just get a home game. Now, if you lose to Oregon, you'll be in. You'll be on the road. There will be no whiteout in Happy Valley. At number 3, don't know what to do with this team, but they can't get a bye. That's Notre Dame. Notre Dame is a team that I'm kind of thinking you don't want to play, but I just don't know how good they are. At number 2.
By the way, how did they lose to Northern Illinois?
Stoney, that's where you get the any given Saturday, a bad day. And I was willing to give that to other teams, and they bounced back, and they're going to go 11-1.
I give them credit.
They had a bad day and said, we're not going to let this derail our season.
What do you mean, Stoney? They were looking ahead to Purdue the next week.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, we didn't know how bad Purdue was.
Yeah.
Because I think David picked Purdue to win that game. At number 2, Hook 'em Horns, University of Texas. And at number 1, and still at number 1 all season long since I've been doing this, the University of Oregon.
Can I ask you a question? Boise State, shouldn't they be higher ranked, considering even if they look, obviously if they beat UNLV, they'll win their conference championship game. Will they be the higher ranked?
They probably
they're
will.
going to get in. But you look, granted, their wins aren't great by the schedule, but their only loss was by 3 points to Oregon
and
on
I'm
the
saying,
road.
Stoney, when your best win is a loss, that says a lot about your schedule.
See, but winning Saturday, or I don't know if their game Saturday
Yeah,
or Friday.
against UNLV.
Friday, they win that, they would have a better, to me, resume than Indiana.
Yes.
So they should be ahead of them in the final rankings, not this week.
Correct.
Final ranking.
God, we're splitting hairs. Indiana's 9, they're 10.
Well, they should be.
Right. They win. Indiana will be on the road. Let's just put it like that. That's your.
They have a better. They should be in there. They lost. They lost to Ohio.
That's your college football power ranking, 97-1. And is your family obsessed with Wicked? Stoney, is your family obsessed with Wicked?
My 3 ladies did go see it on Friday.
Right. Well, then you're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing can your internet handle at your next kid's Wicked theme sleepover? Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, even when everybody is online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd, get thrillifying fast 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently, $54 a month for internet service and $12 for Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. All right, we'll get to more of your Lions talk as the show goes along. But I did want to bring this up because I kind of thought this was a joke.
Oh, no.
But just when you thought baseball couldn't get any more ridiculous, in my world, look, baseball has done some things that I do agree with, like banning the shift. I think that should have been banned.
Pitch clock, I like.
I don't, because it means that the games are shorter and I want longer games on days that we have day games.
Oh,
but that's personal.
Oh, you don't like the work? This is the greatest job in the world.
So, pitch clock, yes. Banning the shift, yes. I even like the ghost runner in extra innings. I like that. But this rule, I don't see the reason for that. I can see the reason for the pitch clock because the game was going slow. I could see the reason for banning the shift because really it just looked like you were cheating, sticking 7 people on one side of the field.
Okay.
Putting the ghost runner on second required strategy, and it sped the game up so you can have extra innings going on all night. There were no more 19-inning extra game. But the new golden rule in baseball.
It's called the golden
bat rule.
It's being discussed, okay? So let's not get crazy.
And let's hope that
happen.
And let's hope it never leaves the discussion phase.
Okay. Now, I'm old, okay? So if anybody's going to be a fuddy-duddy about stuff with baseball, it's going to be me. I mean, I still don't like the designated hitter. However, I think this is actually kind of cool.
Okay, for those who don't know.
I'll explain what it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What the golden at bat is right now, and now there's different ways you can do it, but the way the rule would work is each team gets to pick one at bat, okay, during the game, where they can put in somebody else to make that at bat, and the player can still be in the game. In other words, 8th inning, Tigers down, or 9th inning, Tigers down by a run. Instead of having Javi up, you can have Riley Green come back up, even though he made an out two batters ago. Okay, now people say, well, it's all gimmicky and all that. And I agree, it's kind of gimmicky. But as an old school guy who most likely would hate it, let's look at some of the other sports, Rico. In basketball, at the end of a game, but your best players in a close game have a chance to win the game. You put the ball in Steph's hands. You put the ball in, back in the day, Larry Bird's. He's got a chance to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
In football, Patrick Mahomes, it doesn't make any difference how much time's left. He's got the chance to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
In hockey, regular season, if you want to go shoot out, I won't even go there. But in hockey, you can double shift a guy and, Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, whoever has a chance to win the game. In baseball, with the game on the line and your best players batted the inning before, the fans are sitting there saying, God, I wish we had somebody besides, I don't know, Troy Sweeney coming up.
Okay.
So this gives it a chance. Now,
Hold on. Your best player in baseball is out there. It's your reliever. If you've got that lights out reliever, that's what you want. You're not getting past. You're not getting the first. We're going to shut you down 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so that's the team that has the defense, so to speak, being the pitcher. But your offense has no chance, right? Because this way it gives them. And for one who, like I said, I like the DH, whatever. Or I don't like the DH. It does bring back strategy into the game because it gives you a chance, the manager has to figure out when or if he's going to use his one at bat. You only get to use it once. Now, there are different ways that this can be used. They're working on, other
How about never?
How about other forms? Like you can only use it in the 7th inning or later, number one, or you can only use it if you're trailing in the 9th inning or later. So, like if Juan Soto, if you're a Yankee or whatever team he's going to end up with, are you a Braves fan? Acuna, he's healthy this year. Look, obviously it's not going to happen this year. He makes the last out in the 8th inning. It's a tie game. You know what? There's a guy on second. You got whoever's batting 9th is up. You know what? I'll put Acuna back in and win the game. How great is that? For the fans, you have a chance for the best players in your sport to decide the game. Have a chance to decide the game. I think that's pretty cool. I don't think it'll ever pass, to be quite honest with you. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting to me. I'd see, and I have the same reaction you would. This is just ridiculous. But you know what? I think baseball, they're trying to get younger people to watch the game.
Okay.
They have a problem where their stars don't get to be stars all the time. And this is a chance for you to have your stars come up.
Or you go out and you just get better players. So if Acuna can't do it, okay, then Ozzie Albies will come out there. Or Olsen or Ryan, like somebody else. Like if you are a team like the Tigers and you got one bat, that's your fault. This is the hold my beer moment for the NFL and the new kickoff rule. A rule that nobody asked for and a rule that really makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, that hasn't made a difference. It hasn't hurt or helped.
Right. So why are we doing it? Moving the extra point back, I get it. It causes it's not a guaranteed thing. I was never in favor of it, but I get it. This is like the kickoff rule. Why? Because I watched college and they actually kicked the ball off. And it's like, it was so refreshing just to watch a real kickoff. No, because in basketball, to use your analogy, if you foul somebody, you don't get to say, okay, well, you're going to be my designated free throw shooter. You're going to go to the line because you have a better free throw shooting percentage than the guy that you foul. Shaq, it would be no hack of Shaq. You would just get the best shooter out there to take Shaq's free throws. No. I don't see the point. I see the point for every other rule. If your goal is, well, we just want more offense to keep the people more engaged, then go spend some money and bring some better players to your team.
Well, it's not just, it would help every team. It's just one at bat. It's not, you're not making a mockery of the sport.
It really is.
You're sitting there doing it
and I'm not a baseball purist. And I'm like, this is stupid.
I think it's kind of interesting. I think you try it out in spring training in a couple of years. Certainly if you do it for the All-Star game, that would be great.
You know what? Fine. You can do it for the All-Star game.
I know.
Do it for exhibition baseball, but regular baseball, I'm sorry. And maybe 248-539-9797. Maybe there's people out there like Stoney. Make it make sense to me. Talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old. I don't understand why. The other things I get, this is simply because you don't have enough star players, so you got to double dip your star player to get him to go back out there. So what you're telling me is...
Well, every team does not have, 5 or 6 star players.
So what you're telling me is basically Ohtani can make an out and then come back 2 batters later and bat again.
He can back to back if he wanted to.
So, yeah, man on second and third, no outs.
This is the batting cage.
Right.
Put some more coins in there.
Yeah.
So go again.
Think about it.
But it's only once.
Second and third, no outs. Ohtani comes up and flies out to short left field.
Right.
Okay, you know what? Bat again.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Yes. That's great. You get to see him again.
Okay. And here's the thing. I get shot down, especially in this building, because I'm the guy who still likes to see bunts. I'm the guy that likes to see defense. I like the old school National League baseball.
Me too.
That was
I don't
strategy.
Like so's this.
This ain't strategy.
Oh, yes, it is.
Tony, this is softball city. The only thing missing is a keg on second base.
No, this is strategy because you have to figure out when you're going to use it. If the rule is in place, it's up to the manager. You got to sit there and say, oh, my God, I can't believe AJ used Riley Green in the 8th inning. He should have saved it for the 9th inning. It's great. It's second guessing.
I like the fact that relief pitchers have to pitch a certain amount of,
Yes.
I like that. This makes no sense. This is something out of a beer league. That's what this feels like. This is a mockery. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next. I can't believe we're talking about this.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Decker, Onzawerke, Pascal, and Reeder all did not practice today for the Lions. Corner Carlton Davis was back at full force after being limited yesterday. Emmanuel Mosley, who's expected to return this week, practiced in full for the second straight day as well. The Pistons have the Bucks in their final game of the group stage of the NBA Cup today. Milwaukee has won 6 in a row. They also won an OT the last time these two teams played. Giannis dropped 59. Tip at 7 over on Alt 98.7. That was Michigan kicker Dominic Zavada drilling the eventual game winner versus Ohio State over the weekend. That, along with 17 of 18 on field goals for the year, earned him Big Ten Kicker of the Year. Hear the Wings right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight. Face off at 7 with the Bruins. Billy Husso in net. Ryan Valade, who played 17 games with the Tigers last season in 3 different stints, has signed a minor league deal with the Cardinals. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
You see, if they had this rule last year, Ryan Valade would have never had to bat. They could have had Riley Green come in for him. We're talking this,
or you could spend some money and have a real team.
Yeah, you could do both. There's a rule being bandied about. Supposedly there's buzz. I don't anticipate it happening. It's going to be called, if they do it, the golden at bat, where a team can use one player, one at bat. So a guy can get 2 at-bats during a game. So it's strategic. 8th inning, if you're trailing, you need a hit. Guy just batted. I don't know, do you use him here? Or do you want to use him in the 9th inning? Or maybe even save it for extras if there's extra. I mean, what it does is it showcases your stars. It gives you, if you're a Dodger fan, or, another chance to have Shohei come up. Or if you're a Philadelphia fan, Bryce Harper, Braves, Acuna. I think it's good for that. Do I ever think it's going to happen? No.
I pray to God it doesn't happen.
And some of the reasons people are giving that I've been reading about, it'll mess up with the box score. Really?
To me, it just feels like beer league. It feels like participation trophy, orange slice league, where everybody's happy, and we want to make sure that you get another chance to win the game. Or you just play the game like everybody's been playing this game for decades.
I think it's another chance for fans to see great players and give them an extra at bat. That's the way I look at it.
Look,
and believe me, I know I'm in the minority.
When they went to the universal designate, I was like, okay, fine, I get it. You don't want pitchers to bat.
Are you anti-DH or were you pro? You're National League.
Right, I like the strategy.
So did I.
And you know what? You got to do the double switch with pitchers.
Yes.
Or if you got that one pitcher who could actually hit the ball. Mm-hmm. I think was it Smoltz and Glavine could actually hit the ball. Mm-hmm. Okay, this was something. You didn't have to take them out of the game.
I agree. Yeah.
I can't do this. Let's just go straight to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. I pray to God this does not happen. Brent, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking the call.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
So the reason to call, if the whole point of this is to get people to watch the games, why don't the MLB TV app just let people watch home games? I'm not trying to catch the Marlins or Seattle. This is ridiculous. What's next? If you hit a foul ball into the stands and somebody catches it, is that going to be an out too? I just don't understand.
Well, you're right about the broadcasting stuff because it's a whole...
Yeah, I mean, but it goes to that where, okay, well, if the foul ball goes into the stand and the person catches it and flips it to the first baseman, that counts as an out. Like, it's getting this is so beer league softball to me. In no other sport do you just say, okay, once again, you're a bad free throw shooter, and we're going to pick the best person to shoot the game-winning free throws because, no, it's the strategy. That's the beauty of sports and even professional sports. It's high level. It's strategy. It's why managers make millions of dollars because you have to come up with who to pinch hit, who to move here.
This is another part of strategy.
This is not. This is not. This is just a money grab. This is just.
I don't think it's a money grab. It's just sitting there. Wait a second.
Here's Ohtani again. Didn't he just make it out? Explain that. David, try explaining that one to your youngest. Wait,
just
Daddy,
about that's the rules.
Daddy, didn't he just? Yeah, he did. But baseball decided that he needed another chance.
Hey,
because he failed the first time.
Hey, Daddy, why are the Tigers setting up McKinstry again? Why can't I watch? Why can't I watch somebody good?
Hey, didn't Carpenter just make it out the last inning? He did, son.
Yes,
but we're gonna go ahead and put him back out there. John, you're on 97.1.
Hi, first time. Love the show. Might be the only time I call, but Stoney, you missed an analogy, which is golf, and this is called a mulligan.
Okay.
So that's all I got to say about it. Thanks, guys.
Well, it's a little different than a mulligan, but I understand.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Especially if you just made the out. Once again, second and third, and you struck out. Just stay up in the batter's box. You're going to do this again.
Well, maybe they'll put that in the rule where you can't go back to back.
Or we just don't do this.
Which is probably going to happen.
David, you're a little league manager. What is your opinion on
I'm not a little league manager.
Travel league manager. Okay, there's a difference.
Look,
us poor people play little league.
I'm also not a baseball purist, but this is not the game of baseball. This is just not the game of baseball where now I can bring a guy up. Oh, you batted an inning ago. I want to bring you back up out of order, out of the batting order. No way should this be allowed.
But it's just one batter, one a game.
No.
See, I want to know how high was the person who came up with this in the meeting and said, whoa, guys, seriously, I got something. We're going to call this the Golden Bat Rule, and we're going to bring somebody up who already is out of order. Everybody gets to do this one time. Like, huh?
And then it upsets me. This is just me being a Tiger fan. It upsets me when I think about teams like the Dodgers pick and choose who they want to use as the Golden Bat.
They don't have to, David, because they actually went out and spent money and got a team.
They can use anyone. Yeah.
This is for the small market teams who don't want to spend money and they don't want to block the young guys. So we're just going to use that one guy over and over again, and that's okay, right?
But it's not over and over again.
I understand, Stoney, but
it's like if you get to watch. Well, nowadays they're always on, but it's another opportunity if you see Aaron Judge go to the plate.
Yeah, but here's the thing: Aaron Judge got out for the game. Well, here's Soto. You didn't bring Aaron Judge back up there.
And we also wouldn't have had, and I know people are like, well, good, I don't want to see that, the Andy Ibanez moment. We would not have had that if there was a Golden Bat Rule.
Well, it was against a lefty. Ibanez would have stayed in the game. Because he owns lefties, damn it.
248-539-9797. I pray this makes as much sense as the new NFL kickoff rule that I'm hoping they rescind. Like I said, certain things make sense, like how you can challenge, the coach's challenge. That makes sense. That you can, you know what? Did you miss a tag? Let's go to New York. Let's see. I like that. It makes the game better. This does not make the game better. We will talk about this more. Trust me, we will. I see your phone calls. Get a little football next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. The Lions-Bears Thanksgiving broadcast Thursday drew 37.5 million viewers, a Turkey Day record for that time slot. Taylor Decker missed practice today, and his availability for the Packers game is looking to be a bit more dreary. Dan Campbell said corner Carlton Davis looked really good in practice yesterday, and barring any setbacks, he will be good to go. They're considering DJ Reader day-to-day. The NFL ruled that Texans defender Azeez Al-Shaair would have to sit 3 games after his hit to the head of Trevor Lawrence Sunday. Houston GM Nick Caserio not thrilled. The Pistons and Bucks battled tonight for a spot in the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup. A loss for Detroit means they would need some help from other teams, plus point differential factors on their end. Pregame at 6:35 on Alt 98.7. The Pistons and Bucks battle. Oh, I said that one already. The Wings are without both of their top goalies. Talbot was ruled out for this 2-game road trip with Lyon, placed on the IR yesterday as well. Husso was originally slated to start tonight, so Lalone will stick with that plan against the Bruins. He already does right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Western Michigan football secured their spot in bowl season with a win over EMU on Saturday. Today they learned they would kick off the slate in the Salute to Veterans Bowl in Alabama next Saturday against South Alabama. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way,
Okay, 5 o'clock.
I wasn't going to Ludacris's bedroom, by the way.
5 o'clock here in Detroit. Try to bring this back in, Kenny. That's Michael Stone. He's in for Mike Valenti. Mike will be back tomorrow. We are talking about the golden bat rule in baseball. The alleged rule that they're thinking about bringing in. I hope to God that they don't. To me, it makes 0 sense to do this. It sounds more like a beer league thing. But for those joining us, the basic concept is that a team could choose one at-bat in every game to use its best hitter regardless of where they were in the lineup. Meaning, if you made the last out and all of a sudden now a man comes on the base with a leadoff triple, you could bring that hitter who made that last out in the inning back to try to drive in that run. It's supposedly to get the stars to be stars, to showcase them more.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the baseball all-star game is for.
And it's only one. Each team would only be allowed to do it one at bat per game. So you're not going to see this proliferation of, an assembly line of all-stars if you have a team like the Dodgers come one after another out of their batting order at the beginning. I got a text from a friend of mine who says, you're spot on, but you're just touching it, not hitting it. It's going to help the small market teams who don't have 6th-grade hitters. They need to equalize or at least try to a little bit the advantage that the Dodgers have with a $5 billion payroll. But you are right. We want to see the stars play.
This is for small market teams. The Dodgers, the Yankees, they don't need this. It's like, okay, this is why we have this all-star lineup. It's why we went out and went into free agency. This is for the help me, I'm poor. We only have one person that everybody buys their jersey. That's not my problem.
Yeah,
do better.
I agree with you, but there are times in a baseball game where even the big market teams, they do have 8th and 9th hitters who are not very good comparatively to the rest of their lineup, so they would get to help them too.
Right, but isn't one of the magic of baseball is when the no-name guy goes up to the plate and gets and drives in the run or gets the hit, and that becomes that moment rather than a designated hitter. Like, okay, we're going to bring you in just for this one. No. To me, this rule if they implement it, would be as dumb and useless as the new kickoff rule in the NFL. There's no point to it. It looked good in a boardroom, but practically, no. All the stuff that baseball has done, I'm okay with. I told you, pitch clock, fine. Ghost runner, I'm okay. No banning the shift, fine.
Ghost runner, I'm not big on it.
Relievers, you got to stay in and face a certain amount of hitters. I like that. This, no, because it does really, it's catering to just a few teams in the league, and I don't see how it's supposed to help baseball overall.
Well, it's helping baseball overall because there's more time for, the stars of the sport to shine. That's what it's for. And that's how it helps the game.
Okay.
In fan appeal. In basketball, you have your best players with the game on the line have the ball in their hands. In football, if your team's down by a minute, Mahomes, these teams have really good quarterbacks or whatever, they have a chance to win it. In baseball, because of the batting order, your stars don't necessarily have a chance to win the game. So this all it does is give you one more chance. It's not completely,
right. But your stars,
changing the game.
Your star already had a chance when he was up to bat, and if he didn't do it at that point, you don't get a second chance at that.
Well, maybe if this happens, they're going to change, or at least they'll come up with a rule that'll be more palatable to everybody, where maybe you can't go back to back. Or you can't go in the same inning.
I'm praying that this is not a rule. David, 248-539-9797. David, Kenny, before we get to the phone calls, am I on an island here? Because I just don't I don't feel this.
No, I don't feel it at all. No, so you're not on the island here. I just think it's...
I'm the island.
You are on the island.
Yeah.
Well, we'll hear from Kenny. Maybe you're not. I just feel like this is backyard baseball. That's what this is. Hey, give me another shot. Okay. No.
David, you know what it does? Yeah, when we were kids, we had a rule that if you had 2 strikes, you could pick somebody on your team to make the last strike, last out for you.
Yep.
And then if he hit the ball, you had to run and do it. That's what this feels like. It does not feel real. Like this, it does. It's backyard baseball. It's beer league. It's okay, let's make this thing fun, and we'll add this, and you got to spin around and do the hokey pokey. That's what it feels like.
It does feel like that, and I wonder, so what happens? Ohtani's on base, and you want him to bat now, so now somebody pinch runs for him now, and he gets to come back to the plate? It makes no sense to me.
And Stoney, for your basketball analogy, it's like, okay, Duran's shooting 60% from the line in the last couple of games. Okay, he gets fouled. Bring in your best free throw shooter to shoot his free throws because, well, I want to see the stars be the stars. No.
Well, but a free throw is not a star thing.
No,
free throws are boring.
Okay, but if you hit the free throws, you win a game. Especially, we've seen the Pistons. All you had to do was hit one, and you missed them both. So what if you could say, hey, Ivy, you're going to shoot the free throws? No, it's artificial.
Well, if you want to make the basketball analogy to this rule, when you bring back the guy for one more at bat, you just walk him. There you go. There's your hack-a-shack right there. You just walk. Now, of course, bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth, you don't walk him, obviously.
I mean, or I guess in your basket, hey, you fouled out of the game. You know what? In the final 2 minutes, you could go back into the game even though you fouled out. No. Kenny?
Yeah, I'm putting Stoney on an island here. I'm with the two of you. I don't like this rule at all. I think it fundamentally changes the game a little bit too much for my liking. You want to put in a pitch clock to make the action go faster? Fine. You want to do that for relief pitchers? Fine, but I think this fundamentally changes the game way too much for my liking.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny, would this? No, I don't even think it does. Would this be the equivalent of the 3-on-3 hockey?
Not really. They had to fix overtime somehow. I mean, they didn't really have a good system for that to begin with. Okay. Games were ending in ties. It was awful.
You know what? Maybe that's it. This is something that didn't need to be fixed.
There it is. Yeah.
This is something that nobody asked for.
Well, it's possible, yeah.
Didn't need to be fixed. So at a certain time, you like, man, they need to really make a rule to say you can't do this. You like the shift, best thing in the world. No more. Guys, play your positions the way you played in Little League. You don't get to do this now where you're 6 people over to the right. No.
See, but that's why it baffles me because I'm looking at it again. I'm looking at the headline. Fox Sports MLB on X. Rob Manfred says there is buzz. That word buzz continues to be used. Buzz around adding a golden at-bat rule. Where's the buzz coming from? Why are there people in Major League Baseball excited for this?
The buzz comes from people who want to think that they're smart people. And because if a certain person says it, well, if they said it, I'm just going to agree with them because, they're smart. And great. We've all sat in a meeting, okay? Everybody who's listening to this radio, you've sat in a meeting and somebody says something so asinine. And then you ask, that's a great idea. What? And then you had other people, I was just going to suggest the same thing. And now you're sitting there thinking, well, maybe I'm the idiot, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut because maybe they see something that I don't because this person is a brilliant person. And then a stupid rule gets implemented at your job. Why? Because somebody came up with an air quote great idea and no one challenged it. And what I'm saying is, please, somebody challenge this.
Oh, it'll be challenged.
We don't need this. If you want to do it for an all-star game, fine. If you want to do it for exhibition, spring training baseball, fine, whatever. But if you're not going to do it in the World Series, then why are we doing it in a regular season game?
We've already bastardized the game enough with the ghost runner. So what's one more at bat a game?
See, the ghost runner, I'm like, okay, I understand because they were like, okay, it was a long extra inning game. They said we don't want to play that.
Okay, so do the ghost runner after like 13 innings or something like that.
Oh, I'm with you.
Thank you, not to start.
No, I'm with you on that.
How a game is decided with a guy on second, a bunt over to third, a sacrifice fly, game's over.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
I'm with you on that. The ghost runner should not start, in my opinion, to the 11th inning.
Yeah.
And then you do the ghost runner. But other than that, you play baseball. And for here, you just play baseball. If you're the star player, you're Riley Green, and you made an out, you don't get a second chance. Oh, all of a sudden, it's a leadoff triple. Let's bring Riley back. How about no? Riley had his chance. That's just how it is. Plain and simple. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, David.
When we get back, I do have some breaking news for Michigan football.
Oh, they admitted they cheated? We didn't cheat this time.
No, they cheated.
I'm sorry. That was a flag. All right. Let me tell you about Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness, look, everybody's, one of their New Year's resolutions is, I want to lose weight. I want to get in better shape. How about you get a jump start on this and you join your Planet Fitness now? Why do you want to do it now? For first reason, the gym won't be super packed like it will be on January 1st and 2nd. The other reason, man, Planet Fitness is tons of locations, squeaky clean gyms, tons of brand new equipment, friendly, knowledgeable staff, and it's a judgment-free environment. Meaning you don't look that great, it doesn't matter because Planet Fitness they're not there to judge you. They're just there to help you get into better shape. And yeah, and by the way, every Planet Fitness membership includes fitness training at no extra cost if you need help. You're short on time, use the 30-minute circuit. And they're located all throughout the Metro Detroit area. And oh, did I happen to mention all you need right now through December 6th is to walk in there with $1 down and you get your membership started. Yes, you heard me correctly. $1 down gets your membership started. So join Planet Fitness today. It's the home of the judgment-free zone. Go to your local Planet Fitness to get started or simply go to planetfitness.com.
We have breaking football news concerning the University of Michigan, and it's really not much of a surprise. The University of Michigan, head coach Sharon Moore announced today that there will be a change of leadership as he's relieved offensive coordinator and quarterback coach Kirk Campbell of his coaching duties. After, quote, Sharon, after a thorough assessment of our offense, I made the decision to relieve Kirk Campbell of his duties and move in a different direction. This was the decision I felt was best interest of our football program. I thank Kirk, yada, yada, yada. What he didn't say is, after making a thorough assessment of our offensive offense, 60 yards of passing offense Saturday was enough, even though they won the game. Now, allegedly, he's a pretty good recruiter, but you know what? They have to.
When it came to offensive play calling,
they have to somehow evolve into this century.
I mean, wrong one. Sorry.
Yeah, Kirk Campbell's white.
Not him. Not him.
By the way, I mean, I don't want to upset people, but the two names that I have heard as far as possible replacements for Kirk Campbell include Toledo head coach Jason Candle. And once again, you might say, what the hell are you talking about? Why would somebody not be a head coach and go down to a coordinator? Well, the way...
It worked out great for Chip Kelly.
Yeah. Well, the way college football works today, do you really want the aggravation of being a head coach and to deal with that kind of stuff?
No, that's why I think Brad Johnson is still the OC.
Right. But this is still, especially at so you're head coach of the MAC.
Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a head coach of the MAC, and would you be better to be an offensive coordinator at a school like Michigan, a Power 5, or wherever? And the answer is maybe yes, because the money might actually be better.
Well, no,
as an OC at a bigger school.
Stoney, I think it's the notoriety. It's if Michigan's bringing in, Underwood. If you could run this prolific offense, teams are going to be knocking on your door for a head coaching job. Obviously, they don't knock on your door in Toledo. So more exposure. You go to Michigan, this thing could work out. Or you just don't want to be a head coach anymore and you just kind of want to run off.
Correct. I mean, Gus Malzahn just did that.
Correct.
Left UCF to go be the OC at Florida State, probably for that reason. Who cares about UCF? He turns Florida State's offense around. He may be coaching in the SEC again. Yeah. Head coach.
Yeah. The other name I've heard is Joe Craddock, who's the offensive coordinator at Tulane. And they have a pretty prolific offense.
So if Candle goes and is the offensive coordinator, this means that Wojo will no longer say he should be the Michigan State head coach.
I know.
That's the best that we could do.
Well, his name actually is being mentioned as far as a possibility at Purdue. But
Candle?
To me, no, you want to stay where you are. Purdue's almost like a no-win situation.
No, Stoney, Purdue is like Michigan State. Like Cignetti showed you. D'Antonio showed you. You could go to schools like this if you know what you're doing. You could turn things around and you can win. Now, can you consistently win? Maybe you won't get the top talent, but if you can get your people in there, yeah, you can. Purdue has won games before.
Oh, I know. They played in the Big Ten championship game.
You can't have just a nobody in there because that's when all of a sudden you don't have enough history. You can't just look as bad as Michigan is, they're still going to draw top recruits. That's just because of the brand. Like, sir, USC will draw in top recruits because of the brand.
Correct.
You don't have a brand at Purdue. You don't have a brand at MSU. You don't have a brand. But if you can get a coach who understands that but says, okay, I got to try extra hard and start winning, then you get people to buy in. Then you could get what you start off is getting the local kids. That's what D'Antonio did.
Right.
He got all the local Detroit kids, the 4- and 5-star players. We want to go there instead of going to Michigan. It worked.
Oh, and they also did a great job of developing players.
Right, but you get the people in there. You got to have some talent in order to develop the talent to get it better. Mm-hmm. You just can't take garbage and have it work. Anyway, let's go back to the phone lines. Oh, David, are you and Stoney, are you guys happy with this move? You're the Michigan fans. Kenny, this is a pillow fight.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I'm very happy.
Yes. It was not working.
Maybe he just needed one more year.
The offense
No, I'm
sucked.
good. No, but Ryan Day needs one more year.
Oh, okay.
No, he needs a lifetime contract. Now, we won't be saying that if they go on to win a national championship.
That's very true.
Yeah, you will.
Very true.
No, I won't.
No, winning a national title, I get it. You want to beat Michigan, you have to beat Michigan. But if they go ahead and do that,
But
we don't want that.
But you know what they can't put on their national title ring? They can't mention
They can't
Michigan.
put the Michigan score on
They
there.
can't put anything Michigan on there. Not that team up. You're gonna look ridiculous.
But you know what? I'd rather have a national I'd rather be a national champion than have a pair of gold pants.
True, but it's the thing that you get judged on. The first question that I found out from Michigan players and Ohio State players,
their record against each other.
It's the first question that people ask, or they let you know. Oh, I was 3-0. I didn't lose a game against that other school.
Right.
Yeah, John was saying he was having a conversation with Ward Manuel. First thing comes up. What was your record?
Right.
That's what happens.
It is. So I know we make fun of it, but they truly believe it. All right. 248-539-9797. George, you've been patiently waiting. Welcome to 97.
Hey, gentlemen. Thank you. You guys have certainly entertained me on my drive home.
Thank you.
So definitely, there's no doubt I'm Team Rico on this. Stoney, I feel like you're too old for these opinions. They might take your senior discount away from me with this.
I know. Pretty strange, huh?
It is. Here's my couple thoughts. One, I think over the last 10 to 15 years, we've seen strategically this has been addressed. You've seen traditional hitters like, 30 years ago that would have been batting the 3, 4, and 5 slots. You've seen managers move them up to the first and second spot. So they're getting more at bats already. That's my first thought. The second thought is, and I know you guys have said like, hey, this is helping small market teams. I disagree. I think this hurts small market teams. I do, because they have one guy that can maybe do this versus whether it's Ohtani or someone like that. I think it's going to benefit them more. Like if you're winning in a late game, you're going to have to go through that extra, boss level to do that. And then third of all, just from a historic standpoint, how many moments would we have lost if this was in place? Like you don't get a Bucky Dent or an Aaron Boone, or if Tarek Schoolboat's pitching a no-no, he's got to face their best hitter again instead of the ninth hitter. I just think, it's trash. I don't like it at all.
I totally understand that, and I'm completely went away with my usual, fuddy-duddy stuff. But, I just look at it from a fan perspective. Maybe even if you're not even invested in a particular team. If you're watching a baseball game, the more at bats for the stars of the sport that you can see, the better, I would think. I mean, that's my biggest thing that I like about it.
Right, but it is what makes baseball special is when you get that guy who has that key hit and it becomes historic.
Oh,
and you always remember that. You know what? Your OPS isn't good enough. You have a seat. We're going to bring this guy up instead. Like, no, it's a rule that nobody asked for, and I don't think that it's needed. So you're making a rule change just to make a rule change. That's why I equated to the NFL and the new kickoff rule. No one cared about this rule. And don't tell me it's because it's trying to eliminate concussions, because the entire game is all about collision.
Correct.
Okay? So that's not stopping concussions.
No.
You're just doing it because somebody thought this would be kind of cool. And every time I see the new kickoff rule, Stoney, you will get this. It reminds me of the old electric football game where you would line up all the pieces and then turn it on and watch the players buzz down the field.
Okay. Now that you brought that up, I think I'm one of the few as a kid growing up. I couldn't stand electric football because first of all, and it was so hard to figure out which way your players are going. Then they had that stupid little thing of cotton, and you put it in the quarterbacks, and you try to throw it. It was dumb. I hated that game. It was just too random, too lucky.
It was, except for, and I guess this may have been, it wasn't NIL, but we got to the point where we learned how to make the bases
right
faster,
or
how you can make it just go straight, and we would sell them to each other. Like you catch somebody on a bad day and like, oh, we're at the store and you're like, oh man, you got any money? I don't, but I'll take that base from your running back if you give it. Yeah, we figured out how to make it the basis. Yes, David. Yes, you know what I'm. Yes,
I know what
I'm
you're
trying
talking
to figure
about.
it out because I didn't really have that, but I'm like, you changed.
We did.
Okay.
We went into the lab and it got competitive. It got very
Now, did
competitive.
you weight it down more? Is that how you did
some
it?
did. Some will put a penny under it, and then therefore, yeah. But
that's that Boy Scouts boxcar racing. You put that penny and it weights it down a little bit more. They can go.
Do you know they have a national, at least they did up until recently. I don't know if they still do. It's in the past 10 years, the last time I heard about it, but I think it still goes on. They have like a national tournament for this. It's some hotel in like Canton or someplace around here.
Oh, I didn't know
People
that.
from all over the world come into play.
I mean,
electric football.
I still have my original pieces from like the 80s, but I think
Now,
I lost
did yours
them.
have the uniforms on them?
Yeah, I lost them I had a flood in my basement. And I
Oh.
think I lost them all. I know.
Because I love
that and the fact that, don't even get me started. My flood company's trying to hold me hostage for getting my stuff back, and I refuse to pay for my own stuff twice. That's a whole different thing.
I love the tabletop. I love the tabletop hockey. You know, where it was called like rod hockey, and I used to have back when I was a kid. There were 12 teams in the NHL, and you had 12 sets of players with the uniforms, obviously, and it was you kept stats. It was great.
That was all right. College football ranking up next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore has announced that the team has parted ways with offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach Kirk Campbell. Tight ends coach Steve Casula will serve as the interim OC while they conduct a national search. Michigan basketball 6-1 to start the year. They face a tough task tonight versus Wisconsin on the road. The Wolverines' scoring has been very balanced so far this season. That's radio play-by-play announcer Ryan Bush. Here is call on WWJ News Radio 950 at 9. Everyone who missed practice yesterday missed today for the Lions as well, including offensive lineman Taylor Decker and defensive front pieces Josh Paschal, Levi Nzewerke, and DJ Reader. The Pistons face the Bucks tonight. Both teams 3-0 in NBA Cup play. Today marking the end of group play, though. A trip to the quarterfinals on the line. See if Detroit can clinch by tuning in on Alt 98.7 at 7. The Red Wings are back on the road at Boston tonight as well. Husso and Nets, hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7 as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
You ready, Rico? You got the fever? NBA Cup fever, baby. I'm ready to get the hell out of here and go down there.
Oh, man.
First Pistons game with any type of meaning in a long time. Granted, it's not great meaning, but it's still something that they're playing for, and I think it's good. And they're the underdogs. They're playing against a terrific team. Milwaukee's playing a lot better than they were earlier in the season. Giannis and Lillard seem to be on the same page. And that's the alarm telling people that, ladies and gentlemen, the NBA Cup is coming. The NBA Cup is coming. Or is that noise just saying that Kurt Campbell was fired as Michigan offensive coordinator?
Are we supposed to be talking over this? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like,
Yes. And there have been some interesting names, by the way, for the Michigan offensive coordinator job. If you just joined us, Kurt Campbell was fired. I've heard Jason Candle, the head coach at Toledo. Also Joe Craddock, the offensive coordinator at Tulane, young guy, 39 years old. It was his
my
first
buddy,
job.
I was about to say, my buddy from Alabama texted and said, hey, do you think Nick Sheridan would leave to become the OC at Michigan?
I don't know. He's been a Kalen DeBoer guy with them at Washington. I assume I don't know. It's a lateral move. Money it depends if he wants to move back to Michigan. I don't know. That would be an interesting guy. I always thought he was going to be in line to be the next head coach at Michigan, whenever that would be. But, Sharon seems to be recruiting very well. Another name that was mentioned, and I don't think he'd make it a lateral move, although he doesn't call the plays from where he is right now, and that's Green Bay Packer offensive coordinator Adam Stenovich, who is a former Michigan offensive lineman.
Hey, guys, what's Stephen 3 doing these days? You mentioned Nick Sheridan, so I got flashbacks.
I don't know. Maybe he's OC somewhere not as good as Alabama. So Rieger, let me ask. I'm going down there. Is there
people are jacked up.
Is there a buzz at all or no?
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, usually when I do these things, I do them for Wings and Pistons. Usually the Wings crowds, I feel, are better just because there's more people, right? Not as many people here at the Pistons. Today, pretty nice crowd. Absolutely. People seem like they're a little juiced up, Stoney.
Good.
For the big NBA Cup.
Look, it's the first meaningful, like I said, if you want to call it that, game at the LCA for a Pistons game since Game 3 of the NBA first round of the playoffs that they got swept by Milwaukee.
I remember that. This place was loud as hell. I remember Blake Griffin was playing on like one leg.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny? I mean, obviously, the NBA Cup must be doing its job, right? Because for a team like the Pistons, they got something to play for in early December. Kind of like the Golding at bat, I feel, would do the job and fans would fall in love with it.
Thank you. Somebody else agreed with me.
Stoney, I love your take. I think Rico is way off. I heard Doug Karsh today call it the most embarrassing thing that anybody's ever brought to the table. I think that's what he said. Something to that extent.
Well,
I think it's fun.
Roommates at Michigan State, they stay together.
Rieger,
that's a good point.
Rieger, it's the one thing that nobody asked for. There's no reason to do this.
But now that they asked for it, I love it. We're going to talk about that and maybe throw a little Lions into the mix as well. But I am fascinated with the Golden at Bat. The only thing is they probably got to change the name, right? You need a better name than the Golden at Bat.
Or hear me out. Just don't do it.
No, I dig it.
Why? It makes
I'll explain.
sense.
Oh, I disagree. It makes all the sense in the world.
What do you?
Nobody has given me a reason why it doesn't make sense.
You don't.
Like I see all these
need
people
it.
saying, "Oh, I'll never watch baseball again." Nobody's given me a legitimate reason why they hate it, other than it's tradition.
More importantly, Rieger, what do you have against the word golden?
I mean, you hear golden, and I don't know. There's one phrase that immediately pops in my head.
You're a pervert.
I'm just saying.
To me, I think of golden arches of McDonald's.
Oh, you're thinking like the golden nuggets?
Golden arches. Golden arches.
I think
it's been a good show. We should just go ahead.
Right now, Kenny said it best.
Stoney started it.
No, I didn't start it.
97-1.
By the way, can the Wings?
97-1.